A deep rumbling sound suddenly came from the sixth mountain peak, causing Elder Huang, who was concerned about the three-young soul returning pill, to quickly inspect it through the divine sense. After that, he discovered that Hachir was holding a spherical spirit weapon in his hand. It was pressed against the concave area of the cavern's gate. At the same time, the defensive formation of the cavern was slowly losing its effect. As a formation master, Elder Huang knew very well what the round spirit weapon in Hachir's hand represented. So he quickly reminded him, "Chu, I never thought that the spherical spirit weapon in that kid's hand would be the key to break the defensive formation in cavern. At this moment, the defensive formation in cavern has been broken. The cavern is about to open, so you have to speed up. Elder Huang, don't worry. Besides that girl, the rest of them are people I must kill. No matter how rich their harvest in cavern is, they will all become my spoils of war in the end." After Hachir used the spherical spirit weapon to open the cavern, Elder Huang, who was concerned about the three-young soul returning pill, became very anxious. He wished he could rush into cavern immediately, but to Chu Zhongtian, who had already made up his mind, he wasn't in a hurry to enter the cavern. According to Elder Huang's speculation, the master of the sixth mountain peak was most likely a third-grade grandmaster of the Pill Tao. According to the auxiliary cultivation system, a third-grade grandmaster of the Pill Tao was equivalent to a king realm expert. Regarding the cavern left behind by such an expert, there must be countless taboo and formation in the cavern, and the power of these formation and forbidden was beyond imagination. Therefore, facing the cavern left behind by such an expert, it was not something that could be obtained as soon as one advanced. Among these, there was both luck and ability. Chu, the power of formation and forbidden magic is getting stronger and stronger, and as time passes, the power of the formation and forbidden magic is getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, we have to make the best use of our time. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was still slowly approaching the cavern, Elder Huang urged him anxiously. As a formation master, how could Elder Huang not know that the stronger one's cultivation base was, the stronger the expert? The formation and forbidden power that was left behind in the cavern were stronger, but the fact that a third-grade grandmaster had left behind the cavern was a lie that he had fabricated. He had no idea that the master of the cavern in front of him was a third grade or level 5. He was still a level 7. If he was a level 7 alchemist, he was afraid that there wouldn't be any powerful defensive measures left in the cavern. Therefore, he urgently wanted to go in and understand everything. He urgently wanted to find the three-young soul returning pill through the power of the divine sense. Although Elder Huang's explanation made sense, Chu Zhongtian, who had already made up his mind, still chose to approach the cavern at a moderate speed. At the same time, because of Dongfang Yuner, he didn't even want to enter the cavern. He planned to stay outside the cavern and wait for Yan Jinghong, Hachir, and the others. Chu, you also know that there is a high possibility that there is a grade 3 grandmaster of the Pill Tao's formation and forbidden technique hidden in the cavern. What if that girl accidentally touches the formation, and it is a killing formation? Her life is hanging by a thread. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had made up his mind to sit back and reap the benefits, Elder Huang knew that it would be difficult for him to take the initiative to enter the cavern. Fortunately, he suddenly thought of Dongfang Yuner, who had caused Chu Zhongtian's mood to change drastically. Therefore, he used Dongfang Yuner's safety to provoke Chu Zhongtian and stimulate him to enter cavern. When he heard Elder Huang mention the slaughter formation and Dongfang Yuner's safety, Chu Zhongtian, who originally wanted to take advantage of the situation, didn't think about it for a long time. He immediately used the essence gathering stage vital spirit and flew towards cavern. Because Dongfang Yuner did not understand, it caused a knot in their hearts. But no matter what, she was the first person he had encountered in this world that had moved his heart. The first woman that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. He could not let anything happen to her. It only took him 10 seconds to cross 2 mountains before Chu Zhongtian rushed to cavern. Without any hesitation, he took out the natal spirit blade and rushed into cavern. A third-grade grandmaster of the Pill Tao was almost equivalent to a king realm expert. An expert like this who had a cultivation base and attainments in the Tao of alchemy. The cavern that was used for cultivation and living must have beautiful scenery and abundant spiritual qi. It was a style of an immortal, but after he charged into the cavern, he was confused by the sparse spiritual qi in the cavern. In fact, the concentration in the cavern located in the Twin Deaths mountain range was already very good. It wasn't any worse than his spiritual qi in the Hidden Dragon Peaks Courtyard 9, but Chu Zhongtian's initial expectations were too high. This kind of strong contrast made him unable to accept it in an instant. Elder Huang, are you sure this is the cavern left behind by the third-grade Grandmaster of the Pill Tao? Chu Zhongtian asked in doubt. Huh? Impossible. Could it be that my guess is wrong? Even if he was beaten to death, he would never admit that he was trying to trick you into entering the cavern. He deliberately said that it was the cavern left behind by a rank 3 Grandmaster. Therefore, Elder Huang also pretended to be shocked and said, perhaps it was because of Elder Huang's accurate judgment in the past. But Chu Zhongtian didn't feel the nervousness in Elder Huang's tone. He thought that there was something wrong with the information Lang Rui provided to Yan Jinghong, or that this cavern had suffered a serious injury. The loss of the spiritual qi had caused no doubt that it was a lie that Elder Huang had fabricated. Chu, don't move for now. I will use the divine sense to check the cavern first. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian did not suspect him, Elder Huang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly used the divine sense to check the situation in the cavern, as well as the location of the three-young soul returning pill. The more he used the divine sense to check, the gloomier Elder Huang's face became. When the divine sense finished checking the entire cavern, Elder Huang couldn't help but curse. Damn! What about the cavern that Grandmaster of the Pill Tao left behind? What three-young soul returning pill? This cavern doesn't even have a single pill. Elder Huang, what's wrong? Although Elder Huang had been angry because of some things in the past, he had never lost his composure like this. Chu Zhongtian quickly asked. At the same time, he also felt a trace of interest from the three-young soul returning pill that he had just called out. Chu, after you capture those people, take that prince. I'll let them have a taste of what it means to extract the soul and sever the soul. What it means to be better off dead than dead. Elder Huang realized that he had been deceived. He hated Hachir and Lang Rui, who had provided false information. At this moment, he wished he could burn the bones of these two people and scatter their ashes to relieve his anger of being deceived. This is not a problem. Regardless of whether it was Yan Jinghong, Qi Har, or the others, they were all one of his must-kill targets. Whether he killed them or Elder Huang, it did not matter to Chu Zhongtian. Chu, not good. That middle-aged woman was injured by the sneak attack. Your woman is in danger. Since he had decided to use Hachir and Lang Rui to vent his hatred, Elder Huang immediately used the divine sense to determine the location of Hachir and the others. It was also because of this that he saw Yan Jinghong being ambushed. Time to go back 10 minutes ago. Hachir's family was also his backer in the Hua Mountain Sword Sect. Hanner, who was temporarily acting as a bodyguard, had flipped through a large number of ancient records in the Sword Sect. Not only had he confirmed the cavern left behind by a level 5 alchemy grandmaster, he had also learned the true method to open the cavern through the ancient records. The key needed to open the cavern happened to be stored in the secret storage of the Great Yuan dynasty. Unfortunately, although Hanner was a peak Qi transforming period expert and an important member of the Great Yuan dynasty in Mount Hua, he wasn't a direct descendant of the imperial family, so he didn't have the right to enter the secret storage. Otherwise, he would have secretly taken away the key to open the cavern and monopolized all the pills and treasures in the cavern. Helpless, he could only use the opportunity that Hachir wanted to obtain Dongfang Yuner to secretly encourage him to steal the key from the dynasty's secret storage, and only bring Lang Rui, a guard, to the opening of the cavern. There was only one purpose for doing this, and that was to obtain all the high-quality pills left behind by a level 5 great alchemist in the cavern. As a disciple who came from a branch of the Great Yuan dynasty, as a deputy hall master who had no real power in the Hua Mountain Sword Sect's Merit Palace, Hanner had experienced too much coldness and warmth in the human world, and had seen the reality that many strong people were respected. In his heart, no matter what, no one was more important than him raising his cultivation base. Of course, as the one who had the hope of inheriting the position of the overlord of the Great Yuan dynasty, Hachir, under the circumstances that he was capable of doing so, he would definitely lend him a hand. After all, if Hachir could ascend to the throne, it would be very beneficial to him. After Hachir used the spirit weapon key to open the cavern, Hanner took the lead and rushed into the cavern, hoping that he could obtain enough benefits as soon as possible. However, when he used the special spirit weapon to search more than half of the cavern, not only did he not obtain any high-quality medicinal pills, he did not even find a single low-grade 10th-grade medicinal pill. This made Hanner realize that he wasn't the first person to enter the cavern. It was very likely that someone had learned the method to enter the cavern from the ancient books before he entered, and had taken away all the pills in advance. Although he had wasted a few months of hard work and Hanner was very depressed no matter what, as a top essence gathering stage expert, he was able to stabilize his emotions very quickly. After that, he decided to help Hachir fulfill his wish according to the current situation. As long as he could help Hachir fulfill his wish, he would be able to obtain the brightest pearl of the Great Yuan dynasty, the Great Ming royal dynasty, Dongfang Yuner. This would be an unimaginable boost to Hachir's reputation in the Great Yuan dynasty. Perhaps Hachir could make use of this opportunity to win the support of the majority of the people, and he might be able to succeed the throne of the sovereign in the future. As a Hanner who came from the Hua Mountain Sword sect, although his cultivation base was only at the high third layer of the Qi Si, his true strength had already reached the essence gathering stage fourth layer. Therefore, in a one-on-one battle, Yan Jinghong was no match for him. However, he was not sure if Yan Jinghong had any treasures gifted by the experts of Heavenly Dragon Empire on her. In order to be safe, he chose to launch a sneak attack. Yan Jinghong, who only wanted to find the 3 Young Soul returning pill, didn't notice Hanner's sneak attack at all. Of course, this had a lot to do with her arrogant and conceited attitude. Because in Yan Jinghong's opinion, the higher the cultivation base, the greater a gap between minor stage and minor stage. Although she was only a small stage away from Hanner, the difference in strength between them was very obvious. If it was a one-on-one battle, Yan Jinghong was confident that she could defeat Hanner within 10 moves. She could take ______'s life within 100 moves. However, she never expected that not long after entering cavern, Hanner would launch a sneak attack on her, causing her to be severely injured before she could activate the defensive spirit tool. Hachir, do you want to turn hostile now? Although the one who launched the sneak attack was Hanner, in her opinion, all of this was ordered by Hachir, so Yan Jinghong spat out a mouthful of blood. She stared at Hachir angrily. Although she didn't know why her elder would launch a sneak attack on Yan Jinghong, Hachir, who had long wanted to silence her, not only admitted it, but also found a reason to attack. Guard Yan, your strength is too strong. Even if my 2 guards work together, they might not be able to take you down. If the cavern doesn't have the 3 Young Soul returning pill that you need, are you still willing to give princess to me? Guard Yan, what is going on? Originally, after seeing Yan Jinghong being ambushed and heavily injured, Dongfang Yuner's first thought was to give the upper-rank 7th grade healing pill that her mother gave her to consume. Let her recover from her injuries as soon as possible. However, when she heard Hachir mention that Yan Jinghong was willing to give her to Hachir, she felt that something was wrong. Grabbing the upper-rank 7th grade healing pill that she had just taken out, Dongfang Yuner asked with a cold expression. Ha! Hachir and the others broke the agreement in advance and made Yan Jinghong realize that she might have been deceived. Perhaps there was no 3 Young Soul returning pill in this cavern. Yan Jinghong was furious. Facing Dongfang Yuner's question, she couldn't help but laugh wildly. When the laughter stopped, Yan Jinghong looked at Dongfang Yuner with a complicated expression. She said, Princess, the matter is very simple. The 3rd prince, Hachir, has taken a liking to you and wants to marry you. Considering that the 3rd prince has an extraordinary status, I will do it on my own. I agree with his request. Yan Jinghong, it can't be that simple. Dongfang Yuner was not a fool to agree to marry him just because Hachir's status was extraordinary. How could she believe it? Furthermore, during her coming-of-age ceremony, the 9th prince of the Great Ming royal dynasty, Zhu Yunwen, the strongest dynasty in southern domain, had once asked Dongfang Xiongba to marry her, but he had rejected all of her requests. 0. Compared to Zhu Yunwen, there was a huge difference between Hachir's status and strength. How could he win her heart? Princess, the reason why I agreed to the third prince's request was because he was marrying you in the dowry. There is a 3-yang soul returning pill. Speaking up to this point, Yan Jinghong looked coldly at Hachir. Her tone was filled with ridicule. Unfortunately, it seems like the third prince has gone back on his word. He doesn't intend to take out the 3 solar soul returning pill as a dowry to marry you. So, I have decided to oppose this marriage and send Princess back to Tianlong City. Ha! Seeing that Yan Jinghong, who had suffered a severe injury, still did not take him, the Vice Hall Master of Hua Mountain Sword Sect. Seriously, Hanner could not help but laugh. Yan Jinghong, do you think you can leave this place alive today? As he took out his intrinsic spirit sword, Hanner asked with a sneer. At the same time, Lang Rui also took out his life spirit weapon, looking like he was ready to fight with Hanner. In the cavern left behind by the Grandmaster of Alchemy, although Yan Jinghong was ambushed by Hanner in secret, causing her to suffer heavy injuries due to her carelessness. When faced with Hanner and Lang Rui's combined attack, not only did she not have a trace of fear and nervousness, her face was even filled with confidence as she said, "If it was half a year ago, I would definitely not have been able to support the two of you working together after suffering heavy injuries. But a year ago, when I accompanied Princess out to refine, I unexpectedly obtained a top-tier spirit object. After that, I paid an unimaginable price and used part of Heavenly Dragon Empire's face to invite Master Huang Lin from the weapon refining sect. Master Huang Lin spent nearly half a year to refine a top-grade defensive spirit tool for me. I wonder if the two of you can break through the defense of this top-grade spirit weapon." While introducing it confidently, Yan Jinghong ignited the power of the top-grade spirit weapon. After that, a green lotus with 3 petals slowly rose from her head, causing the originally evil Yan Jinghong to give off a dignified feeling. "Yan Jinghong, you are too shameless. If I hadn't summoned the experts of the dynasty, not only would you have died under the attack of the Class 7 strange beast, you would also not have been able to obtain this upper-rank 7th-grade Cyan Heart Lotus. If it wasn't for Heavenly Dragon Empire's consideration, Master Huang Lin would definitely not have helped you refine the Cyan Heart Lotus." When he saw Yan Jinghong use the Cyan Heart Lotus to only protect herself, he did not care about her life or death at all. She felt like she was betrayed by the person she trusted the most. It made Dongfang Yuner want to scold someone for the first time in her life. Unfortunately, she, who had received education from the nobility since she was young, did not have any words to scold people in her mind. The word shameless was the word that expressed the most anger in her heart. "I am shameless." Hearing Dongfang Yuner's insults, Yan Jinghong sneered and retorted. After that, her face was full of anger as she scolded, "Dongfang Yuner, from the moment you were born, I, Yan Jinghong, will be in charge of your daily life and daily cultivation. It has been 18 years. I have always regarded you as my own daughter. I was afraid that you would be thirsty and tired. I was afraid that you would be bullied. I have put in so much effort. I treated you so sincerely. How did you repay me? Aunt Hong, I will always remember your kindness of nurturing. In the past 1 or 2 years, I will do my best to repay you." Yan Jinghong suddenly mentioned 18 years of upbringing, and Dongfang Yuner's heart softened a little. In terms of address, she had returned to her former intimacy, but in regards to her berating, Dongfang Yuner could not accept it. "Aunt Hong, if I hadn't secretly obtained the advanced pills and spirit fruit from the secret storage, how could you have broken through to the essence gathering stage in just 2 years' time and advanced to the essence gathering stage 3rd layer peak? That's right. The reason why my cultivation could improve so quickly is because of those advanced pills. However, this is the first time in my life that I've ever asked you for something. How did you repay me?" Yan Jinghong did not deny Dongfang Yuner's rebuttal, but she still loudly berated like a shrew. "Aunt Hong, I have already pleaded with Father about your request. But using the divination art is very harmful to Father. In the past 10 years, Father has never used the divination art. Thus I have no choice," Dongfang Yuner said with some difficulty. "Humph." Towards Dongfang Yuner's explanation, Yan Jinghong coldly snorted and said with a tone full of ridicule, It is said that the royal family does not have any familial affection. Since Dongfang Xiongba does not care about your request, this also means that you do not have much weight in his eyes. Then I will use you to exchange for the 3-yang soul returning pill that I urgently need. I believe that you will not have any objections. You, Dongfang Yuner, who had a pure mind, did not know how to refute Yan Jinghong's rudeness. She was so angry that she pointed her finger at Yan Jinghong and could not say anything. Guard Yan, if there is no 3-yang soul returning pill in the cavern left behind by the Grandmaster of Alchemy, then I will use other methods to compensate you. I only hope that you will continue to abide by the agreement and not interfere in the following matters. Seeing the 3 green lotuses on Yan Jinghong's head, Hanner's face instantly darkened. No wonder Yan Jinghong dared to bring Dongfang Yuner here alone to take the risk. Originally, she possessed a rare defensive spirit tool like the Cyan Heart Lotus. Among the known defensive spirit tool in Eternal Continent, Zhong, Ta, and Lian, these 3 types of defensive spirit tool possessed unimaginable defensive abilities. The Cyan Heart Lotus on Yan Jinghong's head had reached the upper rank 7th grade and had been specially refined by a master craftsman. It was already a top grade defensive spirit tool, let alone an early essence gathering stage expert like him. Even if it was a peak essence gathering stage, or even a peerless divine soul stage beginner expert, therefore Hanner had no choice but to change his strategy immediately. He signaled Ha Cheer to find a way to calm Yan Jinghong's anger and continue with their goal of kidnapping Dongfang Yuner. When Dongfang Yuner was in danger, Chu Zhongtian could not sit by and do nothing. Under Elder Huang's guidance, he quickly rushed to where Dongfang Yuner and the others were. When he saw that Dongfang Yuner was not in danger for the time being, Chu Zhongtian did not hurry to show himself. Instead, he hid in a dark corner not far away and waited for the situation to change. When Yan Jinghong used the top-grade defensive spirit tool and Cyan Heart Lotus, Chu Zhongtian suddenly had a special feeling in his heart. Upper rank 7th grade Cyan Heart Lotus. It could be said that it was the first spirit object Chu Zhongtian had encountered since he transmigrated into this world that made him not dare to move his hand. The upper rank 7th grade Cyan Heart Lotus appeared in the lake at the border between the level 10 and 9th grade mutant beast in the Endless Forest. There was a class 7 strange beast and crimson-eyed flood dragon in the lake. At that time, he was just a small chi refining stage figure. Whether it was class 7 strange beast, crimson-eyed flood dragon, or essence gathering stage Yan Jinghong, if they wanted to kill him, they only needed to open their mouths and let out a breath. Therefore, when faced with the opportunity to obtain the Cyan Heart Lotus, he had no choice but to retreat for the sake of his own life. Fortunately, he had already copied the procedure of the Cyan Heart Lotus. When the time was right, he could paste the Cyan Heart Lotus. Elder Huang, do you have the confidence to break through the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus? Putting away the complicated emotions in his heart, Chu Zhongtian asked with some anticipation. Although he had already copied the procedure of the Cyan Heart Lotus and basically did not lack spirit stones to paste the Cyan Heart Lotus, the Cyan Heart Lotus paste was only a spirit object after all. It was not suitable to be used as a defensive treasure. Only after being refined by a level 5 Great Master could the Cyan Heart Lotus truly display the power of its defense. But among the people he knew, there were no artificers, not to mention level 5 Great Refiners. If Elder Huang could break through the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus, Chu Zhongtian was confident that he could kill Yan Jinghong in 3 moves. At that time, the Cyan Heart Lotus that was refined into a spirit weapon would be in his possession. He didn't need to spend spirit stones to paste the Cyan Heart Lotus, nor did he need to spend a lot of effort to find a refining grandmaster to help him refine the Cyan Heart Lotus. In the cavern left behind by the Grandmaster of Alchemy, Chu, whether it's the Cyan Heart Lotus, the Red Lotus, or the Black Lotus, as long as it's a spirit object related to the word lotus, its defensive ability, it's far beyond its own grade. Elder Huang pointed at the 3-petal Cyan Heart Lotus on Yan Jinghong's head and explained. The Cyan Heart Lotus on the shrew's head has 3 petals, indicating that it has reached the upper rank 7th grade. Level 7 Cyan Heart Lotus, its defensive ability has already reached the top grade spirit weapon level. Adding the fact that it was refined by a level 5 Great Refiner, the current defensive ability of the Cyan Heart Lotus. I'm afraid it has already surpassed the limit of a top-grade spirit weapon, which is what we commonly call a semi-supreme grade spirit weapon. A semi-supreme grade spirit weapon. The Cyan Heart Lotus on Yan Jinghong's head had actually reached the level of a semi-extreme grade spirit weapon. This almost made Chu Zhongtian cry out in shock. The spirit weapon was a weapon exclusive to Qi transforming period and above warriors. According to the different levels of the stage, it corresponded to different grades of spirit weapon. A Qi transforming period stage warrior usually used a low-grade spirit weapon. A top warrior at the essence gathering stage usually used a mid-level spirit weapon. A peerless divine soul period stage warrior would usually use a top-grade spirit weapon. Only when one's cultivation base reached the longevity period could one have the chance to use a supreme-grade spirit weapon. As for a semi-top-grade spirit weapon, most of them were at the half-step longevity period or peak of the divine soul period. Even for some half-step longevity period rogue cultivator, a half-step supreme-grade spirit weapon was a treasure that could only be sought after. He didn't expect that an upper-rank 7th-grade Cyan Heart Lotus would have such a high grade after being refined by a master craftsman. That's right. The Cyan Heart Lotus on top of the shrew's head had already reached the level of a semi-supreme grade spirit weapon peak. With my damaged power of the divine soul, I can overdraft a third-layer power of the divine soul. Perhaps I can barely break through its defense. Facing a defensive spirit tool of this level, Elder Huang also showed a lack of confidence. At the same time, the cavern didn't have the 3-yang soul returning pill that he was looking forward to, so he didn't want to waste too much of the power of the divine soul so as to avoid delaying the opportunity to enter the heaven-barren secret realm. Since I can't break through the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus, I'll let her go for now. Wait, in the future, when my cultivation base is strong enough to break through the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus, I'll come and take her life. Facing Elder Huang, who lacked confidence, Chu Zhongtian did not try to be brave. Instead, he took the initiative to extend the opportunity for revenge. Oh! Hearing that Ha Qir was willing to compensate her and ask her not to interfere in Dongfang Yunar's matter, Yan Jinghong immediately became energetic. Now that she had completely fallen out with Dongfang Yunar, regardless of whether or not she found the 3-yang soul returning pill in cavern, she would not let Dongfang Yunar return to Tianlong City. Otherwise, when facing the powerful Dongfang Xiongba and Heavenly Dragon Emperor, who was as powerful as the clouds, it would be very difficult for her to escape in a short period of time. Therefore, even if Ha Qir and the others did not pay any price, she still wanted them to take Dongfang Yunar away. Doing this could buy some time, but it could also temporarily divert Dongfang Xiongba's attention. Therefore, Yan Jinghong pretended to be very interested and asked, "Third Prince, what kind of treasure can you compensate me with?" After thinking for a while, Ha Qir took out a jade box and a pill bottle from his storage bag. He first opened the jade box and said with some heartache, "Guard Yen, inside the jade box is a ginseng beard that fell off when a 10,000-year-old ginseng king breaks through to the level 5. After consuming it, it can raise 1 to 2 minor stage warriors below the essence gathering stage. When Yan Jinghong saw the first treasure Ha Qir gave her, it was actually a 6th-grade ginseng king that could directly increase her cultivation base. Although Yan Jinghong maintained a calm expression on her face, she was already very excited in her heart. Although the grade and value of a 6th-grade peak stage ginseng king was not comparable to the 3-yang soul returning pill, to her, the higher her cultivation base, the greater the hope of finding the 3-yang soul returning pill in the future. In fact, not only was Yan Jinghong very tempted, Hanner and Lang Rui were also looking at the jade box in Ha Qir's hand with greed. Lang Rui was still all right. He understood his identity and status, and the greed in his eyes was quickly suppressed. However, Hanner couldn't control his own thoughts. If he knew that Ha Qir had such a precious treasure, he would have tried to exchange it with him. If he had a 6th-grade peak stage ginseng king, ginseng beard, and upper-rank 7th-grade vital spirit pill, he was confident that he would be able to break through to the essence gathering stage 4th layer peak. Unfortunately, this ginseng king that could increase one's cultivation base would soon belong to Yan Jinghong. The first compensation treasure was already so precious. Yan Jinghong looked at the pill bottle in Ha Qir's hand with anticipation. secretly guessing the grade of the pill in the pill bottle. Guard Yen, what is the most precious thing to you women? Not in a hurry to introduce the grade and effect of the ___ in his hand, Hachir asked about the thing that the woman really cared about. A lover who can accompany her forever. When talking about a lover who could be with her forever, Yan Jinghong's face revealed a sad expression. She looked at Dongfang Yuner with a trace of resentment in her eyes. Regarding this, Dongfang Yuner seemed to be somewhat in the wrong as she lowered her head. At the same time, towards Yan Jinghong's reply, she could not help but think of her lover, who would be able to accompany her for the rest of her life. After that, a shadow that she wanted to forget, but was hard to forget, appeared in her heart. A lover who can accompany her forever may be very important, but a face that will never change may be even more important. Yan Jinghong's reply was out of Ha Chier's expectations. Helpless, he could only answer his own question. After that, he raised the pill bottle in his hand and said with a proud expression, Guard Yen, the pill bottle in my hand contains an upper-rank 8th grade face-setting pill. It can allow a woman to maintain her appearance for 50 years without changing. I wonder if you are satisfied. A face-setting pill that can protect 50 years of youth. When Yan Jinghong heard Hachir say that the pill bottle in her hand was actually an upper-rank 8th grade face-setting pill, she could not maintain a cold expression. Dongfang Yuner, who had lowered her head to reminisce about the person in her heart, also lifted her head to look at the pill bottle in Hachir's hand after hearing that the face-setting pill could protect 50 years of youth. A trace of desire was revealed in her eyes. Youth and looks were an irresistible temptation to women. It was a treasure that they could give up everything for. Princess, as long as you agree to marry me willingly, I can also give you a face-setting pill. Yan Jinghong's face revealed her interest, but it made Hachir feel proud. But Dongfang Yuner's expectation made him see hope. He could not help but use the face-setting pill to entice her. Shaking her head gently, Dongfang Yuner lowered her head and did not pay attention to the face-setting pill in Hachir's hands. This made Hachir, who was filled with anticipation, feel disappointed. When the chapter reaches 666, I wish my readers the best of their lives. In the cavern left behind by the Grandmaster of Alchemy. Third Prince, regardless of whether or not the cavern left behind by the Grandmaster of Alchemy has the 3 young soul returning pill, as long as these 2 treasures are used as compensation, I guarantee that I won't interfere in the matter between you and Dongfang Yuner anymore. A medicinal pill that could increase one's cultivation base, a face-setting pill that could protect 50 years of youth, made Yan Jinghong, who had already decided not to interfere, eagerly agree. Guard Yen, slow down. Looking at the cyan heart lotus above his head, Yan Jinghong, who was still vigilant, wanted to reach out to take the jade box and the pill bottle. Hachir took a few steps back and temporarily left the distance between him and Yan Jinghong. Third Prince, what is the meaning of this? Seeing Hachir taking the initiative to retreat, Yan Jinghong asked in an unhappy tone. Guard Yen, this prince is willing to take out the Ginseng King, Ginseng Beard, and face-setting pill. Other than making up for the possibility of not getting the 3 young soul returning pill, this prince is willing to take out the Ginseng King, Ginseng Beard, and face-setting pill. I also hope that Guard Yen can personally help me take Princess down. Pointing at Dongfang Yuner, who had lowered her head and remained silent, Hachir said complacently. As the 3rd prince of Great Yuan Dynasty, how could Hachir, who had a high chance of becoming the successor of the throne, not know that as a young disciple of a major power, he had more or less a life-saving trump card that was gifted to him by his family's patriarch. Dongfang Yuner was Dongfang Xiongba's beloved daughter, and Dongfang Xiongba was also an unfathomable expert. The trump card that he had left in Dongfang Yuner's body, the level of its power, Hachir had no confidence in it. Therefore, he wanted to let Yan Jinghong, who had a top-tier defensive spirit tool, go. He wanted to use all of Dongfang Yuner's trump cards to save her life. If that was the case, if Yan Jinghong and Dongfang Yuner lost the protection of the Cyan Heart Lotus and their trump cards, they would become fish on the chopping board. He could slaughter them however he wanted. At the same time, he did not need to pay the Ginseng King, Ginseng Beard, and face-setting pill. Could be said that he had killed 2 birds with 1 stone. This Although Yan Jinghong's strength was powerful, she was not from the royal family after all. She was not good at scheming, so she did not see through Ha Qi'er's scheme. Taking into account the value of the 6th grade peak ginseng king and the face-setting pill, Yan Jinghong did not think for long. She turned around and faced Dongfang Yuner. Princess, I have seen you since you were young. I know very well what kind of trump card you have that can save your life. In order to avoid suffering physical pain, I hope that you will obediently surrender. Yan Jinghong, it seems that you really intend to betray me and Heavenly Dragon Empire. Seeing Yan Jinghong, who was planning to make a move against her, Dongfang Yuner gritted her teeth and said, Dongfang Yuner, ever since Dongfang Xiongba refused to use the divination art and helped me find the 3-yang soul returning pill, Heavenly Dragon Empire is my, Yan Jinghong's, enemy. When she heard Dongfang Yuner say the word betray, Yan Jinghong berated in an unusually angry manner. Yan Jinghong, I hope you can think it through. Taking out a white stone from the storage bag, Dongfang Yuner threatened. Dongfang Yuner, I know that the white stone in your hand is the trump card Dongfang Xiongba gave you. But when I decided to give you to the 3rd prince, how could I not consider this point? Seeing Dongfang Yuner take out the white stone, Yan Jinghong did not have a trace of fear and nervousness. There was even a trace of a proud smile on her face. After that, she took out a red cloth bag from the storage bag and slowly opened it. There were actually a few strands of hair inside the red cloth bag. Dongfang Yuner, using your identity as a princess, I have looked through most of the ancient books in Heavenly Dragon Empire. Finally, from a damaged book, I saw how to break the life-saving trump card of a prophet. Holding the few strands of hair in her hand, Yan Jinghong said proudly, These are the few strands that I specially left behind when I helped you tidy your hair yesterday. Furthermore, I used a few special spirit herb to modify them. As long as you dare to use your life-saving trump card, I will burn the strands of hair in my hands. As a result, the black hair will be burned away, and your life-saving trump card will lose its effect. You! Dongfang Yuner did not expect Yan Jinghong to find a way to get rid of her trump card. At this moment, Dongfang Yuner was very panicked. Although she still had a trump card to protect her life, she did not want to use that trump card. Perhaps that trump card was to remind her of the man that she wanted to forget but could not. AI! Just as Yan Jinghong was waiting for Dongfang Yuner to obediently submit with a face full of pride, just as Dongfang Yuner was at a loss, a helpless sigh suddenly sounded. Yun, before the blood demon's secret realm opened, I gave you the jade pendant. I once specifically told you that when you encounter an irresistible danger, this jade pendant, remember to use it. Now that you are in danger, why are you still keeping it? Why aren't you using it? As the sigh disappeared, a 16 or 17-year-old youth dressed in light blue clothes, with a helpless expression, he walked out from a dark corner. Mr. Chu. Dongfang Yuner could already tell who the person sighing was the moment she heard the sigh. And this person was precisely the person who made her taste love for the first time. The Chu Zhongtian that she wanted to forget, but could not be forgotten. However, wasn't Chu Zhongtian currently cultivating in seclusion in Hidden Dragon Peak? Why would he suddenly appear here? He turned his head and looked at Chu Zhongtian's familiar face. He looked at Chu Zhongtian's helpless expression. He looked at the reproach in Anusar's eyes and thought of the crisis he was in. His appearance was like the help of a god, suppressing the grievance and longing in Dongfang Yuner's heart. It completely resolved the entanglement in her heart. Dongfang Yuner no longer cared about the eyes of others. She directly rushed towards Chu Zhongtian and threw her son into his arms. Seeing Dongfang Yuner suddenly release her emotions and feeling her crying in his arms to vent, Chu Zhongtian felt his firm heart instantly soften. Originally, Chu Zhongtian planned to wait for Dongfang Yuner to leave before he came out to kill Ha Qi'er and the others. Because in his opinion, Dongfang Yuner, as the pearl in Dongfang Xiongba's hand, would definitely give her a powerful trump card to save her life. In other words, if Dongfang Yuner, who had a life-saving trump card, wanted to leave, the few people at the scene would not be able to stop her. However, He never thought that Yan Jinghong would be able to find a trump card to break Dongfang Xiongba's trump card. At the same time, Dongfang Yuner had never used the life-saving trump card that she had given her. This forced him to step forward. Regarding Yan Jinghong's schemes and betrayal towards Dongfang Yuner, he was determined to use all of his means to kill her. Reaching out his hand to pat Dongfang Yuner's shoulder, Chu Zhongtian said in a rare gentle voice, "Don't cry. Who asked you to be wronged? I will make her pay with her life." Within the cavern, which was left behind by a level 5 alchemy grandmaster, he lightly patted Dongfang Yuner's shoulder, comforting the grievances that had accumulated in her heart for the past few months. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian said with killing intent, "Yun, who asked you to be wronged? Who asked me to let you die?" If it was in the past, Dongfang Yuner would feel uncomfortable when Chu Zhongtian expressed his murderous attitude just now. She would feel conflicted in her heart. However, when Dongfang Yuner heard his killing intent, she only felt a warm feeling fill her heart. It made her feel a strong sense of security. "Bastard! Let go of princess." Seeing Dongfang Yuner jump into the arms of the young man who suddenly appeared, the young man actually gently patted her shoulders. How could Hachir, who regarded Dongfang Yuner as his woman, accept this? "Get lost." Hachir actually dared to insult him. This caused the originally joyful mood of Dongfang Yuner to instantly become unhappy. Glaring fiercely at Hachir, Chu Zhongtian threatened with a murderous aura. "If you say another word of nonsense, I will immediately kill you. You are courting death." Seeing that a young man who was younger than him dared to threaten him, Hachir drew out his semi-spirit tool sword and intended to teach Chu Zhongtian a lesson. Fortunately, Hanner, who had been paying attention to Chu Zhongtian, discovered that Chu Zhongtian was not ordinary. He quickly reached out his hand to grab Hachir and whispered into his ear, "Don't act rashly. He is a top essence gathering stage warrior." Impossible! Hanner's reminder shocked Hachir, but at the same time, his face revealed a look of disbelief. The young man who suddenly appeared in front of him looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. Hachir could believe that this young man was a body refining stage. He was a peak essence gathering stage warrior who had surpassed the Qi refining stage and the second great stage of the Qi transformation stage. How could he believe it? He would believe it. He was willing to believe it. "It's you." Yan Jinghong looked at the young man who suddenly appeared. The more she looked at him, the more familiar she became. However, the young man's cultivation base was at the second level of the essence gathering stage, which made her unable to associate him with the person she had imagined. However, when the host, Yun, took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, she finally confirmed that the young man in front of her was the heir of the Chu family, Chu Zhongtian, whom she had fiercely humiliated back then. "That's right, it's me." Seeing Yan Jinghong recall who he was, Chu Zhongtian admitted with a smile that was not a smile. "Impossible, you can't be him." Chu Zhongtian admitted it himself, but Yan Jinghong could not accept it at all. Perhaps she did not want to believe that the young man in front of her was the Chu Zhongtian that she used to look down on. Back then, Chu Zhongtian, who was humiliated by her, was only an 8th layer of the Qi refining period peak. He was a small figure that she could easily kill with a finger. He was a timid person who did not dare to resist when faced with her naked humiliation. Later on, when the disciples of the Floating Cloud sect were taking the test, she saw Chu Zhongtian enter the second round of the Floating Cloud sect with his good results. However, she didn't think that Chu Zhongtian could achieve too high of an achievement. This was because talent and background determined a person's future achievements. Upper rank 8th grade cultivation talent determined the highest achievement Chu Zhongtian could achieve in his lifetime, which was the peak of the Qi transforming period. The origin of a level 8 family determined that he didn't have the support of a powerful force. In his lifetime, it would be very difficult for him to reach the peak of the Qi transforming period. However, the Chu Zhongtian in front of him had not only broken the limit of the cultivation talent, he had also broken it. Without the support of a powerful force, it only took him less than a year. His cultivation base had surpassed the body refining stage and the second great stage, and he had become a peak essence gathering stage warrior. Regarding this, Yan Jinghong couldn't believe it. She even doubted if Chu Zhongtian was a legendary immortal god that had descended to the mortal world. Otherwise, she had never heard of anyone who could reach the Undersur in less than a year's time. He had broken through to the second great stage and had more than 20 minor stage. Yan Jinghong, perhaps you don't believe your own eyes. But junior sister Yun, who came from the same sect as me, you can't possibly mistake me for someone else. Yan Jinghong did not dare to believe, or rather, her reaction was that of unwillingness. Chu Zhongtian did not find it strange. With the speed of his cultivation, even the geniuses and elders of Floating Cloud sect were shocked by his monstrous speed. Chu Zhongtian, what kind of heaven-defying technique have you mastered? Let your cultivation improve so much. Chu Zhongtian's reminder and Dongfang Yuner were still in his arms. Yan Jinghong had no choice but to accept the cruel reality. However, she was very interested in the reason why Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base had improved so quickly in less than a year. If she could obtain the secret of Chu Zhongtian's rapid advancement, she could also use this secret. Increase her own speed. Once she broke through to the Divine Soul stage, she would be able to use the power of the Divine Soul, nourishing the soul of the one she loves, giving her more time to find the three-yang soul returning pill. TCH. Seeing that Yan Jinghong had actually set her eyes on him, Chu Zhongtian sneered disdainfully. Then, he said with ridicule, Yan Jinghong, are you stupid or am I stupid? Kid, although your cultivation base has improved very quickly, you are still very young after all. Regardless of whether it is strength or combat experience, you are still not my match. Yan Jinghong was not angry at Chu Zhongtian's mockery. Instead, she acted like an elder. She began to console him. After that, she saw Chu Zhongtian's unmoved expression. She couldn't help but threaten him angrily. Chu Zhongtian, I have the top-grade spirit weapon and Cyan Heart Lotus to protect me. Even if I stand still, I won't move. Don't even think about hurting me, so you better give me the secret to quickly increase my cultivation base. Otherwise, the cavern left behind by the great alchemist will be your burial ground. Mr. Chu, Yan Jinghong is an essence-gathering stage third-layer peak, and she has the protection of the Cyan Heart Lotus. Quickly use your life-saving trump card and leave this place for the time being. The hug on the mountain path in Trial Peak was too tense. This was the first time they had been so nervous and excited. Dongfang Yuner did not feel much warmth from Chu Zhongtian's embrace. 0. This time, after she had completely untied the knot in her heart and let go of the reserved girl, she suddenly felt the warmth and comfort in Chu Zhongtian's embrace. This kind of warm and comfortable feeling made her very infatuated. She wanted to keep crawling in his embrace. However, after hearing Yan Jinghong's naked threat, she had no choice but to temporarily leave his embrace and remind him of Yan Jinghong's strength and means. Don't worry, Chu Zhongtian, never fight unprepared battles. Mysterious guard patted Dongfang Yuner's shoulder, telling her not to worry. He then signaled her to stand aside for the time being. Yan Jinghong, first I have to change it to a little mistake from you. After the East Master, Yun, stepped aside, Chu Zhongtian took a step forward and looked directly at Yan Jinghong and said, The Cyan Heart Lotus above your head is not a top-grade defensive spirit tool, but a defensive supreme treasure that has reached the level of a semi-extreme grade spirit weapon. In the cavern left behind by the Grandmaster of Alchemy. A defensive supreme treasure of a semi-supreme grade spirit weapon. After hearing Chu Zhongtian point out her incorrect understanding of Cyan Heart Lotus, Yan Jinghong was shocked at the same time. She suddenly remembered that when Master Huang Lin returned the refined Cyan Heart Lotus to her, there was a look of reluctance in his eyes. She immediately knew that he had concealed the true grade of the Cyan Heart Lotus. Yan Jinghong was slightly dissatisfied with Master Huang Lin concealing the true grade of the Cyan Heart Lotus. However, her dissatisfaction was quickly covered up by the surprise of a higher grade Cyan Heart Lotus. Having such a high-grade defensive spirit tool would provide her with unimaginable help in escaping the pursuit of the experts from the Heavenly Dragon Empire, as well as her future experience. Secondly, any defensive spirit tool is not omnipotent. As long as the attack power reaches the limits of the spirit weapon, it will be able to withstand it. A semi-supreme grade spirit weapon can be broken through as well. After communicating with Elder Huang in his mind for a while, when Elder Huang was willing to help, alright, Chu Zhongtian said in a domineering manner. Ha! Yan Jinghong was stunned for a moment when Chu Zhongtian wanted to break the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus. Then, she looked up at the sky and laughed at him. At the same time, along with the laughter, Yan Jinghong said with disdain, Chu Zhongtian, I have seen many arrogant people, but I have never seen a junior like you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Facing Yan Jinghong's mockery, Chu Zhongtian was neither angry nor refuted anything. Instead, he was angry. He took out the spirit blade that had just advanced to the top-grade spirit weapon from the storage bag and said indifferently, In the end, I will let you know that the disciple who came from a big sect. How big is the difference in strength between a rogue cultivator like you and a rogue cultivator like you? The sea of flames is endless. Breaking through to the essence gathering stage not only allowed his Dantian to expand to perfection, but also had a different improvement in the various martial skills he cultivated. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, he only needed a tiny bit of enlightenment to break through to the profound grade low-rank movement technique. With the breakthrough in his cultivation base, the yellow-level intermediate small completion stage sword method martial technique had already broken through to the peak stage, allowing him to comprehend it at any time. The Fire Sea Sky was one of the yellow-level intermediate and peak sword method martial technique. Facing the sword method martial technique unleashed by Chu Zhongtian, Yan Jinghong had no intention of dodging, nor did she try to fight back. She just stared at Chu Zhongtian coldly. Before she was sure that the Cyan Heart Lotus was a semi-supreme grade spirit weapon, she might be able to dodge or counterattack when faced with Chu Zhongtian's attack, which was slightly weaker than her stage. After all, the spirit blade Chu Zhongtian used was also a top-grade spirit weapon. However, after confirming that the true grade of the Cyan Heart Lotus was a semi-supreme grade spirit weapon, she believed that with the powerful defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus, Chu Zhongtian's attack would not be able to harm her at all. Rumble. The sword method martial technique, which contained a thick perfect dantian, fiercely struck the defensive barrier formed by the Cyan Heart Lotus. Immediately after, a deafening explosion was heard. Along with the rebounding force formed by the sound, not only was Chu Zhongtian bounced back, but the force that he could not remove also forced him to take 9 steps back. Yan Jinghong, who was relying on the powerful defensive power of the Cyan Heart Lotus to withstand the sword method martial technique, was also forced back by the powerful attack by more than 10 steps. A Cyan Heart Lotus that has reached the semi-supreme grade spirit weapon. Its defense is really strong. Rubbing his wrist that was hurt from the backlash, Chu Zhongtian finally felt the powerful defensive power of the Cyan Heart Lotus. The sword method martial technique that Chu Zhongtian used just now could be said to have used the 9 layers of vital spirit in the dantian. The saber technique contained the mysterious properties of the vital spirit, and its power was almost at the level of the essence gathering stage's 7th level. With such a powerful attack, not to mention breaking through the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus, it didn't even cause a ripple in the defensive barrier. Chu Zhongtian was shocked by the powerful defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus. Yan Jinghong, who had been knocked back a dozen steps, was staring at Chu Zhongtian with her mouth wide open, and her heart was in a state of turmoil. Perhaps she could borrow the help of some top-grade medicinal pills and spirit fruit to rapidly increase her cultivation base. But her strength and combat experience could only depend on her own talent and daily accumulation. The attack of the sword method martial technique that Chu Zhongtian just used had far exceeded that of an early essence gathering stage. It had surpassed the essence gathering stage mid-stage, and had vaguely reached the essence gathering stage advanced. This also meant that he had the strength to surpass his own stage. At the same time, the sword method martial technique he used just now was in the position where the defensive barrier was formed. It was the weak point of the defensive barrier, and also the only point that couldn't completely offset the attack. The powerful attack of the sword method martial technique was reduced by 99% by the Cyan Heart Lotus. It had caused some minor injuries to her internal organs. At the same time, the injuries that were heavily injured by Hanner's sneak attack had yet to recover. The minor injuries caused a backlash from the serious injuries, causing her to almost vomit blood. In order to prevent others from seeing her injuries, she forced herself to swallow the blood clot that had formed from her injuries, causing her originally serious injuries to worsen. Unfortunately, Yan Jinghong was facing Chu Zhongtian at this moment, an expert who was good at controlling the situation of the battle. Through the unusual blush that flashed across Yan Jinghong's face, Chu Zhongtian knew that his attack just now was not without effect. So he spoke confidently to Elder Huang. Elder Huang, it seems like your judgment was wrong. The defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus is not 100% perfect. I am confident that I can break the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus with my own strength. Regarding Chu Zhongtian's confidence, Elder Huang did not refute nor agree with it. He only revealed a trace of a mocking smile on his face. Hanner, who had been paying attention to Chu Zhongtian and Yan Jinghong, saw that Chu Zhongtian, who was only a second-level essence gathering stage advanced, was able to exert a strength close to the high level of essence gathering stage. An incomparably serious expression flashed across his face. As an expert from the Hua Mountain Sword Sect, Hanner knew very well that the higher one's cultivation base, the lower the possibility of challenging someone who was a higher level. To be able to maintain the combat strength of 4 to 5 minor stage while being at the essence gathering stage, this was not something an ordinary genius could do. At least, it was something that only peerless geniuses of the sect could achieve. Hanner knew that he couldn't afford to offend such a genius disciple, and he couldn't afford to offend him either. Therefore, he gave Hachir and Lang Rui a look, then quietly retreated to the exit of the cavern. Hachir and Lang Rui, who had received Hanner's look, tacitly understood what he meant and quietly retreated. However, when they quietly retreated to the exit of cavern, a black shadow that was like a bolt of lightning appeared in front of Lang Rui in an instant, and then the black shadow disappeared. The whole process didn't even take a tenth of a second. In the cavern left behind by the Grandmaster of Alchemy, although the black shadow appeared and disappeared very quickly, Hachir, who was only at the second layer of the body refining period, did not notice it at all. However, Hanner, who had been paying attention to the battle between Chu Zhongtian and Yan Jinghong, noticed it, so he hurriedly looked at Lang Rui. At the beginning, Hanner didn't notice anything unusual about Lang Rui, but when Lang Rui wanted to retreat, a trace of red appeared on his neck, letting him know what had happened just now. Master Hanner, what happened to you? Hanner's gaze made Lang Rui feel something. He couldn't help but turn his head and ask. However, just as he turned his head and asked, he felt some difficulty in breathing, and waves of pain came from his neck. The pain coming from his neck made him want to reach out and touch it, but just as he raised his hand, blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain. The force of the blood spurting out caused Lang Rui to not even have the time to scream before his head broke and fell to the ground. Ah! Lang Rui, who had lost his head, could not scream. However, Hachir, who was standing close to him, was frightened by the blood spurting out from the wound on Lang Rui's neck. He screamed miserably, "I will let you leave." When Lang Rui's head rolled back and heard Hachir's miserable howl, Chu Zhongtian waved the spirit blade in his hand and asked in a gloomy tone, "Other than Dongfang Yuner, among the 4 people present, the one Chu Zhongtian wanted to kill the most was Yan Jinghong, who had humiliated him and betrayed Dongfang Yuner. However, if it wasn't for Hachir who was so daring, Yan Jinghong wouldn't have had the chance to betray Dongfang Yuner. Therefore, the main character of the conspiracy, Hachir, was also the one he had to kill. As for Lang Rui and Hanner, they were the targets he had to kill to silence him. After all, Hachir wasn't an ordinary person. He was the 3rd prince of Great Yuan Dynasty. He was one of the successors who had the hope of inheriting the throne in the future. His status was incomparably noble. If the news of ______'s death was leaked out, not only would it be a threat to him, it would also be detrimental to the rising Chu family. It was precisely because he wanted to kill Hachir and the others that he had left a small portion of his energy to probe the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus. He had been paying attention to Hachir and the others. It was also because of his constant attention that he was able to discover Hachir and the others who were planning to secretly leave cavern. He also decisively killed Lang Rui to deter Hachir and Hanner. Junior brother, It seems like there isn't any hatred between you and us. Why aren't you letting us go? Hanner was shocked by Chu Zhongtian's incredible strength when he saw Chu Zhongtian silently killing experts of the same level as the stage. He was also afraid of ______'s incredible speed. Hanner knew very well that although he was stronger than Lang Rui, he would never be able to withstand Chu Zhongtian's lightning-like speed, which was more than 4 to 5 minor stage warriors. As for calling Chu Zhongtian Jr. brother, it was because he had abided by the agreement between the 9 major powers of Southern Domain. Furthermore, this was the decision he made after hearing from Chu Zhongtian and Yan Jinghong that Chu Zhongtian came from Floating Cloud Sect. Although the other party called him junior brother, Chu Zhongtian guessed that the other party might also be an expert from the 9 major powers. Furthermore, from the relationship between the other party and Hachir, he guessed that the other party wasn't from the Hua Mountain Sword Sect. He was from the Demon Heart Sect. However, he was only an essence gathering stage 3rd layer advanced at around 40 years old. In a sect, this kind of talent was definitely considered ordinary. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian had no intention of asking about the other party's background. Why? Pointing at Dongfang Yuner who was standing beside him, Chu Zhongtian said in a cold tone, "You want to kidnap the woman I love? Tell me, how did you guys offend me? Junior brother, this is indeed our fault. We are willing to take out a portion of the treasure as compensation. I wonder if junior brother can let go of today's matter." Actually, when Chu Zhongtian killed Lang Rui, Hanner had already guessed the reason why he stopped him and Hachir from leaving. However, in his opinion, their plan to kidnap Dongfang Yuner had not succeeded, nor had it caused any substantial harm to Dongfang Yuner. They could use some precious treasures to resolve the hatred that they had formed today. "We will talk about the matter between us later," Chu Zhongtian coldly looked at Hanner and said. After that, he turned his head and looked at Yan Jinghong, who had just consumed the pill and was adjusting her condition with all her strength. Chu Zhongtian said with a slightly excited expression, "Yan Jinghong, the battle between us is not over yet. Star-Fire Combo. The second move of the yellow-level intermediate peak martial skill, Saber Technique, combined with the vital spirit of the 9th layer of the perfect Dantian, Chu Zhongtian launched his second attack. Facing Chu Zhongtian's second attack, Yan Jinghong did not continue to be careless like before. At the same time, after the exchange just now, she knew that Chu Zhongtian's attack was very fierce. So after taking out her mid-level spirit sword and using the movement technique, she began to choose to fight Chu Zhongtian. Although the grade of Yan Jinghong's movement technique was not high, after circulating her body, it was very difficult for Chu Zhongtian's every attack to accurately hit the weak point of the Cyan Heart Lotus's defense. At the same time, Yan Jinghong also knew her only weak point, so whenever Chu Zhongtian chose to attack the weak point of the Cyan Heart Lotus, she would use the spirit sword to block it, making him lose the opportunity to continue hurting Yan Jinghong. After 5 continuous attacks, Chu Zhongtian knew that he had to change his attack strategy. Otherwise, if he could not accurately attack the weak point of the Cyan Heart Lotus's defense, he would just be wasting the vital spirit. If he wanted to accurately attack the weak point of the Cyan Heart Lotus with every attack, he had to restrict her movements. If he wanted to restrict her movements, it would be the best method to solidify the surrounding environment. 0. Boundless Sea of Fire. Using the AoE Saber technique, Yan Jinghong was temporarily forced to defend with all her might. A force that could change the color of the world and freeze the surrounding environment. It rose from his body and quickly enveloped Yan Jinghong, who was defending with all her might. As Chu Zhongtian's force had already reached the 6th level, the range of his force had reached 60 meters. Therefore, the force that he had just displayed not only froze Yan Jingyun, but also her. Even Hachir, Hanner, and Dongfang Yuner, who were standing not too far away, had been frozen at the same time. He controlled the power of the momentum with his mind and eliminated the strength that had been frozen on Dongfang Yuner's body. Chu Zhongtian instructed her, "Yun, you have seen the means I am using now. I also know the power and effect of it, so I will leave it to you. Whether he is alive or dead, it is up to you." In the cavern left behind by the Grandmaster of Alchemy, when Chu Zhongtian started to display his power, he did not consider Hachir and Hanner, because he wanted to wait until Yan Jinghong was dealt with, then ruthlessly torture Hachir and let him know the consequences of having designs on his woman. However, when the power of force froze the two of them, especially when he saw the mastermind of the kidnapping, Hachir suddenly had an idea, which was to temper Dongfang Yun'er's gentle personality. So, he told Dongfang Yun'er, "Yun, Hachir is the mastermind of today's disaster. Whether he lives or dies depends on your own decision. If you want to let him leave cavern, I will not oppose it." After exhorting Dongfang Yun'er to deal with Hachir herself, Chu Zhongtian did not pay attention to whether she would make a move. Instead, he focused his attention on Yan Jinghong, who was frozen by the momentum. The increase in the level of the force could not only affect the range of the effect, but also greatly increase the strength of the solidification. Even the Cyan Heart Lotus of a semi-supreme grade spirit weapon was also frozen to the point of being unable to move even half a step. Of course, Yan Jinghong, who was hiding in the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus, could still move her hands and feet freely. Since he had achieved his goal, Chu Zhongtian began to continuously use the saber technique of every yellow-level intermediate peak sword method martial technique. Apart from attacking the weak points of the Cyan Heart Lotus, he also used the weak points that couldn't completely offset the attack. He continued to hurt Yan Jinghong. At the same time, he was also using the defensive layer of the Cyan Heart Lotus to familiarize himself with the essence of the saber technique, increasing the power of his sword method martial technique. After the 3 saber technique attacks, Yan Jinghong, who was hiding in the Cyan Heart Lotus's defensive layer, after being penetrated by the weak points of the Cyan Heart Lotus, she finally couldn't control the worsening injuries in her body. She spat out a mouthful of blood. The aura on her body had become much weaker. After the 10 saber technique attacks, Yan Jinghong, who was hiding in the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus, not only continued to spit out blood, but her face also gradually turned pale. After 30 saber technique attacks, Yan Jinghong, who was hiding in the Cyan Heart Lotus's defense, began to falter due to the worsening of her injuries. She could fall at any time. At the same time, with the help of the enlightenment she gained from the sword method martial technique, the yellow-level intermediate sword method martial technique that had broken through to the peak stage seemed to show signs of breaking through. After the 50 saber technique attacks, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to stop attacking. Because after 50 continuous attacks of the intermediate sword method martial technique, the vital spirit in his perfect Dantian had consumed a lot of energy, nearly 2 levels. Yan Jinghong, who was hiding in the Cyan Heart Lotus's defense, not only did her face gradually turn red, but her aura was also gradually recovering. "Kid, keep attacking. Let's see how you break through the defense of a semi-supreme grade spirit weapon and Cyan Heart Lotus in a domineering manner." Seeing Chu Zhongtian stop attacking, Yan Jinghong said with a smug and provocative tone. In the beginning, after the Cyan Heart Lotus was solidified by the force, Yan Jinghong, who was not used to the solidification of the Cyan Heart Lotus, tried everything she could. She wanted to control the Cyan Heart Lotus to leave the range of the solidification force, so she withstood the first 3 attacks from Chu Zhongtian. In the end, she could not control the worsening injuries and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Since she couldn't control the Cyan Heart Lotus to escape from the freezing force, Yan Jinghong could only rely on her own cultivation to forcefully resist the next 10 attacks from Chu Zhongtian. This caused her to continuously vomit blood and her injuries to worsen. As she resisted Chu Zhongtian's attacks, Yan Jinghong's injuries worsened, and she gradually adapted to Chu Zhongtian's attacks. After gradually adapting to Chu Zhongtian's every attack, the energy that passed through the weak spots of the Cyan Heart Lotus was gradually controlled by her, and it was transferred to the areas that were not crucial to her body. It was precisely because of continuous adaptation that Yan Jinghong continued to endure the attacks of the energy, while using the high-quality healing pill medicine that she had treasured for many years to recover from the worsening injuries. Although Chu Zhongtian's attacks were very powerful, after the defensive layer of the Cyan Heart Lotus neutralized the power of the 9th layer, the remaining strength was not very strong. This made Yan Jinghong, who was using the high-quality healing pill medicine. Not only did she manage to stabilize her injuries, but she also borrowed the power of the _____. The worsening injuries were gradually recovering. It was precisely because of this that Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to stop attacking. Chu, do you still think that you have the ability to break through the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus? Ever since Chu Zhongtian confidently expressed that he had the confidence to break through the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus, Elder Huang chose to remain silent, because he knew that after today's lesson, he would be able to make Chu Zhongtian keep his cultivation base after a quick breakthrough. The arrogance in his heart gradually made him more aware of his own shortcomings. He would also use the strength of his shortcomings to increase his own accumulation. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian's helplessness when facing the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus made Elder Huang feel that it was the right time to give him some pointers. Therefore, he chose to speak and use a mocking tone. However, Chu Zhongtian did not respond to Elder Huang's words. Instead, he thought about the trump card that he had, which was suitable to break through the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus. The duplication and paste program were only supplementary methods for cultivation. It was not suitable to break through the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus. The spatial cutting technique that the power of the space law possessed was very suitable to break through the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus. However, his cultivation base was still unable to grasp this kind of power. The life-saving jade pendant that Zhao Enjuan left for him could only be used when his life was in danger. It was also not suitable to break through the predicament in front of him. 2. After thinking about it for a while, Chu Zhongtian finally decided to use the 6 Desolation's 8 fists that Chu Zhongba had secretly gifted him. When he faced the 11th ranked disciple of the outer sect during the competition, he had used the 6 Desolate's 8 fists once. He had a deep impression of the power of the first skill of the fist technique Qi Extermination Fist. After all, it was the strongest skill that could destroy the void with the help of an 8th layer peak of the body refining period and the Qi Extermination Fist. Of course, using the 6 Desolate's 8 fists was a serious test for the vital spirit in his body. However, with the help of the 9 vital spirit pills self-destruction, Chu Zhongtian felt that he had the ability to unleash the complete version of the Qi Extermination Fist. Closing his eyes, Chu Zhongtian began to recall the path of the first technique of the 6 Desolate's 8 fists, the Qi Extermination Fist. When he was completely familiar with the path of the Qi Extermination Fist, he suddenly opened his eyes. After opening his eyes, Chu Zhongtian did not immediately use the Qi Extermination Fist. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Dongfang Yuner. After that, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Because Dongfang Yuner faced Ha Qir, who wanted to kidnap her, and finally took the most important step in her life, which was to kill. Since she was able to take the most important step of killing, then Dongfang Yuner's gentle and weak personality might cause a tremendous change. In the cavern left behind by the Grandmaster of Alchemy, when he saw Dongfang Yuner's pale face and trembling body, a trace of heartache flashed across Chu Zhongtian's heart. Because he knew very well what the step of killing represented to Dongfang Yuner. However, now was not the time to console her. So Chu Zhongtian softly ordered, "Yun, temporarily retreat a distance. Because when I'm about to use the fist technique that I used before when I was about to use the sex competition." After forcefully suppressing the killing, the disgust and discomfort in her heart grew. Dongfang Yuner nodded with tears in the corners of her eyes, then ran away from Chu Zhongtian at a speed of tens of meters. When Chu Zhongtian was a disciple of the outer sect, he used the fist technique that could destroy the void. Dongfang Yuner was one of the witnesses. She was very clear about the power of the fist technique. Furthermore, after the fight between him and Yan Jinghong just now, Dongfang Yuner knew that in just a few months' time, Chu Zhongtian, who had just broken through to the Qi transforming period and revealed his monster-level heavenly grade, had once again experienced a huge explosion in his cultivation and strength. Now, not only had Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base caught up with Dongfang Yongping, his strength had also far surpassed his. If it wasn't for the fact that the current situation was too complicated, she would have been shocked by Chu Zhongtian's cultivation and wouldn't have said anything. After Dongfang Yuner had left for some distance, Chu Zhongtian still hadn't used the Qi Extermination Fist yet. Instead, he walked to the dead Ha Qir and the frozen Hanner. He reached out his hand and took off the storage bag hanging on their waists, then returned to Yan Jinghong. Qi Extermination Fist. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhongtian adjusted the remaining 80% of the vital spirit in the perfect dantian. Following the circulation path of the Qi Extermination Fist, Chu Zhongtian officially used the Qi Extermination Fist. In the face of his teasing, he didn't give any response. Elder Huang had noticed Chu Zhongtian's abnormal behavior, so he paid close attention to every movement of Chu Zhongtian. When Chu Zhongtian whispered the word Qi Extermination Fist, Elder Huang was so shocked that he almost rushed out of his mind. At the same time, he shouted in his heart, "Impossible! How could the 6 Desolate's 8 divine fist still exist in this world?" When he sensed the movement of the vital spirit in Chu Zhongtian's body, Elder Huang was shocked and muttered to himself, 6 Desolate's 8 divine fist, the legendary divine skill of the desolate god. I never thought that it really exists in this world. As Chu Zhongtian used the remaining 8 layers of vital spirit in his perfect dantian and started to follow the circulation path of the Qi Extermination Fist, a force that made the heaven and earth feel fear gradually spread out from his right fist. When he felt this force that could make even the heaven and earth feel fear, it was the Cyan Heart Lotus that was already dead. It was as if the remnant will in its body had been touched, causing it to tremble involuntarily. It had stimulated all of its power, allowing it to defend itself. It was infinitely close to the rank of a top-grade spirit weapon. As the destructive force unleashed by his right fist became stronger and stronger, Chu Zhongtian gradually felt that it was impossible for him to use the complete version of the Qi Extermination Fist with his Qi Refining Stage and Body Refining Stage cultivation base. Because the quality of the spiritual power used by Qi Refining Stage and Body Refining Stage was too low and the energy was too weak, there was no way he could unleash the profound and destructive power contained within the Qi Extermination Fist. Only the vital spirit with a higher quality could fully unleash the power of the Qi Extermination Fist. However, in order to fully unleash the Qi Extermination Fist, the Qi Transforming Period's cultivation base was still insufficient. This was because the amount of vital spirit needed to use the Qi Extermination Fist would make a Qi Transforming Period warrior feel despair. Only those who had reached the essence gathering stage and possessed the perfect dantian could truly use the complete version of the Qi Extermination Fist. When the vital spirit finished circulating according to the trajectory of the Qi Extermination Fist, the cavern left behind by the alchemy grandmaster had already begun to tremble slightly. Some stones had already begun falling from the sky above Chu Zhongtian. "Young patriarch, please show mercy." Yan Jinghong, who was originally proud of herself, felt the terrifying power that could destroy the heaven and earth from Chu Zhongtian's right fist. After feeling the instinctive fear of the Cyan Heart Lotus, she no longer felt proud of herself. She begged in terror, begging Chu Zhongtian not to release the power from his right fist. Unfortunately, the Qi Extermination Fist that had completely condensed its power was no longer something he could control. Ignoring Yan Jinghong's pleas, Chu Zhongtian sent out the destructive force of his right fist. When the destructive force formed by the Qi Extermination Fist was sent out, the feeling of exhaustion and heaviness made him want to fall to the ground and sleep immediately. He knew very well that this was because he had used the complete version of the Qi Extermination Fist. In an instant, all the vital spirit in the perfect dantian had been sucked out, causing his body to instantly fall into an extremely exhausted state. The state of extreme exhaustion caused his brain to temporarily lack oxygen. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian knew that this was the side effect of using the complete version of the Qi Extermination Fist, so he forcefully resisted the sleepiness brought by exhaustion. The invisible destructive force of the Qi Extermination Fist destroyed the solidifying force, allowing Yan Jinghong and Hanner to temporarily regain their ability to move freely. However, when faced with the invisible destructive force that could destroy the void, Hanner was merely swept by the aftermath of the Qi Extermination Fist, and his entire body turned into nothingness. This caused Dongfang Yuner, who was standing in the distance, to widen her eyes. A trace of uncontrollable fear flashed across her face. The invisible destructive force of the Qi Extermination Fist, after being condensed by the destructive force, struck the defensive barrier of the Cyan Heart Lotus. No sound was heard. Where Yan Jinghong was standing, the destructive force of the Qi Extermination Fist had turned her into powder. At the same time, the remaining force landed on the ground of cavern. A black hole with a diameter of nearly 3 meters was created where Yan Jinghong was standing. After that, waves of suction gradually came from within the black hole. As a transmigrator, Chu Zhongtian was very clear about the power of the black hole, so he directly took out a blood essence from within the storage bag. After consuming it, he used the blood essence to instantly recover the spirit, qi and energy's power, and used the movement technique that was about to break through to the upper profound grade. He planned to escape towards Dongfang Yun'er's position with all his might. Chu, use the qi extermination fist again, and destroy the black hole in front of you. However, before he could use the movement technique to escape, Elder Huang suddenly spoke in his mind to stop him. Elder Huang, I know a lot about the black hole. It has only been formed for a short period of time. However, its power is very strong. As long as we can escape the range of the suction force, basically, we will be safe. Chu Zhongtian didn't agree to Elder Huang's request. When he used the complete version of the qi extermination fist just now, the pain of the vital spirit being sucked out of his dantian made him decide that he wouldn't use the qi extermination fist until he broke through to the essence gathering stage advanced. Chu, as long as you are willing to use the qi extermination fist again and destroy the black hole in front of you, keep this cavern from being destroyed. Next, not only will I help you find countless high-quality pills, furthermore, it will help you obtain an unimaginable opportunity in the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was still trying to escape, Elder Huang, who knew about the changes in the cavern, became anxious. He had no choice but to make a tempting offer to attract Chu Zhongtian. The daughter was too clingy, and the wife was on night shift, so there was no time to write at night, which resulted in the delay of today's first chapter update. In the cavern left behind by the Grandmaster of Alchemy, countless high-quality medicinal pills, a fortuitous encounter that exceeded his imagination in the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Elder Huang's solemn promise caused Chu Zhongtian to instantly fall into deep thought. However, it did not take long for Chu Zhongtian to think about it. In the time it took to close his eyes and open his eyes, Chu Zhongtian decided to accept Elder Huang's promise. Firstly, if he wanted to maintain the speed of his cultivation, if he wanted to continue to have the strength to jump ranks and fight, a high-quality pill was one of the key. At the same time, as long as he had a high-quality medicinal pill's original medicinal pill, duplicating and adhering procedures would be effective. While the duplication and adhesion program played its role, not only could it help him increase his cultivation base and strength, it could also help Chu family and some friends. Secondly, with Elder Huang's mentality that he would enter the Heaven Baron's secret realm even if he had to risk his life, and his physical strength and experience were still intact. Presumably, there was a secret that Zhao and Juan didn't know about in Heaven Baron's secret realm. Then the fortune that Elder Huang promised might really exceed his imagination. It was because of these thoughts that Chu Zhongtian decided to accept Elder Huang's suggestion and use the qi extermination fist again. As he had just used the qi extermination fist once, he was very familiar with the trajectory of the qi extermination fist, so he didn't need to repeat it. He directly used the vital spirit that had just recovered in his perfect dantian. Fortunately, this time the vital spirit in his dantian was in the peak state. The qi extermination fist didn't take out all the vital spirit in his dantian, and it didn't make him feel tired after the vital spirit was sucked out. The destructive force of the qi extermination fist collided with the powerful suction force from the black hole. It was just like the first time he had used the qi extermination fist. The two forces collided without making any sound. The two forces collided and entangled with each other, counteracting each other and turning into nothingness. The black hole that had lost the suction force gradually shrunk and finally disappeared. Looking at the black hole being completely eliminated by Chu Zhongtian's qi extermination fist, Elder Huang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after that, all of his divine sense dispersed, and according to the afterimages he saw just now, as well as the formation that he recalled, he looked at it through the divine sense. He wanted to verify whether his guess was correct or not. While Elder Huang was using the divine sense to check the changes in the cavern, Chu Zhongtian took out an upper-level 4 spirit stone that he had obtained from Go In's storage bag. While using the enormous spiritual qi in the spirit stone to recover the vital spirit, he quickly walked towards Dongfang Yuner. Seeing Chu Zhongtian walking towards her, Dongfang Yuner, who had been very nervous all this time, completely relaxed. But after she completely relaxed, she suddenly remembered that she had just killed Ha Qir. After the first time she had killed someone, the disgust and guilt she felt in her heart made her throw herself into Chu Zhongtian's arms once again, and she softly wept. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian did not say anything, nor did he try to comfort her. He only lightly patted her shoulder to give her psychological support. Murder. No matter who killed someone for the first time, their heart would always feel heavy and guilty. It was just that after each person killed someone for the first time, the heaviness in their heart and the degree of evil they felt was different. The heaviness and sin in some people's hearts would be very light, and they would quickly get rid of this feeling in their hearts, allowing them to quickly adapt and accept it. Some people would need a very long time to get rid of this feeling of guilt. Chu. Carefully feel the changes in cavern. While Chu Zhongtian was patting Dongfang Yuner's shoulder and using spirit stones to recover his vital spirit, Elder Huang suddenly reminded him in his mind, temporarily stopping absorbing the spiritual qi in the spirit stones. Chu Zhongtian carefully felt the changes in the cavern. After that, he was surprised to find that in the originally sparse cavern, the spiritual qi's concentration was continuously increasing, and the speed at which the spiritual qi was increasing was very fierce. In the 10 seconds he felt the changes in the cavern, the density of spiritual qi in the entire cavern had increased by at least close to third layer. Elder Huang, what's going on? The spiritual qi in cavern had increased for no reason. This made Chu Zhongtian very puzzled, and he immediately asked Elder Huang for confirmation. Chu, do you remember the true identity of the Master of Cavern that I told you before we entered cavern? Elder Huang asked proudly without answering Chu Zhongtian's question directly. I remember that you said that this cavern was still left behind by the third-grade Grandmaster of the Pill Tao. Chu Zhongtian replied with a deep memory. Before he reconciled with Dongfang Yuner, if it wasn't for the temptation of the cavern left behind by Grandmaster of the Pill Tao, he wouldn't have chosen to follow Yan Jinghong and Ha Qir, much less enter the empty cavern in front of him. Chu, from now on you must remember one thing, that is, you must always believe my words. My words are the truth of this world. Elder Huang roared like a divine staff. Because this cavern is the cavern left behind by Grandmaster of the Pill Tao. However, he had forgotten that in order to let Chu Zhongtian enter the cavern, he could obtain the 3-yang soul returning pill to restore the body of the divine soul. The cavern left behind by Grandmaster of the Pill Tao was just a huge lie he had made. How is that possible? Elder Huang's solemn roar had made Chu Zhongtian forget to use the magic to transmit his voice. He shouted out in shock. Mr. Chu, what happened to you? Hearing Chu Zhongtian's surprised shout, Dongfang Yuner, who used Chu Zhongtian's warm embrace to comfort her wounded heart, immediately stopped crying and asked with tears in her eyes. Oh, nothing. I suddenly thought of something unbelievable. Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand to help Dongfang Yuner wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes and replied very gently. At the same time, he started to differentiate between himself and Elder Huang in his heart. Elder Huang, a third-grade Grandmaster of the Pill Tao, is equivalent to a King Realm expert. How can the cavern left behind by such an expert be so tattered? Chu, tell me the truth. After entering the cavern, I have the same doubts as you. Not to mention the cavern left behind by a King Realm expert, even the cavern left behind by a Divine Soul Stage expert is 100 times stronger than this cavern. After explaining to this point, Elder Huang looked at Chu Zhongtian with a complicated expression through his endless sea of consciousness. Then he said, later on, in order to break through the defense of the Cyan Heart Lotus, you used the legendary 6 Desolate's 8 Divine Fist. And the power formed by the 6 Desolate's 8 Divine Fist contains the force of Rule of Destruction. The force of Rule of Destruction is also the most suitable power to break through the formation. Therefore, the formation that hid the original appearance of the cavern was constantly destroyed by the destructive power of the 6 Desolate's 8 Divine Fist, revealing the original appearance of the cavern. Desolate God, 6 Desolation's 8 Divine Fist, force of rule of destruction, Elder Huang explained in detail, causing Chu Zhongtian to temporarily forget about the cavern that Grandmaster of the Piltao had left behind. His attention was completely attracted by the Six Desolations' 8th Divine Fist. Six Desolates Bajong. The way is very simple. It was a remnant copy that Chu Zhongba had bought from a stall when he was touring the Lu city. It only had 3 fist techniques, and it was only worth 15 copper coins. Although it was bought to train and play with after trying to cultivate it, Chu Zhongba discovered a part of the secrets of the fist technique and regarded it as a treasure. Later on, during the hunting competition, the younger generation of the Chu family had suffered heavy losses. At that time, Chu Zhongba, who was the leader of the younger generation, wanted Chu Zhongtian to help him ask for help. He wanted to reduce the punishment, so he gave the Six Desolates 8 combined fist to _ as a gift. Now, in Elder Huang's description of the Six Desolates 8 combined fist, the origin of the Six Desolate 8 joint fists belonged to the legendary Desolate God, and the power of the fist technique contained the force of rule of destruction. This had given Chu Zhongtian a strong interest in the true origin of the fist technique. Therefore, he changed the topic to the Six Desolate 8 joint fists. Elder Huang, can you tell me the exact origin of the Six Desolates 8 melodies fist in detail? Chu, it's not that I don't want to tell you about the origin of the Six Desolate 8 unity fist. It's because your current cultivation level is too low, and the Six Desolate 8 unity fist involves a secret that countless titled supreme level experts want to know. Therefore, when you break through to the titled supreme level, I will tell you in detail. Elder Huang bluntly rejected Chu Zhongtian's inquiry about the true origin of the Six Desolation 8 Unity God Fist. As a formation master from 1,000,000 years ago, Elder Huang had relied on his powerful formation to dig up many unknown secret realm, and from those secret realm, he had learned many secrets that even titled supreme level warriors would find hard to find out. As for the secrets related to the Six Desolates 8 Divine Fist, not to mention Chu Zhongtian, who was only an essence gathering stage warrior, even his master Zhao Enjuan, who was a supreme level warrior, was not qualified to know this secret. Elder Huang refused him directly, making Chu Zhongtian give up the idea of asking about the Six Desolates 8 Fist. Because after such a long period of contact, he understood Elder Huang's character very well. As long as it was a secret that he was unwilling to tell, no matter how much you asked, he would not tell you. Since he couldn't find out the reason behind the Six Desolation 8 Fists and the secret behind the fist technique, Chu Zhongtian's attention returned to cavern. He raised his head and carefully observed the cavern, and found that apart from the spiritual qi, there were more and more in the cavern. The cavern was still empty. Chu Zhongtian asked in confusion, Elder Huang, according to what you said just now, the entire cavern was covered up by the formation, causing the entire cavern to be empty. And now, the formation in the cavern has been destroyed by the destructive force contained in the fist technique. So why do I only feel the increase of the spiritual qi, but not any valuable pills? Cut! Elder Huang couldn't help but let out a cold snort when Chu Zhongtian mentioned that the formation in the cavern had been destroyed by the destructive force. After that, he said in a mocking tone, Chu, in the era when my body was still intact, the Six Desolation 8 Unity Fist was a legendary god-grade technique. Even a titled supreme level expert wouldn't be able to unleash its true power, let alone an essence-gathering stage like you. Chu Zhongtian, let me tell you the truth. The destructive force formed by the Qi Extermination Fist only destroyed 1% of the outer layer of the formation, causing the spiritual Qi accumulated in the cavern to leak out a portion of it. Elder Huang, as a formation master, I wonder if you have any way to break through the formation in the cavern? Chu Zhongtian didn't take Elder Huang's mockery seriously. He asked with anticipation. It didn't matter whether Chu Zhongtian was mocking him or not. As long as he could break the formation and obtain countless of pills in cavern, it didn't matter if Elder Huang continued mocking him. AI. Looking at the continuously increasing number of spiritual qi in the cavern, Elder Huang couldn't help but sigh. After that, he explained, through my observation just now, I found out that the master of this cavern, not only is he a third-grade peak alchemy grandmaster, but his formation is also very powerful. With the help of the special terrain of this mountain range, the formation he set up, its grade is already close to third-grade peak. If it was before my body was damaged, I might have been able to break through the 7th level. But now, I don't even have the confidence to break through the 1st level. Elder Huang's lack of confidence in his explanation caused Chu Zhongtian to frown slightly, because he felt that Elder Huang's words were insincere. If he didn't have the confidence to break the formation, then why would he promise to use the Qi extermination fist to destroy the black hole in cavern? Perhaps because he felt Chu Zhongtian's suspicion, Elder Huang adjusted his mentality. His words were somewhat agitated as he said, "Chu, if you are willing to contribute all your spirit stones, then I will use these spirit stones to set up a 6th grade self-destructing formation. It can barely tear open a corner of the formation, and then enter a certain area covered by the formation. I wonder if you are willing to do so?" Chu Zhongtian fell into deep thought about Elder Huang's risky suggestion for the time being. After going through different experiences in Secret Realm and reading a large number of ancient books, Chu Zhongtian had a certain understanding of the cavern that was left behind by the strong. The higher the cultivation level, the more perfect the cavern was to be used for cultivation and living. The more perfect the cavern was, the more useless areas it would have. For example, a garden used to admire the scenery. For example, a wind pavilion used to chat. 1. For example, a trial ground to test martial skills, etc. He would use all his spirit stones to open up a certain area in the cavern. If the area he opened up was used to admire the scenery in the backyard, then the spirit stones would be wasted for nothing. However, if the area that was opened was the pill pavilion that hid a large number of pills, then wouldn't it be rich? Therefore, Elder Huang's suggestion just now was a gamble that relied on his own luck. Chu Zhongtian was not willing to take such a risk because he did not have any confidence and only relied on his luck. Chu, the formation that concealed this cavern is called the Shrouding Sky Formation. Before my body was damaged, I used this formation to set up the cavern that belongs to me. A worried look emerged on Chu Zhongtian's face, letting Elder Huang know that he wasn't willing to take the risk. However, he was penniless, so he wasn't willing to give up. He could only use his words to tempt ___. Forget it. Since Elder Huang is willing to give it a try, how can this kid feel sorry for the spirit stones? Elder Huang's words just now made Chu Zhongtian's eyes light up. He immediately made a forthright attitude and said. At the same time, he began to take out all the spirit stones from his storage bag and storage ring fingers, even if it was a small amount of 8th grade low-rank spirit stone and upper-level 4 spirit stones. "Mr. Chu, what are you doing?" Seeing Chu Zhongtian, who hadn't spoken for a long time, he suddenly took out a large number of spirit stones. Among the spirit stones he had taken out, there were very few low-grade spirit stones. Most of them were level 5 and 6 grade spirit stones, and some were even upper-level 4 spirit stones the size of a baby's fist. Dongfang Yuner was shocked and asked in confusion. "In order to make you happy and temporarily forget about the feeling of discomfort, I plan to make a small magic trick for you." Chu Zhongtian replied to Dongfang Yuner jokingly, and quickly listened to Elder Huang's instructions in his mind. In the cavern left by Grandmaster of the Pill Tao, since he had already decided to make a gamble, Chu Zhongtian didn't have any thoughts of hiding anything. He directly took out all the grade spirit stones from the storage bag and storage ring. The higher the grade of the spirit stone, the more spiritual qi it contained. The size of the spirit stone would also increase. Therefore, all of the spirit stones that Chu Zhongtian took out were piled up together, and there was almost as much as a small dirt bag. Looking at the spirit stones piled up in front of him, Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath to dispel the nervousness and excitement in his heart. He asked in a calm voice, "Elder Huang, what should I do next?" Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was not only willing to take the risk with him, but also not use all the spirit stones he had hidden, Elder Huang was also touched and decided to help him. However, before he decided to help him, he had to remove the low-grade spirit stones that he didn't need, in case he made a fatal mistake when using all of his spirit stones. Chu, the grade of spirit stones needed to detonate the 6th grade formation must at least be above the middle grade of the 7th grade, so you can keep those few thousand 8th grade low-rank spirit stone for now. Yun, the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone is perfect for your current stage, so these few thousand spirit stones will be yours. After sending the removed 8th grade low-rank spirit stone to Dongfang Yuner, Chu Zhongtian gently said. The 8th grade low-rank spirit stone was not needed to arrange the 6th grade self-detonating formation, because of the perfect dantian. Similarly, he didn't need the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian directly gave these spirit stones to those who were only at the 5th layer of the body refining period. It was perfect for Dongfang Yuner to use the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone to cultivate. Thank you, Mr. Chu. After thanking him, Dongfang Yuner put away the level 8 spirit low-rank spirit stone. The reason why Dongfang Yuner did not refuse was because Chu Zhongtian, who had reached the essence gathering stage, had basically no use for level 8 spirit stones. Secondly, it was also because the spirit stones Chu Zhongtian took out just now even had upper level 4 spirit stones. Dongfang Yuner thought he was very rich. After Dongfang Yuner put away all the 8th grade low-rank spirit stone, Elder Huang said with a solemn tone, Chu, I will give you a great opportunity next. I will let you experience the power of the Divine Soul used by Divine Soul stage and longevity period in advance. This will help you break through to the great stage in the future. Will it help you in your imagination? At the same time, by personally setting up the 6th grade self-destructing formation, it will increase your level of formation. Elder Huang, what should I do? The power of the Divine Soul that could be used by Divine Soul stage and longevity period warriors in advance had surprised Chu Zhongtian. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask. The method is very simple. I will transfer the power of the Divine Soul into your body, allowing you to temporarily use the power of the Divine Soul and unleash the strength of a peak of the longevity period warrior. Elder Huang told him the method to detect Divine Soul stage and longevity period stage in advance. In fact, with Elder Huang's current power of the Divine Soul, he could easily arrange a 6th grade self-destructing formation. When the power of the Divine Soul was transferred into Chu Zhongtian's body, not only would the speed of setting up the formation be slower, however, in order to thank Chu Zhongtian for his trust in him, the consumption of his Divine Soul had increased exponentially. And the selflessness of the spirit stones he decided to do. Elder Huang, is this appropriate? After hearing Elder Huang's explanation, Chu Zhongtian showed some reluctance. Chu, don't worry. Although doing this will consume a certain amount of power of the Divine Soul, compared to your harvest, this amount of consumption is still within my acceptable range. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's unwillingness, Elder Huang thought that he was worried that his power of the Divine Soul would be consumed too much. It would affect his foundation. Therefore, he was very touched and said in a refreshing manner. Actually, what he didn't know was that Chu Zhongtian was only worried about one aspect of his power of the Divine Soul consumption. Chu Zhongtian was even more worried about the secret that he had. According to what Elder Huang said just now, if he wanted to use the strength of a peak of the longevity period, his power of the Divine Soul had to enter his own dantian. And above his dantian floated the second important secret of his life, the power of the space law he had obtained from the Azura secret realm. It had been some time since he obtained the power of the space law from Azura secret realm. When he was free, he often used his mind to approach the power of the space law. Firstly, he wanted to continue improving his mind state's cultivation. Second, he would use the aura that was constantly approaching the power of the space law to understand and familiarize himself with the spatial dimension laws. After a period of understanding, Chu Zhongtian had a slight understanding of the condition of the power of the space law. As a spatial treasure, the power of the space law could easily avoid the power of the divine sense to examine it. This was also the reason why Zhao Enjuan and Elder Huang had yet to discover it until now. However, if he followed Elder Huang's method just now and the power of the Divine Soul entered his body, the body of the Divine Soul contained his will, which also meant that he had everything within his body. If everything was revealed within his divine sense, wouldn't that expose the secrets of the power of the space law? Chu, besides giving you some good fortune, I also want to avoid being discovered by your woman. Don't tell me you want me to leave your sea of consciousness and let her discover the secret between you and me. Elder Huang, the power of the Divine Soul entering my body doesn't have any effect on your divine sense, right? Elder Huang's reminder was right. 1. The dangerous situation ignited Dongfang Yuner's emotions. It made it difficult for her to resolve the misunderstanding between the two of them. Furthermore, she bravely took the first step of killing. He did not want the two of them to just recover their relationship. Once again, they fell into a freezing point. However, before he agreed to Elder Huang's request, he had to make sure that Elder Huang's consciousness wouldn't enter his body. If his consciousness followed the power of the divine soul into his body, Chu Zhongtian would rather give up breaking the formation than expose the secret between him and Elder Huang. Chu, if my consciousness enters your body, either you die or I die. That's why the energy that I transferred into your body is the energy that contains the divine soul. Seeing Chu Zhongtian ask such a question that lacked common sense, Elder Huang couldn't help but scold him. All right, come on, Chu Zhongtian said excitedly. The power of the divine soul that entered his body only contained the energy of the divine soul. After hearing Elder Huang's detailed explanation, Chu Zhongtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His heart was also filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to the energy of another supreme-level divine soul. What kind of profound mysteries did it contain? Chu, carefully feel the profoundness of this energy. It is another key to your rapid breakthrough to the stage in the future. Following Elder Huang's last warning, a force that was several hundred times stronger than the Dantian, or even 1,000 times stronger, flowed into his sea of consciousness through the meridian in his mind. When the power of the divine soul entered his sea of consciousness, Chu Zhongtian suddenly felt as if his field of vision had suddenly expanded by thousands of times, even 10,000 times. At the same time, his line of sight, which had been expanded infinitely, could vaguely see the formation that filled the entire cavern. In the cavern left by Grandmaster of the P12, after the power of the divine soul entered Chu Zhongtian's sea of consciousness and helped him expand his line of sight, it flowed through his 7 meridians and 8 meridians into his entire body, and finally entered the Dantian. Suddenly, the power of the divine soul entered the Dantian, and after forcefully expelling the vital spirit, the Dantian, which had originally been blown up by the 9 vital spirit pill and expanded to its perfect state, once again it was forcefully expanded. At the same time, it also caused the perfect Dantian to be filled with tenacity. Seeing the Dantian being expanded by the power of the divine soul, not only did Chu Zhongtian not feel a trace of joy, his heart was filled with worry instead. Originally, it was because of the perfect Dantian that he had to face the suppression of the perfect Dantian after reaching the 7th level of the essence gathering stage. Now, because of the further expansion of the power of the divine soul, the process of compressing the Dantian in the future would be even more difficult, and it would consume even more time. However, his worries only lasted for a moment, and he quickly adjusted his state of mind. While borrowing the power of the divine soul that had poured into the Dantian, he could feel the effects of the power of the divine soul on different stage. At the same time, he used the expanded vision of the power of the divine soul to carefully observe the hidden formation in the cavern. Just as Elder Huang was crossing the power of the divine soul into Chu Zhongtian's body, a black and yellow gas suddenly rose from his body. Dongfang Yuner, who was expecting Chu Zhongtian to perform some kind of magic trick, felt unusually shocked and worried. Unlike the other disciples of the royal family in Heavenly Dragon Empire, Dongfang Yuner, who was regarded as the pearl of Dongfang Xiongba's eyes, had seen how powerful Dongfang Xiongba was when he used the black and yellow gas during the coming-of-age ceremony. 2 years ago, when she had just reached adulthood at the age of 16, she had seen how powerful __ was when he used the mysterious yellow gas. When Dongfang Xiongba held the coming-of-age ceremony for her, other than the simple test cultivation talent on the surface in secret, he also used the methods of the floating cloud sex disciples to test her perception, talent, potential, and bloodline. The secret test was carried out secretly. Other than Dongfang Yuner who was being tested, there was only Dongfang Xiongba who presided over the test. Initially, he didn't want to alarm anyone, but what Dongfang Xiongba didn't expect was, other than Dongfang Yuner possessing decent cultivation talent, comprehension, and potential, during the blood test, a bone-piercing cold gas suddenly burst out from her body. As an Emperor Realm expert and an expert in divination, Dongfang Xiongba was well aware of the origin of the power that erupted from his daughter's body. At the same time, He was also very clear that this bone-piercing cold gas was something that ordinary martial artists could feel. However, it didn't have much effect on experts above the stage. This cold energy was a miracle medicine that could rapidly increase their cultivation. This was because the Yin energy that erupted from her body was still a very rare Yin energy in this world. Yin energy was rarely seen in 10,000 years, and it would only appear on women. However, it was of no use to women. For a male expert with a high cultivation base, the special energy contained within this profound yang qi was comparable to a second-grade medicinal pill that could directly increase one's cultivation base. In other words, the hidden profound yin qi in Dongfang Yun'er's body could help a sovereign realm expert break through to the supreme level. Coincidentally, just as the profound yang qi exploded within her body, a sovereign realm warrior who had just finished his trial in Endless Forest and was ready to leave, coincidentally, when he passed by Heavenly Dragon Empire, he sensed the profound yin qi that could help him break through to the supreme level. The supreme level was the one who could truly decide the situation in Southern Domain. It was also the stage that could allow one's lifespan to exceed 1 million years. Facing the profound yang qi that could help him break through to the supreme level, the sovereign realm warrior didn't hesitate at all. He wasn't worried that someone would be able to stop him, so he charged straight into Heavenly Dragon Empire. Furthermore, he wanted to abduct Dongfang Yun'er in front of Dongfang Xiongba. As the overlord of Heavenly Dragon Empire, the genius of floating cloud sex golden generation, and a master of divination, how could Dongfang Xiongba watch his beloved daughter be taken away? Therefore, he immediately unleashed the power of an Emperor Realm expert. The aftermath of a battle between Emperor Realm experts was enough to destroy the entire Heavenly Dragon Empire. Therefore, after a simple exchange of blows, the battlefield was shifted into the void. It was also because the two of them had exchanged blows once. As the main character of the incident, Dongfang Yun'er had witnessed Dongfang Xiongba and the Emperor Realm experts emitting a black and yellow gas with her own eyes. After that, Dongfang Xiongba did not hide the profound yang qi on her body. Furthermore, he repeatedly told her not to reveal the secret of her possession of the profound yin qi. Otherwise, her fate could only be used as a furnace to raise her cultivation base. In just a few months' time, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base had broken through to the essence gathering stage, and Dongfang Yun'er found it hard to accept. Fortunately, when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the qi transforming period, he revealed his monster-level talent, which allowed her to reluctantly accept his abnormal speed of improvement. However, if Chu Zhongtian's current cultivation base reached the level of her father, Dongfang Xiongba, Dongfang Yun'er really needed to seriously consider whether she was compatible with Chu Zhongtian or not. Yun, before I broke through to the qi transforming period, my master had arranged for me to go to the demon heart sex Azura secret realm to undergo cultivation. During the refinement process, I accidentally obtained a 6th-grade pill that contained black-yellow qi, which is why I can emit black-yellow qi from my body. It's all because of the pill. Using the expanded vision of the power of the divine soul, and observing the formation that was flashing and disappearing in the cavern, Chu Zhongtian noticed the shock on Dongfang Yun'er's face, and the worry that kept flashing in her eyes. In order to prevent Dongfang Yun'er from misunderstanding him again, Chu Zhongtian could only push everything that happened to him onto the pills. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's explanation, Dongfang Yun'er immediately let out a sigh of relief. As long as Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base had not yet reached her father's stage, she felt that it was very reasonable. However, another question arose in her heart. Chu Zhongtian had wasted an incomparably precious 6th-grade pill. Perhaps it was not just to perform magic for her. Chu, follow the direction I pointed to and arrange the spirit stones. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had finished preparing, Elder Huang said with a solemn expression. Got it, Elder Huang. Feel free to instruct me. The following task was related to whether he would be able to gain anything from it. Similarly, Chu Zhongtian did not dare to be careless. He focused his mind and listened to Elder Huang's instructions carefully. 13,000 meters ahead, arrange 336 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stone stones. After the divine senses power accurately pinpointed the location, Elder Huang ordered. Using the power of the divine soul to take out 367th grade middle rank spirit stone, Chu Zhongtian swiftly and accurately placed the 336 7th grade middle rank spirit stone at 13,000 meters away. 2,500 meters ahead, place 128 7th grade middle rank spirit stone. 7,000 meters ahead, 136 6th grade middle rank spirit stone are placed. Elder Huang continued to instruct. 7,300 meters ahead, place 76th grade middle rank spirit stones. In the cavern left by Grandmaster of the Pill Tao, following Elder Huang's constant instructions to place the spirit stones, the pile of spirit stones in front of Chu Zhongtian rapidly decreased like quicksand. In just 30 seconds, other than the 88 upper-level 4 spirit stones that he hadn't used, the hundreds of thousands of intermediate spirit stones of the 7, 6, and 53 grades had all been placed in different locations in front of him. Chu, the remaining 88 upper-level 4 spirit stones will be placed in the positions I asked you to place the intermediate spirit stones. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had completed the arrangement without any mistakes, Elder Huang was very satisfied. He continued to test him. Regarding Elder Huang's further consideration, Chu Zhongtian wasn't nervous at all. In his point of view, if a 6th grade self-destructing formation could be under Elder Huang's command, a complete formation would not only be able to tear a corner of the formation, but also a part of it. Therefore, he had memorized every single point that Elder Huang had given him just now. After hearing Elder Huang's instructions, Chu Zhongtian used the power of the divine soul and placed the 88 upper-level 4 spirit stones accurately on the 48 points. That's right. There was no mistake in placing the 88 upper-level 4 spirit stones. Seeing Chu Zhongtian place 88 high-grade spirit stones accurately, Elder Huang praised with satisfaction. He immediately started to form seals with his hands and reminded Chu Zhongtian to follow his hand seals. In order to complete the formation, besides the special requirements for the materials and the precise arrangement of the materials, most importantly, he needed to use the seals to connect the materials of the formation together. Only through the combination of the finger incantation could the true power of formation be displayed. After passing through the spatial zone where the Blood Divine Tree lived, and using the finger incantation to build a special passageway with the Blood Divine Tree, the complexity of using the finger incantation had made him think that the 6th grade formation was the finger incantation. However, after comparing it with Elder Huang's, only now did he realize that the finger incantation of a 6th grade formation was very simple. Chu, the last seal. It's exactly 6,666 meters away. When the last finger incantation was formed, Elder Huang loudly warned. Go! Chu Zhongtian, who had been prepared for this, heard Elder Huang's order and formed a seal with his power of the divine soul. With lightning speed, the seal landed on the spot Elder Huang pointed at. After that, the sound of explosions continuously rang out from the 88 array points that had been set up using spirit stones. Every time a formation point exploded, the density of the spiritual chi in cavern would increase by 1 layer. After 87 explosions, the density of the spiritual chi in cavern had reached a level that could be seen with the naked eye. After the 87 sounds of explosions, the 88 sounds of explosions did not ring out immediately. At the same time, Elder Huang, who was in Chu Zhongtian's mind, suddenly reminded him. 30 seconds later, the true power of the 6th grade formation will explode. At that time, the formation that covers the entire cavern will be broken by the explosive formation. The broken part of the formation only lasted for a short period of time, so you have to make the best use of your time to enter the broken part of the formation. All right, I got it. After responding, Chu Zhongtian used the power of the divine soul and instantly appeared beside Dongfang Yuner. He whispered to her, Yun, I will take you to a place later. You must not be nervous. Yes. Nodding her head, Dongfang Yuner did not say anything. She only tightly hugged Chu Zhongtian's arm and used her own actions to respond to Chu Zhongtian's exhortation just now. Chu Zhongtian felt strange about Dongfang Yuner suddenly becoming obedient and sensible. At the same time, he also felt that this was the woman he could accept and liked. After chasing away the messy thoughts in his heart, He turned his head and stared at the 6,666th meter position. He silently counted down in his heart. 3. He activated the power of the divine soul that was temporarily transferred into the Dantian. 2. He circulated the movement technique that was about to break through to the profound grade low rank. 1. Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand and hugged Dongfang Yun'er's waist. Then he made a posture as if he was about to attack. Along with the 88th explosion in cavern, at the last place where Chu Zhongtian's finger incantation was imprinted. It was also the position 6,666 meters away from him. At the same time, the spirit stone and finger incantation exploded at the same time. 1. A pavilion that was close to liquefaction appeared in front of his eyes. Let's go. When the pavilion became clearer and clearer, Elder Huang reminded. 3. Chu Zhongtian, who had already prepared for this, held Dongfang Yun'er's small waist. With a speed that he could not reach before, he passed through the gap of the formation and entered the grand formation that covered the sky and covered the sun. When Chu Zhongtian rushed into the pavilion, the formation that was barely torn immediately closed up. Seeing the speed at which the formation closed up, Chu Zhongtian somewhat understood why Elder Huang had to consume the power of the divine soul to transfer it into his body. Apart from wanting to let him experience the profound mysteries of the power of the divine soul in advance and help him improve his cultivation base faster, he also needed to enter the formation the moment the formation was torn apart. With the time when the formation was torn apart and when it was about to close up, Chu Zhongtian believed that if he used the vital spirit to cast the movement technique, he would never be able to enter the formation smoothly. Mr. Chu, where is this place? Less than a second had passed since Chu Zhongtian had hugged her waist. The originally dilapidated cavern had instantly become a fairyland filled with immortal qi. Dongfang Yun'er asked in disbelief. Yun, this is the true appearance of the cavern that Grandmaster of the P12 left behind. After giving a simple explanation, Chu Zhongtian quickly went around the building and finally saw the plaque hanging on the first floor of the building. Dan Discussing Pavilion. The plaque on the first floor of the building had the words Dan Discussing Pavilion engraved on it. Elder Huang, what does the Dan Discussing Pavilion do for? Looking at the plaque with the words Dan Discussing Pavilion, Chu Zhongtian asked in confusion. The Chu family that Chu Zhongtian came from was a family that started with pills. Although the level of the family's alchemy was not high, the structure of the family's alchemy building abided by the most orthodox alchemy standards of Southern Domain. However, he had been to the pill house of the Chu family several times, but he had never seen a place like the Dan Discussing Pavilion. Chu, it seems like the owner of this cave has an extraordinary background. He might have debuted a lot earlier than me. Elder Huang couldn't help but sigh when he saw the puzzled look on Chu Zhongtian's face. What? The Master of Cavern debuted a lot earlier than you. Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but ask in surprise when he heard Elder Huang's speculation about the origin of the Master of Cavern. Before Elder Huang's body was damaged, he was an expert from over 1,000,000 years ago. If the time of his debut was much earlier than Elder Huang's, then the origin of the Master of Cavern would be very mysterious. That's right. Elder Huang responded to Chu Zhongtian's surprise and began to explain the meaning of the Dan Discussing Pavilion to him. In the cavern left by Grandmaster of the P12, in front of the Dan Discussing Pavilion. After Elder Huang explained the origin and function of the Dan Discussing Pavilion in detail, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but look at the plaque of the pavilion. There were 3 big characters of the Dan Discussing Pavilion carved on it, and his face revealed a trace of admiration. According to Elder Huang's description, in the era where his body hadn't been damaged, there was no longer the existence of the Dan Discussing Pavilion in the cultivation system of alchemy. And the reason why he knew and understood the Dan Discussing Pavilion was because he had once used the Formation Master's ability. He opened up a corner of a forbidden land. In the era when Elder Huang had truly made his debut, according to the degree of danger and mystery, the entire Eternal Continent had been divided into 99 forbidden lands. These 99 forbidden lands were distributed among the 5 large regions of the Eternal Continent, as well as the Endless Ocean. Among them, the forbidden lands ranked 70 to 99. The burial grounds of Emperor Realm experts represented warriors above the Emperor Realm. Only martial artists above the martial dominator realm had the right and ability to enter the forbidden ground. As for cultivators below the Emperor Realm, they were allowed to enter the forbidden land of the top 30 places. Basically, it was a narrow escape. The forbidden land ranked 40 to 69 was called the burial ground of Supreme Expert. It meant that only Supreme level and above experts were qualified and capable enough to enter. Even if you were a Royal Stage Peak expert, even if you were a half-step Supreme level expert, entering the 30 forbidden places in the middle of the rankings would result in no one coming out. Death was certain. The forbidden lands ranked 10th to 39th were known as the burial grounds of titled Supreme level experts. The meaning was the same as the forbidden lands in the first two stages. The forbidden land in the top 9 was known as a forbidden land that no one could enter. It was a true land of death. However, Elder Huang, who was not even a titled Supreme level at that time, relied on the Formation Master's ability. And, unbelievable luck, not only did he make it to the 6th forbidden land, and after obtaining a treasure in the forbidden land, he safely left the forbidden land. Elder Huang had never told anyone about his experience in the 6th forbidden land. Chu Zhongtian was the first and only person who knew about this experience. According to Elder Huang, the treasure he had obtained in the 6th forbidden land was a pill. However, this medicinal pill was not a medicinal pill that could increase one's cultivation base, nor was it a medicinal pill that could increase one's potential. It was also not a medicinal pill that could increase one's comprehension ability. It was also not a medicinal pill that could heal injuries. It was a medicinal pill that was passed down through the Tao of alchemy. According to what Elder Huang had said, within the medicinal pill that he had acquired from the legacy of the Tao of alchemy, it recorded the pill formulas of tens of thousands of medicinal pills that existed and were lost in the eternal continent, as well as tens of millions of medicinal herbs of different grades, as well as all the things that were required in the cultivation system of the pill Tao. And the things that were required in the cultivation system of the alchemy path included the origin of the Dan discussing pavilion, as well as its true use. Before Elder Huang stepped onto the path of cultivation, it was unknown whether it was millions or millions of years ago. It was an era with hundreds of flowers blooming. Even though the cultivators of that era also fought for cultivation resources, but regarding their own insights and innovations, not only did they not have any thoughts of keeping them for themselves, instead, they were very willing to show it to everyone for their appreciation, and hoped to be observed and appraised by different experts. They pointed out the flaws in their insights and innovations so that he could continue to improve. The Dan Discussing Pavilion was a place that was specially prepared for alchemists to observe medicinal pills. Alchemists refined the legendary medicinal pills, or used their own combination. After creating new medicinal pills, they would all gather in the Tao of Alchemy Sex Cavern. This was especially true in the Dan Discussing Pavilion, where all the alchemists were interested. They would observe and specify the medicinal pills they refined. When the introduction came to this point, Elder Huang couldn't help but sigh. "Chu, do you know when my fleshly body was still intact?" The strongest in the alchemy Tao cultivation base, the alchemy king who was known to be able to refine saint-grade medicinal pills. The grade barely reaches first grade. And in the records of the inheritance of alchemy that I obtained in the era when the Master of Cavern made his debut, just the number of people who reached the second grade of the alchemy path, Grandmaster of the Pill Tao, reached tens of thousands. As for the cultivation of the Pill Tao, it reached the first grade of the Pill Tao, and there were also several hundred people. There is also no need for his alchemy Tao cultivation base to exceed Tier 1, and reach the alchemy divine master level, the 3 alchemy Tao titans. In that era, the cultivation base of alchemy Tao was able to develop at such a rapid and powerful speed. The Dan Discussing Pavilion, which was used to evaluate medicinal pills, performed almost half of the credit. Chu Zhongtian agreed with Elder Huang's evaluation of the Dan Discussing Pavilion just now. Before his transmigration, his motherland, Wuxia, had experienced the prosperity of the era of accommodating all living things. The decline and oppression during the period of closed doors locking the country, as well as the rise after the reform and opening of the country. All of these incidents had proved that selfishness could never become powerful. Elder Huang, Did you mention anything about the existence of precious medicinal pills in the Dan discussing pavilion when you obtained that inheritance medicinal pill? Although he agreed, Chu Zhongtian had his own thoughts. The era when the Tao of alchemy prospered had already passed. He had bet all his spirit stones. His goal was to find a high-quality medicinal pill that could increase his cultivation base and strength. Therefore, he urgently wanted to know, was there a high-quality medicinal pill in the Dan discussing pavilion? I don't know. The pill inheritance in the Tao of alchemy only explained the function of the Dan discussing pavilion in detail. It didn't mention the situation inside. Elder Huang shook his head in his mind and said without any confidence. Seeing that Elder Huang didn't know if there was a high-quality pill in the Dan discussing pavilion, Chu Zhongtian didn't want to waste any more time. He planned to enter the Dan discussing pavilion himself to search for it. Dongfang Yuner, who was standing beside him, was stunned by the scene in front of her. She didn't know what to think. She just foolishly followed Chu Zhongtian. When she walked to the bottom of the plaque of the Dan discussing pavilion, she recalled the outstanding contribution the Dan discussing pavilion made to the Master of Cavern. Chu Zhongtian placed his right hand on his left chest and bent his upper body 90 degrees, giving the Dan discussing pavilion the most respectful etiquette. Please come in. After Chu Zhongtian finished the ceremony and stood up, the tightly shut door slowly opened. At the same time, along with the opening of the door, a voice came from the Dan discussing pavilion, inviting him in. The sound of someone inviting someone in suddenly came from the Dan discussing pavilion, which had been idle for millions of years. Logically speaking, Chu Zhongtian would at least be shocked. But after hearing the sound of the person inviting him in, not only was he very calm, but he also felt a trace of respect in his heart. 0. Chu, be careful. The voice that came from the Dan discussing pavilion didn't make Chu Zhongtian turn around and leave. Instead, it made him walk straight into the Dan discussing pavilion. Elder Huang, who didn't sense the strange voice, reminded him in a serious tone. After walking into the Dan discussing pavilion, the first thing that entered Chu Zhongtian's eyes was an ordinary wooden chair in the main hall of the Dan discussing pavilion. It was a shadow that was emitting a milky white light. In the cavern left by Grandmaster of the Pill Tao, in the Dan discussing pavilion, Junior Chu Zhongtian greets Senior. When he saw the shadow glowing with a white light standing beside the wooden chair, Chu Zhongtian's first reaction was to respectfully greet. Junior Dongfang Yuner greets Senior. After bowing respectfully, Chu Zhongtian noticed that Dongfang Yuner, who was standing beside him, was still in a daze. He quickly reached out and pulled her, reminding her to hurry up and bow. The cavern, which had been covered up by the formation for millions of years, might even be tens of millions of years, actually had a surviving expert. In terms of reason, he and Dongfang Yuner had to respectfully bow. Little friend, there is no need to be polite. I am not some senior, but the weapon spirit of this Dan discussing pavilion. After Chu Zhongtian and Dongfang Yuner bowed respectfully, the shadow with its back to them turned around and said in a gentle tone, the weapon spirit of the Dan discussing pavilion. After hearing the other party's introduction, Chu Zhongtian was extremely shocked in his heart. As one of the most talented geniuses of the Floating Cloud sect, Supreme-level expert regarded him as his most valued disciple. The introduction of the weapon spirit was not only a part of the secret records of the continent that Zhao Enjuan had given him. Zhao Enjuan himself had also explained in detail the various grades of the weapon to him. Among the weapons that existed in Eternal Continent, there were a total of 4 grades. The first grade of weapon was called a treasure. Using special techniques to temper the weapon several times, the weapon that was formed in the end was called a treasure. Treasure weapons were divided into 2 grades, 10 times refined and 100 refined, respectively corresponding to Qi refining stage and body refining stage. The second grade of weapon was called spirit weapon. It was a weapon that was refined by a specialized refiner through the path of refining, and it was called spirit weapon. The spirit weapon was divided into 4 grades: low-grade spirit artifact, mid-level spirit weapon, top-grade spirit weapon, and top-grade spirit weapon. The user was divided into Qi transforming period, essence gathering stage, and divine soul stage respectively, and after Elder Huang's introduction, The ___ was divided into 4 grades. Low-grade spirit tool, chi transforming period _____, essence gathering stage _____, and supreme grade _____. Finally, the user would be able to find out about the longevity period. The 3rd grade weapon was called True Treasure. It was a weapon refined by a Tier 3 and above Grandmaster in the Tao of Weapons. The force of rule used by the user of each True Treasure was called a True Treasure. True Treasures were also divided into 4 levels. Low-grade True Treasure, mid-level True Treasure, top-grade True Treasure, and supreme-grade True Treasure. They corresponded to the Great Tao Realm Elder Farmer told him about King Realm, Emperor Realm, and Supreme Realm. The 4th grade weapon was called a Saint Artifact. It was a weapon that could not be refined by the current artificers. It was a weapon that titled Supreme Level used to fuse with the power of law he controlled, and eventually became a weapon. Because the Saint Artifact contained a titled Supreme Level power of law, the Saint Artifact was also called a titled Supreme Level weapon. It was a true treasure of the family, the foundation of the sect's prosperity. According to Zhao and Juan's speculation, a Saint Artifact was not the final form of a weapon. There was a legendary grade above the Saint Artifact. As for the name of this level, Zhao and Juan did not say it clearly. He only told him that if he wanted to upgrade the Saint Artifact to that level, he had to make it produce an artifact spirit. The shadow in front of him was emitting a milky white light. Since it was the weapon spirit of the Dan discussing pavilion, then the pagoda that he had entered was a legendary weapon of that level. Little friend, ever since the cavern was sealed by the powerful formation, you are the first person in 10 million years to enter the Dan discussing pavilion. As if he didn't notice Chu Zhongtian's shock, the weapon spirit turned around and spoke. Like a normal human, its tone was filled with emotion. It is my honor to be able to enter the meeting hall. Hearing that the cavern had been sealed for more than 10 million years, while Chu Zhongtian was sighing about the fact that so many of the artifact spirits had survived, he could not help but admire the master of the cavern. To be able to use a 3rd grade formation to keep the cavern from being destroyed for tens of thousands of years, this method was too powerful. AI! After a long time, the weapon spirit of the Dan discussing pavilion carefully observed Chu Zhongtian and Dongfang Yuner. After that, it said with a tone full of regret, "Unfortunately, the little friend who entered the Dan discussing pavilion and the female companion of the little friend, none of them are orthodox alchemists. In other words, the reason why you entered the Dan discussing pavilion, I'm afraid it's not to verify the medicinal pills that you've refined. Senior, in the era you lived in, the study of alchemy was filled with hundreds of flowers competing with each other. Alchemy geniuses emerged endlessly. However, in today's world, not only has the Tao of martial arts fallen, but the Tao of alchemy has also fallen. Even the Tao of alchemy also swept away the snow in front of each door, falling into a state of decline beyond recognition. Chu Zhongtian felt that the pity that was revealed in the Dan discussing pavilion's artifact spirit's voice was not good. This was because the meaning behind the artifact spirit's tone earlier was that since all of you aren't here to verify the medicinal pill, then all of you can leave. After consuming all the spirit stones he had collected and using the 6th grade explosive formation, Chu Zhongtian had finally entered the Dan discussing pavilion. How could he return empty-handed? Therefore, he immediately started to think of a solution. In the end, he thought of using the decline of the alchemy path, hoping that the weapon spirit of the Dan discussing pavilion would agree with him and give him a portion of the high-quality pills. In fact, Chu Zhongtian's judgment was very accurate. After confirming that Chu Zhongtian and Dongfang Yuner were not true alchemists, the weapon spirit of the Dan discussing pavilion had already thought of sending them off. However, after hearing Chu Zhongtian's evaluation of the decline of the alchemy path, the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion asked doubtfully, "Is that so? Senior, I know that you are doubting my evaluation just now. Then, you can examine the quality of these pills and their refining techniques." The doubtful tone of the weapon spirit of the Dan discussing pavilion made Chu Zhongtian feel delighted in his heart. He was not afraid of you doubting him, but he was afraid that you would not doubt him. For as long as you doubt him, it also meant that you were interested in the changes in the current alchemy path. As long as you were interested in the current alchemy path, Chu Zhongtian was confident that he would be able to obtain sufficient benefits by relying on his verbal superiority. He took out 3 grades of Qi increasing pill and Dantian cultivating pill from the storage bag, level 10, level 9, and level 8. There were a total of 27 Qi condensation pill, and he also took out the upper rank 8th grade face setting pill from Ha Qir storage bag. Seeing Chu Zhongtian take out 27 low-grade medicinal pills, as well as the face-setting pill that all the women dreamt of, the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion revealed a trace of dissatisfaction on his face. After that, it stretched out its hand and sucked in all 28 medicinal pills that Chu Zhongtian had placed on the table on the right side of the living room, and all of them were sucked into its hand. Through the color, smell, and the energy contained within the pills, the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion carefully identified the quality of the pills. These are the pills refined by those lowly bastards. Not only do they lack a few key procedures to refine the pills, even the ingredients used to refine the pills have a few more useless ingredients as well. In the cavern left behind by the alchemy sect, in the Dan discussing pavilion, as Chu Zhongtian took the initiative to contribute 28 medicinal pills, the weapon spirit of the Dan discussing pavilion gradually revealed a pained expression, as well as an angry expression. After it had thoroughly observed the 28 medicinal pills of different grades, it could not control the anger in its heart and directly cursed. Even the medicinal pill concocted by the little medicine boy beside the alchemy venerable is 100 times stronger than the medicinal pills refined by this bunch of trash. The Dan discussing pavilion's artifact spirit cursed out in anger, causing Chu Zhongtian's face to also reveal a pained expression. Actually, his heart was already bursting with joy. As long as he continued to express his doubts, according to the dissatisfaction of the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion towards the concoction of pills by modern alchemists, it was very likely that he would take out the pills refined by the master of cavern and compare them. As long as the weapon spirit of the Dan discussing pavilion took out the pills that he had kept for himself, Chu Zhongtian would have a way to prove it. Senior, could it be that the pills in my hands are very poor? After questioning him suspiciously, Chu Zhongtian muttered to himself. However, I was able to do so in such a short period of time. Almost half of the credit for my advancement to the advanced was due to these pills. Chu Zhongtian muttered to himself. The weapon spirit couldn't help but carefully observe Chu Zhongtian. When it found the unusual body of the divine soul hidden in Chu Zhongtian's mind, it frowned slightly, but it didn't say anything. Instead, it said that it was observing the situation on its own. Honestly speaking, ever since I was refined, because of Yao Zun's special identity, I have seen countless geniuses. Little friend, your talent is definitely among all the geniuses I have seen. Line up to 5th. The one with the lowest achievement among the 4 geniuses ahead of you. At the age of 30, his cultivation base has also reached the titled supreme level peak. What? At the age of 30, his cultivation base has already reached the titled supreme level peak. Chu Zhongtian asked in disbelief when he heard the evaluation of the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion on the genius of that era. One should know that only after learning that the stage had reached the titled supreme level could he master the ability to tear the void and travel proudly in the universe. Chu Zhongtian had set a goal for himself. Within 30 years, even if he had to risk his life, he would still need to raise the stage to the titled supreme level so that he could tear open the void and return to the earth to visit his aged parents. Although his current cultivation base seemed to be improving very quickly, ever since he repaired the damaged meridian, his cultivation base had broken through to the Qi refining stage, body refining stage, and Qi transforming period. Furthermore, it had only taken him less than a year to reach the current essence gathering stage. However, he didn't have full confidence in the next few stage. This was because the first 4 stage that a warrior cultivated were all in the stage of laying the foundation. There weren't many things that they needed to comprehend. Most of them could be used to forcefully break through the stage with the help of the spiritual power and vital spirit. However, after breaking through to the divine soul stage, it would take a lot of time to break through to the minor stage, and it would take a lot of time. Not to mention, after advancing to the Great Tao period, one needed to comprehend the power of law in the void. In order to advance to the Great Tao period, not only did one need profound comprehension, but they also needed a certain amount of lucky chances. Therefore, the limit of 30 years was just the pressure he gave himself, the motivation he needed to fight with his life on the line. Whether or not he could break through to the titled Supreme level within 30 years wasn't something he was confident about. However, the weapon spirit of the Dan Discussing Pavilion had told him that someone could break through to the titled Supreme level at the age of 30, and even break through to the titled Supreme level peak. How could he accept this? Little friend, do you know the person who was known as the #1 genius in the era of the Medicine Sovereign? How long did it take for him to break through to the titled Supreme level? Chu Zhongtian's reaction was extremely shocked, causing the weapon spirit of the Dan Discussing Pavilion to. It gradually realized that something must have happened in the outside world, something that it didn't know about. Otherwise, this extremely talented young man in front of him, he wouldn't be so surprised. I don't know. Forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, Chu Zhongtian shook his head, indicating that he couldn't guess. Breaking through to the titled Supreme level at 24 years old, reaching the titled Supreme level peak at 26 years old, and breaking through to the immortal stage at 27 years old. The weapon spirit of the Dan Discussing Pavilion, who shouldn't have human emotions, mentioned the first genius that Medicine Sovereign had when he first stepped into the world. It has a look of admiration on its face and tone. Chu Zhongtian was not as shocked as he was when the artifact spirit mentioned the #1 genius, because the achievements of the #1 genius in that era had exceeded his imagination. It made him feel that this was no longer the limit that humans could reach, so he could calmly accept it. Little friend, there's no need to belittle yourself. The genius of Medicine Sovereign's era, Cultivation base, the reason why they were able to improve so quickly was due to the unique environment of that era. It was also because of the prosperity of that era's Tao of alchemy. After consoling Chu Zhongtian, the weapon spirit of Dan Discussing Pavilion extended mysterious guard, who was even whiter than a woman. It drew a line in the void in front of it, and 9 crystal clear pills appeared in its hand. After that, it placed the crystal clear pills in front of Chu Zhongtian. He said, "Little friend, these 9 pills are vital spirit pill from the low rank 10th grade to the upper rank 8th grade. They are used to enhance a martial artist's vital spirit. You can consume them now. Try to understand the effects of the pills from Yao Zun's era." Many thanks for Senior's grace. With a wave of his sleeve, 9 medicinal pills were neatly placed on the ground. After gesturing to Dongfang Yuner, Chu Zhongtian sat down with his legs crossed and took out a 10th grade low-grade vital spirit pill from the ground. "Chu, you must think it through." Seeing Chu Zhongtian sitting down with his legs crossed, he took out a 10th grade low-grade vital spirit pill and consumed it. Elder Huang, who had been silent all this while, reminded him worriedly. Ever since he entered the Dan Discussing Pavilion, he had discovered the weapon spirit of the Dan Discussing Pavilion. Elder Huang didn't dare to use his power of the Divine Soul. As a supreme level formation master, Elder Huang had an understanding of the weapon spirit. He knew better than Chu Zhongtian how dangerous the weapon spirit was. 0. Therefore, as he silently hid, he carefully recalled the records of the weapon spirit of Dan Discussing Pavilion that he had obtained from the inheritance of the Pill Tao. "Elder Huang, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Elder Huang reminded him worriedly, but he did not change Chu Zhongtian's intention of consuming the pill. Firstly, the weapon spirit of Dan Discussing Pavilion was able to take the initiative to take out the pill from the time of Medicine Sovereign. It was all because of his scheme and words. It was impossible for him to retreat when faced with a victory. Secondly, the weapons that could produce the weapon spirit were powerful existences whose grade exceeded that of a saint weapon. Chu Zhongtian didn't know what kind of terrifying means the weapon spirit had. In order to avoid stimulating it, he couldn't refuse to consume the pill. In the cavern left by Grandmaster of the Pill Tao, in the Dan Discussing Pavilion, after rejecting Elder Huang's kind reminder, Chu Zhongtian swallowed the low-grade 10th grade vital spirit pill. When the 10th grade low-grade vital spirit pill turned into a pure vital spirit and merged with the perfect Dantian, Chu Zhongtian could clearly feel the number of vital spirit in the perfect Dantian increasing significantly. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian was extremely shocked. One had to know that the effect of the 9 vital spirit pills' self-destruction had expanded to a perfect state. The amount of vital spirit contained within the dantian had reached a terrifying number. As for the vital spirit pill within Go and storage bag, there were dozens of vital spirit pill that had reached the upper rank 7th grade. He had also consumed a few of them before, so he had a very deep impression of the effects of the vital spirit pill. After comparing the 2 types of medicinal pills refined from different eras, Chu Zhongtian was surprised to find that the number of high-grade level 7 vital spirit pill in Go and storage bag had increased. Although it was 10 times stronger than the low-grade 10th grade vital spirit pill gifted by the artifact spirit, the purity of the vital spirit was far inferior to the low-rank 10th grade vital spirit pill. In other words, although consuming an upper-rank 7th grade vital spirit pill could increase the number of vital spirit in a short period of time, it would take some time before the quality of the vital spirit would drop. Only by purifying the vital spirit in the dantian could one continue to improve one's cultivation base. If he consumed the low-grade 10th grade vital spirit pill provided by the item spirit, although the speed at which the vital spirit increased in quantity was far inferior to the high-grade vital spirit pill, he would not need to purify the vital spirit again. He would be able to increase his cultivation base without any worries. After comparing the two, the effect between the two was basically not much different. However, don't forget that the vital spirit pill he just consumed had only reached the 10th grade low grade. The effects were already comparable to high-grade level 7 medicinal pills refined at the current alchemy standards. Then, if it was a vital spirit pill of the same grade, the effects between the two would be very different. Thinking up to here, Chu Zhongtian directly passed through the level 9 vital spirit pill and took out the intermediate level 8 vital spirit pill to consume. He wanted to try out the effects of a medicinal pill of this grade. As for why he didn't consume the upper rank 8th grade vital spirit pill, it was because Chu Zhongtian wanted to keep the procedure of duplicating a medicinal pill of this grade so that after he left cavern, he would be able to paste it without any restrictions. When the intermediate level 8 vital spirit pill turned into an unimaginable amount of energy, and finally merged with the dantian, the cultivation of a second-level essence gathering stage advanced successfully stepped into the essence gathering stage second-layer peak realm. Too strong. After consuming the intermediate level 8 vital spirit pill, Chu Zhongtian finally deeply experienced the power of alchemy when alchemists refined pills tens of millions of years ago. The intermediate level 8 vital spirit pill provided by the artifact spirit increased the vital spirit strength by dozens of times compared to the current upper rank 7th grade vital spirit pill refined by alchemists. Furthermore, after consuming it, there was no need to purify the vital spirit. The effect of this rapid increase in cultivation base allowed him to gradually understand it. Furthermore, he could accept the possibility of the geniuses of that era having a terrifying increase in cultivation base. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he didn't consume the upper-rank 8th grade vital spirit pill that had a better effect. Otherwise, he would very likely lose the hope of sticking such a high-grade medicinal pill. Senior. The difference between heaven and earth is like heaven and earth. Chu Zhongtian withdrew his cultivation and stood up. Without batting an eyelid, he placed the 7 vital spirit pill of different grades on the ground. He quietly put them into his own storage bag, and then pretended as if nothing had happened. He sighed and said to the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion, "Little friend, since you have already tested the effect of the pill, I wonder if you have any thoughts of learning alchemy?" Regarding the evaluation of the grade of the pill from before, Chu Zhongtian used the words the difference between heaven and earth, and the difference between heaven and earth. This made the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion very happy, but at the same time it also voiced its own thoughts. "Senior, I'm not suitable," Chu Zhongtian said unwillingly. He came from a family of alchemists, and he had a fire attribute constitution. If he wanted to cultivate alchemy, he would not have waited until now. As a modern person who had transmigrated, Chu Zhongtian understood one principle very well. That was the principle of biting off more than one could chew. Apart from the major martial artists, he was also learning formation knowledge from Elder Huang. Furthermore, he also had a very difficult wish that required a lot of time. It was impossible for him to spend more time learning alchemy. Little friend, the geniuses of Medicine Sovereign's era, apart from cultivating in martial arts, more or less, they would all be involved in alchemy and the Tao of instrument. Because these two supplementary cultivation systems are the key to helping geniuses increase their strength and combat strength. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't directly refuse, his tone just now revealed meaning. It had already expressed his point of view. However, for the sake of appraising medicinal pills, the Dan discussing pavilion's weapon spirit that was specially refined, the idea in his bones was to be able to revitalize the Tao of alchemy, so as to allow the Tao of alchemy to once again flourish in the past. Therefore, he had to find a person who could possibly accept the inheritance of the Tao of alchemy. Actually, in the heart of the Dan discussing pavilion's weapon spirit, Chu Zhongtian was not a suitable candidate to accept the inheritance of the alchemy Tao. Because Chu Zhongtian's character was very similar to those top geniuses from millions of years ago. In the eyes of those geniuses, the only thing that really caught their attention was the main system of martial arts. As for the alchemy path and the artifact Tao, they were just auxiliary branches and minor branches that he used to assist in his main cultivation. They simply wouldn't calm down and concentrate on researching the alchemy path. But even if it was not appropriate, there was no way. Because of that sudden change that happened millions of years ago, Yao Zun, who did not have the slightest bit of confidence, directly used the heaven-shrouding sky great formation to completely seal off the cavern, making it impossible for the people outside to come in, and also making it impossible for him to leave the cavern. Junior's aspirations are not in the Tao of alchemy, so I can only reject Senior's good intentions. Rejecting the artifact spirit's good intentions tactfully, Chu Zhongtian immediately explained, however, if Senior wants to find a suitable inheritance of the Tao of alchemy, Junior has a way. Oh, I wonder what little friend has in mind? Chu Zhongtian's tactful refusal disappointed the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion. However, accepting the inheritance was a matter that required both parties to be willing. Otherwise, the inheritance wouldn't be able to continue. However, just as he was about to send the guests off in disappointment, Chu Zhongtian suddenly said that he had an idea. This piqued the weapon spirit's interest. Senior, according to what you just said, the cavern has been sealed by the formation for tens of millions of years. Yun and I are the first group of people who have truly entered the cavern, right? Seeing the interest of the weapon spirit of the Dan discussing pavilion, Chu Zhongtian was secretly delighted. However, there were some things that would involve Elder Huang next. Dongfang Yuner, who had regained her senses, was standing guard beside him. It was not convenient to talk to her in front of her. So Chu Zhongtian could only hook Elder Huang in his mind. Elder Huang, can you use the power of the divine sense to help me pass on some words? The more he recalled the records of the inheritance of the alchemy pill and its weapon spirit, the more Elder Huang felt fear towards the weapon spirit in front of him. The more he felt fear, the more he did not want to talk to the weapon spirit. In the cavern left by Grandmaster of the Pill Tao, in the Dan discussing pavilion. With Chu Zhongtian's request, Elder Huang didn't want to have any contact with the artifact spirit. Melody what? Refuse. Chu, the weapon spirit's means are beyond your imagination. You can use the small magic that I gave you to talk to him. All right. Since the small magic could communicate with the weapon spirit of the Dan discussing pavilion via voice transmission, Chu Zhongtian didn't want to trouble the dignified formation master to be his microphone. Senior, no one has been able to break into the cavern for tens of millions of years. However, this junior is able to break into the ___ by relying on this junior's formation master ability. Using the small magic that Elder Huang had passed down to him, Chu Zhongtian's face lit up as if he was boasting. I know. Seeing that ___ had used the voice transmission magic, the artifact spirit knew that there were some things that were inconvenient for his female companion to know, so it responded with a voice transmission as well. When you used the formation to break open the cavern's formation, I had already sensed it. At the same time, I also know that the reason you were able to break through the corner of the formation was mainly because of the body of the divine soul in your mind. Chu Zhongtian didn't find it strange at all that the weapon spirit was able to discover Elder Huang's existence. As an existence that surpassed the saint grade, it was also an existence that surpassed the titled supreme level. It would be strange if it couldn't detect Elder Huang's existence. Senior, I have a friend whose age is the same as Junior's. He was born in an alchemy family and possessed an extremely high alchemy talent. Furthermore, I am very obsessed with the Tao of alchemy. I think he should be more used to receiving your guidance than I am." Just as the artifact spirit was suggesting that he should learn alchemy, Chu Zhongtian politely refused. A person suddenly appeared in his mind. This person was Zhang Xing, who had participated in the Floating Cloud Sect's disciple test together with him, and had also become an elite disciple at the same time. Unfortunately, after the deal was made, Zhang Xing suddenly disappeared, causing him to worry for a long time. Fortunately, Zhao Enjuan had used his supreme-level strength to predict Zhang Xing's misfortune and fortune. He was sure that not only did he not discover any accidents, but he had also found an unimaginable fortuitous encounter. In fact, Chu Zhongtian had been worried when he decided whether or not to recommend Zhang Xing. In terms of relationship, the first person Chu Zhongtian thought of in his heart was Grand Elder, who was like a father to him. Although Grand Elder's alchemy standards were not high, his obsession with alchemy was not inferior to Zhang Xing's. However, after serious consideration, he still decided to recommend Zhang Xing. Because Zhang Xing was younger, his alchemy talent was higher, and he could better accept the alchemy inheritance of the artifact spirit. "Little friend, do you mean to use the same method when we get out? Send that friend of yours who's obsessed with the Tao of alchemy in here, and then learn the Tao of alchemy from me." Chu Zhongtian's earlier suggestion did not cause the weapon spirit to have any changes in its expression or emotions. It said indifferently, "That's right. This junior has the same intention," Chu Zhongtian admitted with anticipation. "Little friend, thank you for your good intention." However, in the face of Chu Zhongtian's suggestion, the artifact spirit gave a negative answer, which meant that it refused to accept Chu Zhongtian's suggestion. "Senior, why?" Chu Zhongtian asked in confusion. Didn't the artifact spirit want to revitalize the alchemy path, and let the alchemy path regain the glory of the medicine sovereign era? He had recommended a genius with alchemy talent to it. It should be happy to accept it. Why was it rejecting it so indifferently? "Little friend, you spent so much effort to break open the sun-shrouding formation and break into the Dan discussing pavilion. Your goal is probably to obtain medicinal pills." Without answering Chu Zhongtian's question, the weapon spirit changed the topic to the reason why he had entered the Dan discussing pavilion. It also ended the method of secretly transmitting his voice. As the artifact spirit of the Dan discussing pavilion, whose grade had exceeded the Saint artifact, it was extremely arrogant in its bones. It had seen countless peerless geniuses which made it have very high standards. Ordinary geniuses were not worthy of its attention. If the one who broke into the Dan discussing pavilion today wasn't Chu Zhongtian, but some other ordinary martial artists, then even if this martial artist's cultivation reached the supreme level, as long as his talent didn't meet its requirements, the weapon spirit wouldn't take the initiative to invite him in. Thus, the spiritual root didn't believe that the friend Chu Zhongtian had recommended had a talent that could meet its requirements. It used a method to change the topic to reject his kind offer. "That's right. Junior broke into the Dan discussing pavilion to find a pill that can increase my cultivation base and strength." Since the weapon spirit had ended the transmission, Chu Zhongtian felt too embarrassed to continue transmitting his voice. He nodded his head and didn't conceal his thoughts and purpose. Chu Zhongtian made his intentions clear. Dongfang Yuner, who was standing guard beside him, was startled. Although she didn't know what the weapon spirit represented, it had a lifespan of over 10 million years. The power of the weapon spirit must be beyond her imagination. In the face of such a powerful existence, why didn't you try to hide your intention? Why did you admit it so frankly? Isn't this courting death? Although she was very worried that Chu Zhongtian would anger the weapon spirit, Dongfang Yuner didn't dare to act rashly and warn him. She could only keep winking at him. Unfortunately, after conversing with the artifact spirit, Chu Zhongtian's gaze never shifted, nor did he notice the look in her eyes. Chu Zhongtian's honest attitude not only did not make the artifact spirit angry, but it also made it feel that Chu Zhongtian's straightforward personality was very similar to the master of cavern, Yao Zun. This made the artifact spirit admire him even more. "Little friend, your current cultivation base is at the essence gathering stage second layer peak. Furthermore, your cultivation base is at the ___________. The secret technique that has cultivated the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill has caused your Dantian to evolve into a perfect Dantian. While admiring it, the artifact spirit had decided to give Chu Zhongtian a small portion of the treasure that could help him improve his cultivation. Therefore, it began to use its powerful cultivation to observe Chu Zhongtian's current condition, and then decide what type and grade of medicinal pill it would give Chu Zhongtian. Of course, as an existence whose grade exceeded a saint artifact, the artifact spirit naturally had other reasons for doing so. The meridian is very strong. It can withstand the impact of the medicinal strength of an upper-rank 7th grade medicinal pill, and its internal organs are very strong. It seems like the foundation of a body refining stage is very strong. Seeing the weapon spirit using the divine sense's power to check his body's condition, Chu Zhongtian's little heart couldn't help but tighten. As a transcendent saint weapon, Chu Zhongtian was very worried that the weapon spirit might discover the hidden power of the space law in his Dantian. He didn't know if the artifact spirit would develop a greedy heart when facing the second-ranked power of the space law amongst the myriad laws, or if it would think of ways to take away the power of the space law within his body. The artifact spirit's surprised tone nearly caused Chu Zhongtian's tiny heart to jump out of his chest. This was because he felt that this was the artifact spirit's shock after discovering the power of the space law floating within his Dantian. However, when he heard the artifact spirit say the reason why it was surprised, he could barely relax. In the cavern left by Grandmaster of the Pill Tao, in the Dan discussing pavilion, since he had decided to give Chu Zhongtian a small portion of the pills, he would be responsible for it. The weapon spirit had carefully observed Chu Zhongtian's current condition. Vital spirit, Dantian, meridian, internal organs and bones, as long as it was a place that could affect one's talent and potential. Carefully observed everything. At the same time, it was also calculating in its heart what grade it would give him. What kind of pills were they? However, when it saw Chu Zhongtian's blood vessels and the 5 layers of purple blood that had been converted, a hint of shock flashed through the artifact spirit's heart. Purple was the most precious color among all colors, representing nobility. The person who had purple blood was the person with the most outstanding talent, the greatest potential, the strongest strength, and the noblest status among all living beings, Zhongtian. Coincidentally, Yao Zun happened to have a close friend who possessed purple blood. As for that expert who possessed the purple blood, not only was his strength unparalleled under the heavens, his status was also extremely noble. Therefore, when faced with the half-converted purple blood in Chu Zhongtian's body, the artifact spirit said excitedly, "Little friend, the blood in your body is very similar to one of Yao Zun's best friends. It seems to originate from the same source." At the same time, the original intention of giving a random medicinal pill to send Chu Zhongtian away from cavern changed. It wanted to give Chu Zhongtian the pill that was most suitable for him according to the specific situation. It would allow him to improve his cultivation base and strengthen his purple blood in the shortest amount of time possible. Because helping Chu Zhongtian now was the same as helping him in the future. It wasn't because he discovered the hidden power of the space law in his body, but because Chu Zhongtian had just relaxed half of his heart. It instantly turned into a pleasant surprise. Originally, the blood was normal because it had undergone the transformation of the special energy in the family's blood prison pavilion. It was because of this that the purple blood was produced. Furthermore, he believed that this was the unique effect of the blood prison pavilion. Every disciple of the Chu family that had been refined by the blood prison pavilion would have purple blood in their body. However, after returning to the family, he specially interrogated Grand Elder. However, the result was that among the thousands of family members that had been refined by the blood prison pavilion, there had never been a person who had purple blood in his body. This made him doubt the origin of the purple blood in his body. At the same time, in the space where the blood divine tree lived, the purple blood boiled. It could fill his eyes with a purple light, allowing him to see through the hidden ability of a 6th grade peak blood divine beast. Furthermore, the purple blood could also severely injure the blood divine beast. Since then, Chu Zhongtian had another mission, which was to find out the cause of the purple blood in his body, as well as the reason why he was the only one among the tens of thousands of people in the Chu family that had such a strange change. Now, when he heard the weapon spirit mention the uniqueness of his blood, Chu Zhongtian, who seemed to know the origin of this blood, was eager to solve the doubts in his heart. He hurriedly asked, "Senior, what is the origin of the purple blood in this junior's body?" Just as Chu Zhongtian was filled with anticipation, Elder Huang, who was in his mind, put your ears up too. Not only was he interested in the origin of the purple blood in Chu Zhongtian's body, but his eyes were also glowing with a purple light. The mysterious "I was interested," because that pair of emotionless eyes was as terrifying as the divine eye. The weapon spirit looked at Chu Zhongtian with a complicated expression. It didn't answer the origin of the purple blood. Instead, it stretched out mysterious guard's hand and took out 6 blood-red pill bottle from the void. It used the power of the divine sense to deliver it to Chu Zhongtian. Little friend, the pill bottle in the pill bottle is called the blood coagulation pill. It has the effect of purifying blood from the lowest grade of the 10th grade to the high grade of the level 5. It can help you continue to transform the purple blood in your body. A blood coagulation pill that could aid in the purification of blood, and it was a blood coagulation pill that was given to him by the weapon spirit. Chu Zhongtian should have been happy about it. However, compared to the purple blood in his body, Chu Zhongtian wanted to know more about the origin of the purple blood, as well as the reason why it was produced. Seeing Chu Zhongtian unwillingly put away the pill bottle, the artifact spirit considered for a moment, and finally decided to reveal some secrets about the purple blood in advance. Little friend, the purple blood involves a taboo existence. I can't, and dare not reveal any secrets of that expert. However, after all of the blood in your body turns purple, a part of the purple blood will reveal its origin, as well as its own secrets. It's true. When all the blood in his body turns into purple blood, he will be able to know the secret of the purple blood. When he heard the information revealed by the artifact spirit, Chu Zhongtian was pleasantly surprised. That's right. Nodding his head, the artifact spirit confirmed what he had just said. However, it changed its attitude and spoke with a regretful tone. Although I am the weapon spirit of Dan Discussing Pavilion, and I have countless alchemy techniques in my hands, but because of the body it can't be refined into pills. The 6 bottles of blood coagulation pill that I have given you are the pills that I have collected. The only medicinal pill that can aid in the conversion of purple blood. Unfortunately, the 6 bottles of different grades of blood coagulation pill are unable to convert all of the blood in your body into purple blood. Otherwise, you would have known the secret of the purple blood earlier. Chu Zhongtian was secretly happy to hear the regretful sigh of the artifact spirit. As long as he had a high-quality blood coagulation pill and the duplication and adhesion procedures, he would be able to get as many blood coagulation pill as he wanted. When the purple blood in his body was converted to the 10th level, it would be the time for him to know the secrets of the purple blood. Therefore, in his next cultivation plan, other than continuing to increase the level of his force, he also needed to use the blood coagulation pill to accelerate the process of the blood transforming into the purple color. He wanted to find out the secret of the purple blood as soon as possible. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian could calmly accept the fact that the blood coagulation pill was lacking, the artifact spirit nodded its head in satisfaction. After that, it took out 3 pill bottles from the void and placed them in front of Chu Zhongtian. Little friend, these 3 bottles of pills are from 7th grade low rank to upper level 5 vital spirit pill. Together with the 9 different grades of vital spirit pill I gave you just now, it can help you raise your essence gathering stage cultivation base. Thank you, Senior, for your kindness. Seeing the weapon spirit giving away a higher grade vital spirit pill, Chu Zhongtian also expressed his gratitude happily. A level 8 intermediate vital spirit pill could increase his cultivation by a small stage in the minor stage. In that case, would the higher grade level 7, 6th grade, and level 5 vital spirit pill continue to support him in breaking through to the divine soul stage realm? Even if the vital spirit pill given by the weapon spirit could not support him in breaking through to the divine soul stage with the duplication and adhesion program, he could duplicate more level 5 and 6th grade vital spirit pill, which was enough to ensure that he could smoothly break through to the divine soul stage. Furthermore, according to the different eras and the different developments of the alchemy path, the level 5 vital spirit pill given by the artifact spirit might have a great effect on both divine soul stage and longevity period. In the cavern left by Grandmaster of the Pill Tao, in the Dan discussing pavilion, after Chu Zhongtian happily put away the 3 bottles of vital spirit pill, the artifact spirit lifted mysterious guard up and continued to draw in the void in front of him. After that, a bottle of pills floated in front of him. At the same time, he used the divine sense to deliver it to Chu Zhongtian. The artifact spirit explained, "Little friend, because you used the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill to cultivate the perfect dantian, although it increased your potential, it increased your strength, but it also stopped you from quickly increasing your cultivation base. The medicinal pill within the pill bottle is called the essence-shaking pill. It is a medicinal pill that medicine sovereigns specially refined for the perfect dantian back then. Its function is to use the power of the medicinal pill to forcefully shatter the perfect dantian. After that, it will use the dantian to condense and purify it. There are a total of 9 vibrating yuan pills in the pill bottle, and all of them are at the upper rank 7th grade. Each vibrating yuan pill can shatter the dantian once. 9 vibrating yuan pills, shattering the dantian 9 times. This is a perfect comparison with the 9 revolutions vital spirit pills expansion of the perfect dantian. Little friend, although using the vibrating yuan pill can increase the speed of the compressed dantian, the process of shattering a dantian in an instant is extremely painful. Therefore, whether or not you use the vibrating yuan pill is entirely up to you. The vibrating yuan pill, which could accelerate the compression of the dantian, looked at the pill bottle floating in front of him. Chu Zhongtian was wild with joy. Originally, because of the perfect dantian, Chu Zhongtian was very worried about whether he could break through to the peak essence gathering stage in a short period of time. This was because, according to what Elder Huang knew, although there were some pills that were specifically used to compress dantian, there were very few of them. Chu Zhongtian was worried that he might not be able to find them in a short period of time. He never thought that the weapon spirit would gift him such a precious pill. At this moment, he was risking all of his spirit stones to activate the formation. Not only did Chu Zhongtian not have any regrets, he even felt very lucky. He was glad that he believed in Elder Huang's means. Otherwise, how could he have obtained the vital spirit pill and stabilizing yuan pill that could help him improve his cultivation base? As for the pain caused by consuming the essence-quenching pill, he had experienced the meridian healing him inch by inch, so he no longer had any fear towards the pain in his body. When Chu Zhongtian happily put away the essence-quake pill, the weapon spirit's eyes revealed an indifferent expression, as if it had seen the brilliance of a few of the top geniuses of medicine sovereign's era. Little friend, with your talent and potential, I'm afraid that the essence gathering stage won't be able to delay you for long. Next, you will have to face the breakthrough to the divine soul stage. When I used the divine sense to observe your condition just now, I found that there was a huge amount of seals in your sea of consciousness. The energy contained in the seal was extremely pure. Presumably, you used the heart seal technique. Absorb the mental energy in the 6th grade blood divine tree's body. With the mentality of being responsible for Chu Zhongtian, the artifact spirit had already detected the sealed mental energy in his sea of consciousness when it used the divine sense to check his body condition. As the artifact spirit of Dan discussing pavilion who had lived for countless years, it had seen too many treasures. It had understood countless spiritual root and spirit trees, so it could only use its spiritual force to leak out a trace of the aura. It knew that the spiritual energy sealed in Chu Zhongtian's sea of consciousness originated from the blood divine tree. Originally, after discovering the sealed spiritual energy in Chu Zhongtian's sea of consciousness, the artifact spirit did not want to pay any attention to it, because back then, he only wanted to casually give a few pills and then send Chu Zhongtian away from cavern. But after discovering the purple blood in Chu Zhongtian's body, his thoughts changed. So now, he had to give Chu Zhongtian a pill that could be used against the spiritual force in Chu Zhongtian's sea of consciousness. Senior is right. Before entering cavern, I accidentally entered the spatial zone where the blood divine tree lived and discovered the blood divine tree that was in the process of breaking through. After that, I used the method that Senior mentioned just now to absorb the mental energy within the blood divine tree, and a part of its blood. It's also because I absorbed the pure blood within the blood divine tree's body that I was able to finally cultivate the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill. Furthermore, I broke through to the essence gathering stage in the form of the perfect dantian. Chu Zhongtian explained in detail how he cultivated the perfect dantian and the reason why he broke through to the essence gathering stage. The reason why he was so honest was because he felt that after the other party discovered the purple blood in his body, his attitude towards him had changed greatly. Every pill he gave him was something he urgently needed. Therefore, he wanted to tell him everything in detail and see what kind of suggestions the artifact spirit that surpassed the grade of a saint artifact would give him. Although the method to advance the blood divine tree is more bloody and cruel, the blood and mental strength formed within its body are the purest energy in the world. It can increase a martial artist's cultivation and strength without any hidden dangers. In the era of Medicine Sovereign, there was a titled Supreme Level Peak Powerhouse. When he was young, he used the blood divine tree to increase his strength. Chu Zhongtian explained in detail how he formed the perfect dantian and how he broke through to the essence gathering stage. The artifact spirit had guessed his thoughts. So, according to what it knew, the artifact spirit gave Chu Zhongtian a calming pill. After explaining the invulnerability of the blood divine tree's blood and mental energy, the artifact spirit took out another pill bottle from the void and used the divine sense to send it to Chu Zhongtian's side, introducing it. Little friend, there is only one upper-rank 7th grade pill in the pill bottle. The name of the pill is the soul condensing pill. Its function is to help a martial artist condense their divine soul and increase the chances of a martial artist breaking through to the divine soul stage. Reaching out his hand to approach the pill bottle floating in front of him, Chu Zhongtian's heart could no longer be described as wild joy. With the vital spirit pill that could help him improve his vital spirit, it would allow him to raise his cultivation base to the essence gathering stage advanced in a very short period of time. With the stabilizing pill that could help him compress the dantian, he would be able to break through to the peak essence gathering stage in a shorter period of time. Now, he also had the divine core that could help him condense his divine soul and increase his chances of breaking through to the divine soul stage. With these 3 top-grade medicinal pills, Chu Zhongtian was confident that his cultivation base would break through to the divine soul stage in 3 months, and in half a year's time, he would become a peerless expert in the Eternal Continent's southern domain. Chu Zhongtian's face revealed an uncontrollable excitement. He wanted to let the weapon spirit know that the pills he gave were very suitable for his heart, and that was why he was so excited. However, in order to make Chu Zhongtian happy, the artifact spirit decided to help him out of some kind of restriction in the future, so that it could continue to curry favor with Chu Zhongtian and make him owe him even more favors. Thinking of this, the weapon spirit thought for a while. Finally, it cut open the void in front of it and took out a slightly dark-colored pill bottle. After that, it used the divine sense to deliver it to Chu Zhongtian's side. Elder Huang, who had been trying his best to avoid contact with the artifact spirit, stood up immediately after seeing the pill bottle taken out by the artifact spirit. He shouted at Chu Zhongtian, "Chu, hurry up and give me the pill bottle." In the cavern left by Grandmaster of the Pill Tao, in the Dan discussing pavilion, facing Elder Huang, who was so excited that he almost fell into madness, Chu Zhongtian did not follow his instructions. Instead, he directly put the pill bottle into his storage bag. After that, he used the magic sound transmission to explain, "Elder Huang, control your emotions. Yun is still by my side. Don't tell me you want to expose your existence." Chu Zhongtian's explanation made the excited Elder Huang wake up with difficulty. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Elder Huang's voice was still trembling as he said, "Chu, thank the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion for me. Thank him for giving me the 3 solar soul restoration pill. It will help me recover the body of the divine soul. At the same time, help me tell him that when I recover my strength, I will be the one to do it. I will definitely repay today's kindness." When the artifact spirit gifted him the medicinal pill, it didn't explain the name, grade, and effects of the medicinal pill. At first, Chu Zhongtian thought that the bottle of medicinal pills was still for him. That was why he did not follow Elder Huang's instructions and directly put away the pill bottle. Other than not wanting to expose Elder Huang's existence in front of Dongfang Yuner, He was also somewhat disgusted by Elder Huang's overbearing and selfish actions. However, after hearing Elder Huang mention the name and effects of the pill bottle's inner core, Chu Zhongtian knew that he had misunderstood Elder Huang. Therefore, he sincerely represented Elder Huang. He thanked the artifact spirit using the sound transmission magic. Senior, the senior in Junior's mind asked me to thank you on his behalf. Thank you for giving him the 3-yang soul returning pill that can restore the body of the divine soul. At the same time, the senior in this junior's mind has made a promise. When his physical body recovers in the future, he will definitely repay today's kindness. Little friend, the cultivation base of this female companion of yours is too low. Furthermore, her constitution is extremely special. Within the pill bottle that I have collected, there's no pill particularly suitable for her. Chu Zhongtian expressed his gratitude on behalf of the body of the divine soul in his mind and made the most sincere promise. The artifact spirit was neither moved nor rejected. At the same time, he shifted the topic to Dongfang Yuner. However, I gave you some low-level medicinal pills. If you can't use them in the future, you can give them to her. No problem. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian turned around and said to Dongfang Yuner, Yun, from now on whatever I have, as long as it is what you need, you can take and use it. In fact, even if the artifact spirit did not specifically remind him, Chu Zhongtian would still consider Dongfang Yuner. The only troublesome thing was that Dongfang Yuner's cultivation level was too low, and the medicinal pill that the artifact spirit gave was too high, so she temporarily did not need it. Chu Zhongtian's forthright promise. Although it touched Dongfang Yuner very much, she still had something in her heart. She looked at Chu Zhongtian, then at the artifact spirit that stood beside the wooden chair in the main hall. Yun, do you have any requests to trouble senior artifact spirit? The innocent Dongfang Yuner was not a person who was good at disguising herself. Furthermore, the expression on her face just now, as well as the interest to secretly observe, were too obvious. Chu Zhongtian noticed her abnormality with a glance and quickly asked, Mr. Chu, the reason why I followed Yan Jinghong into cavern this time is because of the risk. I hope to get a prophecy pill. Taking the initiative to ask for the pill was the first time in Dongfang Yuner's life. She was so embarrassed that she could not open her mouth. However, she was not willing to give up this perfect opportunity when she could not bring out a gift that could surprise Dongfang Xiongba. After thinking it over and over again, she finally said her request. It's for your father. Hearing that Dongfang Yuner wanted a high-quality prophecy pill, Chu Zhongtian immediately guessed her reason. This was because Dongfang Xiongba was not only a powerful expert, but also a prophet proficient in prophecies. And in 3 days it will be my father's 160th birthday. At the same time, it will also be his 60th year of coronation. That's why I want to give him a prophecy pill as a gift. Since Chu Zhongtian had already guessed it, Dongfang Yuner did not hide it anymore. She told him everything in detail. Senior, may I ask if you can give me a prophecy pill? Since it was a gift from Dongfang Yuner to her father, how could Chu Zhongtian not satisfy her feelings? Therefore, he shamelessly asked the artifact spirit for it. At the same time, he secretly communicated with Elder Huang in his mind. He also asked in a pleading tone, Elder Huang, you have a lot of knowledge. I wonder if you have any ways to improve the stage of the divination master. Zhao Enjuan, who had a proud and aloof personality, had very few true friends. They were so few that he could count them all with a single palm. Therefore, he cherished the relationship between friends very much. Dongfang Xiongba was one of his few friends. After resolving the misunderstanding with Dongfang Yuner and regaining the relationship of a lover, in Chu Zhongtian's view, Dongfang Xiongba would very likely become his future father-in-law in the future. His benefactor's good friend, his future father-in-law, Dongfang Xiongba's birthday celebration, and the coronation ceremony, he would give a gift to his benefactor and himself. However, facing Dongfang Xiongba, whose cultivation base was unfathomable, and who was the king of the dynasty, Chu Zhongtian and Dongfang Yuner were also in the dilemma of not knowing what kind of gift they would give. In the end, they also chose to work from the prophecy technique. What? You want to give your future father-in-law a gift? With the 3 Solar Soul Restoration pill that the artifact spirit gave him, Elder Huang didn't have to worry about 3 months later. When the Heaven Baron's secret realm opened, there was no danger of mixing in, so Elder Huang had a relaxed mind. He also started to tease Chu Zhongtian. That's right, I am planning to give it to my future father-in-law. Just tell me if you have any ideas. Having experienced the baptism of the internet era, Chu Zhongtian's skin was so thick. Therefore, when faced with Elder Huang's teasing, he did not feel embarrassed at all. No problem. After we leave cavern, give me a blank jade slip. I will leave behind a set of secret technique that can increase the power of the prophecy technique in the jade slip. Not only did Chu Zhongtian not feel embarrassed, but he also shamelessly admitted that Dongfang Xiongba was his future father-in-law. While Elder Huang was lamenting how thick-skinned Chu Zhongtian was, he also put away his suave attitude. He gave Chu Zhongtian a satisfactory answer. The secret technique that could enhance the prophecy technique was the answer that Elder Huang had given him. Chu Zhongtian deeply felt that Elder Huang had a wide range of knowledge and experience, and he secretly heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. What a coincidence! Back then, Yao Zun refined a divination pill for one of his master's good friends who was proficient in predicting skills. Now there's only one left. Since little friend needs it, I'll give it to you. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's promise to Dongfang Yuner, the artifact spirit knew that their relationship was not ordinary. Therefore, he checked his collection and found a pill that could improve the divination art. He agreed readily. In the cavern left by Grandmaster of the Pill Tao, in the Dan discussing pavilion, Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand to receive the pill bottle that was given to him by the artifact spirit. It was a pill bottle that contained the divination pill. He then handed it over to Dongfang Yuner. Mr. Chu, thank you. Dongfang Yuner held the pill bottle with the prophecy pill and thanked him gratefully. Dongfang Yuner knew very well that the reason why the artifact spirit, whose cultivation level was unknown, was willing to gift the prophecy pill was not because of her noble status, nor because she was as beautiful as a heaven immortal, nor because she possessed the profound young body. It was because of Chu Zhongtian, because the pills given by the artifact spirit were all pills that were most suitable for Chu Zhongtian according to his current condition. Just from this point alone, it could be seen how highly the artifact spirit valued Chu Zhongtian. Yun, yours and mine are yours, so there's no need for formalities between us. Reaching out his hand and lightly patting the back of her hand, Chu Zhongtian said gently, yours and mine are yours too. Chu Zhongtian casually said something to please a girl before he transmigrated. But Dongfang Yuner was exceptionally touched and a trace of warmth flashed in her heart. At the same time, she also felt deeply guilty about her misunderstanding of Chu Zhongtian a while ago. After consoling Dongfang Yuner, Chu Zhongtian turned around and looked at the artifact spirit, hoping that he could continue to give more precious pills. Unfortunately, what the artifact spirit said next made the anticipation in his heart disappear in an instant. Little friend, pills and weapons can only play a supporting role in the cultivation of martial arts. If you want to truly climb to the peak, you still need to rely on your own hard work and perseverance. Although the weapon spirit didn't say it directly, the meaning behind his words was very clear. His pills had already been gifted, you can leave now. Senior, I have received a great kindness from you today, and I really don't know how to repay it. In the future, if Senior has any needs, as long as this junior is able to do it, I'll do my best. Although the weapon spirit didn't give him any precious pills, Chu Zhongtian was slightly disappointed. However, the pills he had obtained so far were enough to support his cultivation for a long period of time. Therefore, after adjusting his state of mind, Chu Zhongtian sincerely expressed his gratitude and made a promise. Of course, when he made a promise, he still followed his cautious thoughts and left a path of retreat for himself. Little friend, remember your promise today. When I need your help in the future, he said. I hope you won't go back on your word. Although the weapon spirit's cultivation was very strong, he was still the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion. He didn't know much about the tricks that humans were good at using, so he didn't know how to escape from Chu Zhongtian's promise. Junior will keep his promise. Chu Zhongtian cupped his fists and agreed. All right, I'll send you out of cavern now. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's sincere agreement, the artifact spirit nodded its head in satisfaction. After that, it started to form seals with both hands. The seals it formed were all imprinted in the void in front of Chu Zhongtian. After dozens of seals were imprinted in the void in front of Chu Zhongtian was forcefully torn open, creating a gap that could allow a person to freely enter and exit. Little friend, through this gap, you will be able to leave this cavern and return to the outside world. The artifact spirit reminded. Senior, after I break through to the divine soul stage, I will definitely come and visit you. I hope you will continue to maintain your current state of mind. Chu Zhongtian held Dongfang Yun'er's small hand and walked into the gap. He turned around and shouted to the artifact spirit. What a crafty kid! Hearing Chu Zhongtian's words before leaving, the artifact spirit couldn't help but shake its head and laugh bitterly. Chu Zhongtian mentioned that after breaking through to the divine soul stage, he specifically came to visit him. It was obvious that the pill he had given him just now was only enough for him to cultivate to the divine soul stage. It was also a reminder that the process of giving him the pill was too petty. In regards to this, apart from a bitter smile, the artifact spirit really didn't know what to say. I've finally left that depressing place. Passing through the crack in the void created by the artifact spirit, Chu Zhongtian and Dongfang Yun'er appeared at the outskirts of the mountain range. After absorbing the fresh air from the outside world, Elder Huang could not help but sigh. Regarding Elder Huang's cautious behavior in the Dan discussing pavilion, Chu Zhongtian had a belly full of questions that he wanted to verify with him. But before verifying, he had to make arrangements for Dongfang Yun'er. So for now, he didn't pay attention to Elder Huang, who was sighing in his heart. After that, he used a negotiating tone and said to Dongfang Yun'er, Yun, are you planning to stay in the inn with me or return to the Imperial Palace? Mr. Chu, isn't our progress too fast? Accompany me to stay in the inn. Chu Zhongtian unconsciously discussed with her just now, making Dongfang Yun'er lower her head in shame and complain with a slightly shy tone. Yun, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean that. Seeing Dongfang Yun'er misunderstand his meaning, Chu Zhongtian hurriedly explained. The reason why he invited her to stay in the inn was because 3 days later, it would be Dongfang Xiongba's birthday and 60 years of coronation. He didn't know Dongfang Xiongba at all, nor did he know the officials of Heavenly Dragon Empire. At that time, the question of how to enter the Imperial Palace and meet Dongfang Xiongba would be a problem. Besides, he couldn't possibly barge into the palace with his own strength like he did in the Yen country. Therefore, Dongfang Yun'er stayed in the inn, hoping that she would lead him into the Imperial Palace 3 days later, and then directly meet Dongfang Xiongba. Seeing that she misunderstood Chu Zhongtian's meaning and thinking about the scenes in her mind just now, Dongfang Yun'er was so ashamed that she almost dug a hole in the ground and hid in it. Fortunately, after seeing that Chu Zhongtian did not have the intention to make fun of her, she reluctantly put away the shame in her heart, and then mustered her courage and shamelessly asked, Mr. Chu, don't stay in an inn outside. Come back to the Imperial Palace with me. There are many rooms in the Imperial Palace. You can stay as you wish. Is it appropriate? Staying directly in the palace of Heavenly Dragon Empire could avoid a lot of trouble and make it more comfortable, but it would have a huge impact on Dongfang Yun'er's reputation. Yes, it is very suitable. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was a little tempted, Dongfang Yun'er hurriedly joined the Dao integration stage. Actually, inviting Chu Zhongtian to live in the Imperial Palace, other than to facilitate the birthday ceremony 3 days later, Dongfang Yun'er also had some small thoughts in her heart, because she wanted her mother to observe Chu Zhongtian in advance, and see if the person she chose would satisfy her, and become the partner that would accompany her for the rest of her life. All right. Seeing Dongfang Yun'er's expectant look, Chu Zhongtian could not refuse and could only nod his head in agreement. After that, he grabbed Dongfang Yun'er's waist and used the essence gathering stage ability to fly, bringing her directly to Tianlong City. While flying, Chu Zhongtian asked Elder Huang in his mind to confirm his doubts. Elder Huang, what is the origin of the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion? Elder Huang liked to beat around the bush and answer questions, but Chu Zhongtian didn't like it, so he asked straightforwardly, "I don't know." These three simple words, Elder Huang clearly refused to reveal the true origin of the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion. Elder Huang's refusal didn't make Chu Zhongtian angry. He continued asking, "Elder Huang, why are you so afraid of the weapon spirit?" "I'm not afraid at all. I just don't want to bother with him," Elder Huang replied truthfully. "Elder Huang, it would be boring if you were like this," Chu Zhongtian said helplessly when he saw Elder Huang pretending not to know anything. "Chu, you'd better not ask about the true origin of the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion. Because through the records in the Inheritance of Alchemy, I have learned a secret that even I am afraid of. Therefore, before you break through to the titled Supreme level, I will not reveal any secrets related to the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion to you." Elder Huang couldn't bear to disappoint Chu Zhongtian when he saw Chu Zhongtian's gloomy expression. He could only continue with his stage, which was too weak, so he gave up on the idea of asking about these things. Strength? It's strength again. When he heard Elder Huang say that it was only after his strength broke through to the titled Supreme level that he could truly understand the secrets of the Dan discussing pavilion's weapon spirit, Chu Zhongtian complained in distress. Ever since he got to know Elder Huang and became Zhao Enjuan's disciple, there were many secrets that he really wanted to know. In the end, all of them were covered up by the fact that his stage was too weak and his strength was too weak. Furthermore, the answer he gave was that he was waiting for his cultivation base to break through to a certain stage. Only then would he be qualified to know these secrets. This made him wish that he could immediately become a titled Supreme level warrior. Unfortunately, although he was dissatisfied, he could only complain. Facing the reason given by Elder Huang, he had no way to refute it. He could only accept it helplessly. The mountain range that Grandmaster of the Piltao left behind in Cavern was only about 3,000 miles away from Tianlong City. The speed of flying was far faster than the movement technique. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian and Dongfang Yuner only spent less than an hour to return to the outside of Tianlong City. Every imperial city in the southern domain prohibited flying in the city, which was also the so-called no-fly flight. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian could only bring Dongfang Yuner and land 1,000 meters away from the city gate. Although the strength of the Heavenly Dragon Empire was ranked third among the dozens of dynasties in the southern domain, more than half of the strength came from Dongfang Xiongba. As a genius of the Floating Cloud Sect's Golden Generation and an expert in prophecies, Dongfang Xiongba's strength was unfathomable. According to Zhao Enjuan's previous guess, Dongfang Xiongba was the strongest amongst the dozens of dynasties in southern domain. Even the number one genius of the empire, Zhu Yuendi, was no match for Dongfang Xiongba. If there was no Dongfang Xiongba in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the strength of the Heavenly Dragon Empire would have dropped by at least half. Therefore, in Heavenly Dragon Empire, there weren't many top experts who were above the essence gathering stage. Furthermore, these top experts and peerless experts rarely showed themselves in front of the crowd. It was also rare for the people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire to see experts flying in the sky. It was precisely because the crowd rarely saw experts above the essence gathering stage that Chu Zhongtian and Dongfang Yuner, who were slowly descending from the sky, attracted everyone's attention. Who is that young man? He can fly at such a young age. I'm afraid his strength has already reached the essence gathering stage. Impossible. That young man looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. It was impossible for him to break through to the essence gathering stage. I think he might be using some kind of flying magic treasure. You're wrong. That young man can fly in the sky with his true strength. I think he might be a top genius from one of the 9 major powers. That's right. If he wasn't a top genius from one of the 9 major powers, the Pearl of Heavenly Dragon Empire, how could His Highness Yun be willing to stand by his side? Exclamation point. She was betrayed by the person closest to her and fell into sorrow. Because of Chu Zhongtian's timely appearance and help, the emotions that had been accumulated in her heart for a long time burst out and made Dongfang Yuner throw herself into Chu Zhongtian's arms. Now that the grief had been alleviated and there were countless people paying attention to her, how could Dongfang Yuner, who was already very thin-skinned, let Chu Zhongtian hold her waist? After struggling to break free from Chu Zhongtian's strong arm, Dongfang Yun'er's face was red as she sped up her footsteps and walked towards the various city gates. "Greetings, princess. Greetings, princess." When Dongfang Yun'er quickly walked to the city gate, no matter if it was the guards guarding the gate or the people who entered or exited the city, they all knelt down to pay their respects. If it was according to Dongfang Yun'er's previous personality, she would definitely be gentle and tell everyone not to be overly courteous. Moreover, she quickly got up, but when everyone saw her intimate actions with the person she loved, it made her so shy that she wanted to immediately return to the imperial palace and return to her room to hide. Seeing Dongfang Yun'er, who had thrown away her arm and ran into the city with her head lowered, Chu Zhongtian smiled complacently. Then, he cast the movement technique and followed her. Ever since the Heavenly Dragon Empire had experienced a qualitative leap in strength under Dongfang Xiongba's lead, the expansion and renovation of the Tianlong city had been carried out. However, Dongfang Xiongba did not make a move on the imperial palace where the members of the imperial family lived, because he wanted to pass through the dilapidated imperial palace and warn the members of the imperial family. The Heavenly Dragon Empire had once declined and was invaded by foreign enemies. He wanted to remind them to work hard in their cultivation. It was impossible for them to do so because of the special identity of the royal family's disciples. They had neglected their own cultivation. Ziluo Pavilion. As the pearl of Heavenly Dragon Empire, Dongfang Xiongba's most beloved daughter, the palace that belonged solely to Dongfang Yun'er, was completely arranged according to her personality. Ever since Dongfang Yun'er became sensible, she had always liked Ziluolan. So when she became an adult and was sent to the palace, Dongfang Xiongba specially modified a palace. After that, the palace pavilion was filled with Ziluolan, and the name of the palace pavilion was changed to Ziluo Pavilion. It was her personal palace. Following beside Dongfang Yun'er, without any obstruction, Chu Zhongtian smoothly entered the palace and entered the Ziluo Pavilion that belonged to Dongfang Yun'er. When he stepped into the Ziluo Pavilion, the first thing that entered his eyes was the courtyard full of violet. As the saying goes, watching flowers is like looking at a person. 1. What kind of flowers a person liked? Then this person's personality would mix with the characteristics of the flowers he liked. After returning to the Ziluo Pavilion that belonged to her, Dongfang Yun'er's originally shy heart finally returned to normal. She ordered the palace maid beside her. Prepare a guest room and serve this young master to rest. After that, Dongfang Yun'er turned around and said to Chu Zhongtian, Mr. Chu, although Yan Jinghong was killed by you, she betrayed the empire. For betraying me, I still need to tell my father and mother, so you will stop resting for now. Wait until I see my father and mother. Then I'll come and chat with you. There's no need. Chu Zhongtian shook his head and rejected Dongfang Yun'er's arrangement. He then said what he thought. Within the Heavenly Dragon Empire, in the Ziluo Pavilion. Yun, please bring me to your private cultivation room. I want to use these 3 days to continue improving my cultivation base and strength. Chu Zhongtian said without any hesitation. When all the blood in his body was converted into purple blood, it would be the time when he truly understood the secrets of his purple blood. This was the information revealed by the artifact spirit. Chu Zhongtian, who was eager to know the secret of the purple blood in his body, didn't want to waste his time waiting, resting, and chatting. Therefore, he wanted to use these 3 days to borrow the blood coagulation pill to transform the purple blood. He wanted to know the secret of the purple blood as soon as possible, and at the same time, he wanted to use the vital spirit pill to continue increasing his cultivation. Mr. Chu, the best way to cultivate is by combining work and rest. Aren't you being too impatient? Dongfang Yun'er could understand why Chu Zhongtian wanted to cultivate. After all, he had obtained so many pills that were suitable for him to continue his cultivation and strength from the artifact spirit. As a cultivation maniac, Chu Zhongtian could not make the best use of his time. However, it was not easy for the two of them to resolve the misunderstanding between them. It was not easy for them to get to know each other alone. She was too willing for Chu Zhongtian to continue his cultivation. Furthermore, she shamelessly brought Chu Zhongtian to live in her own palace. Her goal was to let her mother see with her own eyes what kind of person she had chosen. If Chu Zhongtian chose to cultivate in seclusion at this time, how could her mother observe him with her own eyes? However, when she saw Chu Zhongtian's unquestionable attitude, Dongfang Yuner knew that it was impossible for her to reject his request. Helpless, she could only personally bring Chu Zhongtian to the secret chamber where she usually cultivated. Feeling that the secret chamber barely had enough spiritual qi, Chu Zhongtian could not help but sigh. Ever since he had mastered the simplified version of the spirit-gathering formation, every time he went into seclusion to cultivate, he would be in an environment with dense spiritual qi. Now, he had already mastered the complete version of the spirit-gathering formation. He could enjoy the more dense spiritual qi, but he could not make use of it because he was short of money. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Therefore, he secretly decided that no matter what grade of spirit stones he encountered in the future, even if it was only a low-grade 10th grade spirit stone, he would keep it as long as he obtained it. After getting rid of the trouble caused by the lack of spirit stones, Chu Zhongtian first took out the pill bottle containing the 3 Yang Soul returning pill from the storage bag. After pouring out the 3 Yang Soul returning pill, he linked his consciousness to Elder Huang in his mind. He said, "Elder Huang, this is your 3 Yang Soul returning pill. Chu, for the next month, I need to use all my strength to refine the medicinal strength of the 3 Yang Soul returning pill. I can't take care of you for the time being, so after finishing the chores in Heavenly Dragon Empire, you can return to the sect now." A wave of divine sense energy swept away the 3 Yang Soul returning pill in Chu Zhongtian's hand. Elder Huang solemnly instructed, "Elder Huang, I know what to do. You should focus on refining the 3 Yang Soul returning pill. Repair the power of the divine soul." He couldn't take care of himself in a month's time. Elder Huang reminded him seriously. However, this delighted Chu Zhongtian. There was only one vital spirit pill, essence-shaking pill, blood coagulation pill, and divine condensation pill given to him by the weapon spirit. In order to ensure that he did not lack Danba in his future cultivation, his family and friends could also make use of higher quality pills. He had to replicate the original procedure of these pills. In order to copy the original program of these pills, not only did he need sufficient energy, he also needed to avoid Elder Huang's attention. Currently, Elder Huang needed to refine the 3 Solar Soul returning pill, so he couldn't care about Chu Zhongtian for the time being. Chu Zhongtian didn't have the time to be happy, so how could he object? Concentrating his qi condensation, Chu Zhongtian first adjusted his state of mind. Then he could replicate the medicinal formula given to him by the weapon spirit. At the same time, he used the time to adjust his condition to quietly wait for Elder Huang to truly enter the deepest level of meditation. After regulating his breathing for nearly an hour and feeling that Elder Huang had basically entered the deepest level of cultivation, Chu Zhongtian took out most of the medicinal pills from the storage bag and storage ring. In the cavern that was left behind by the alchemy sect, in order to break through the formation that blotted out the sky and covered the sun, he had used up all of his spirit stones. He also gave the remaining 8th grade low-rank spirit stone to Dongfang Yuner. Therefore, if he wanted to copy the energy required for the original procedure of the medicinal pill, he could only obtain it from the medicinal pills that he did not need or were of a very low grade. Fortunately, the process of duplicating and paste was very simple. The method of energy requirement was very simple. Regardless of whether it was spirit stones, medicinal pills, or spirit fruit, they were things that possessed energy. They could all be used for absorption, then duplicating and adhering to the things one needed. After sorting out the medicinal pills he took out, he put all the medicinal pills he could use into the storage ring's finger. The medicinal pills he could not use would be used as duplicates and adhesive spirit pills energy. After carefully tidying up, Chu Zhongtian found that there were still a lot of extra medicinal pills in his hands. Not only could he provide the duplicating artifact spirit with the energy of all the original procedures to gift the medicinal pills, he could also paste out a portion of the medicinal pills. Elder Huang, Elder Huang, Elder Huang. Before deciding on the original program of the duplicate artifact spirit giving the pills to the original program, Chu Zhongtian's consciousness connected to his sea of consciousness. He called out 3 times in a row, After confirming that Elder Huang had truly entered a deep level of cultivation, he began the second large-scale duplicating. Heavenly Dragon Empire, Eastern Palace Main Hall, Bedroom. What? Yan Jinghong, this lowly slave, actually dared to betray you and privately decide to give you to the great Yuan dynasty's third prince? I think she must be tired of living, Empress Hua said with killing intent. As the empress of a country, she was gentle in front of Dongfang Xiongba, but in front of others, she revealed her dignity as the empress. Originally, Empress Hua felt that it was strange that she didn't see her beloved daughter today, so she sent people to look for her. After waiting for her daughter to come back, after hearing her recount the events of the day, she was so angry that she smashed the exquisite jade table in front of her with a slap. Mother, don't be angry. My daughter is fine now. Seeing her mother who seldom got angry, she was so angry that she directly smashed the jade table. Dongfang Yuner quickly walked to her side and hugged her arm tightly as she said in a lovable manner, Yun, according to what you said just now, Yan Jinghong betrayed you after careful preparation. Then how did you escape from her meticulously planned trap? In the face of Dongfang Yuner's coquettish act, she had always regarded her as the flesh of her heart. The anger that filled her stomach instantly disappeared completely. However, as the empress of a dynasty, Empress Hua was not a brainless woman with big breasts. She quickly found out that something was not right and asked directly. Heavenly Dragon Empire, Eastern Palace Main Hall, in the study. Dongfang Yuner did not hide anything from Empress Hua when she heard her question. She told Empress Hua everything that happened in cavern. Mother, Yun's luck has always been good, and she has always had the help of a benefactor. Just when Yun was threatened by Yan Jinghong and Ha Chier, a senior brother from my sect saved me. When mentioning a senior brother from the same sect, Dongfang Yuner subconsciously lowered her head. Her face revealed a trace of red. However, Empress Hua's mind was not on her and did not notice her daughter's strange behavior. After Dongfang Yuner's narration just now, she could not help but sneer. Mother, what happened to you? The mother's unexpected sneer made Dongfang Yuner forget her shyness very quickly. She asked in a very puzzled manner. Nothing. Waving her hand, Empress Hua indicated for her not to think too much. At the same time, she put away her previous guess and gently asked, My good daughter, since you were saved by your senior brother, have you thanked him properly? Yes. Nodding her head, Dongfang Yuner thought for a while and finally mustered her courage and said, Mother, that senior brother's master has a good relationship with father. I heard that father is holding a 160-year birthday celebration and the 60th year coronation ceremony. He wants to specially congratulate father on behalf of master. At this point, Dongfang Yuner lifted her head to look at Xianxia and finally gritted her teeth and said what she was doing. So, my daughter brought that senior brother into the imperial palace and arranged for him to be in Ziluo Pavilion. What? Hearing Dongfang Yuner say that she brought that senior brother into the imperial palace, Empress Hua could not help but feel delighted in her heart. As the empress who was proficient in internal strife within the harem, Empress Hua could hear a trace of inconsistency from her daughter's narration just now. Because according to her narration, the trap that Yan Jinghong had carefully set up was a mountain peak within a vast mountain range 3,000 miles away from Tianlong City. Moreover, the key to opening the cavern was still in Ha Chier's hands. Then, how did the floating cloud sect disciple who saved her daughter know when the cavern had entered? Empress Hua didn't believe that all of this was a coincidence. In her opinion, the disciple of the floating cloud sect was probably following Yan Jinghong. Or perhaps one of Ha Chier's disciples had entered the cavern, and according to the location of the floating cloud sect, Hua Rong suspected that the disciple of the floating cloud sect was following Dongfang Yuner into the cavern. Initially, she was worried that she wouldn't have the chance to verify that person's purpose. Now that he had entered the imperial palace, she would have the time and opportunity to find out his true purpose. However, when she heard that her daughter had arranged for her senior brother to stay in the Ziluo Pavilion, she was shocked speechless. Staring intently at Dongfang Yuner, Hua Ho gradually saw some clues from her rosy face. But it was precisely because she saw some clues that she felt that something was wrong. Taking a deep breath and trying hard to calm herself down, Huaho smiled and said, "My good daughter, since that senior brother of yours is your savior, his master and your father are friends, and it is reasonable. Ben Gong should go and take a look." "Mother, I'm really sorry. My senior brother is cultivating in a secret chamber in Ziluo Pavilion. I can't meet Mother for the time being." Seeing that her mother intended to personally meet Chu Zhongtian, Dongfang Yuner felt nervous at the same time. She could only helplessly refuse. "Right." Although Queen Hua tried her best to act normal, the disdain in her heart made the corners of her mouth unconsciously rise. "If that's the case, then wait until that senior brother of yours finishes his seclusion. Ben Gong will summon him." Pretending to be understanding, Empress Hua continued, "My good daughter, after experiencing such a dangerous experience, you must be very tired. Mother's place is not close to your Ziluo Pavilion. You should rest here today." Seeing that her mother wanted her to stay, and that Chu Zhongtian did not know when he would be able to end his cultivation, Dongfang Yuner nodded and agreed. "All right, I will sleep with Mother today." She gestured the palace maids beside her to bring Dongfang Yuner to rest. After Dongfang Yuner completely left the bedroom, Hua Rong faced the eunuch standing guard at the door. He ordered, "Summon Dark Nine in." "This servant obeys." The eunuch guarding the door responded, then turned around and ran to invite the person in. Not much time passed, and in less than a minute, a black-clothed masked man in black suddenly appeared in Empress Hua's bedroom. "Dark Nine greets the Empress." Masked man in black suddenly appeared in the room, even though he respectfully bowed to Empress Hua. However, he did not kneel. Just from this it could be seen that Anjou's status in Heavenly Dragon Empire wasn't low. "Go and kill a person." Huaho nodded at masked man in black and said with a murderous tone, "Position." Dark Nine didn't question who he wanted to kill at all. Instead, he asked for the location of the person he wanted to kill. Ziluo Pavilion, a cultivation chamber, a young man. Empress Hua gritted her teeth and ordered, "Your subordinate obeys." Ziluo Pavilion was the palace where Dongfang Yuner lived, and Dongfang Yuner was the daughter that Dongfang Xiongba and Huaho doted on the most. If a man suddenly appeared in her residence, anyone would be curious. However, Dark Nine had no interest in asking or paying attention to him. After responding to Dark Nine's order, he disappeared from the room. "If you want to have designs on my daughter, it will depend on whether you have that life or not." Looking at Dark Nine, who had disappeared into the room, Empress Hua said with a ferocious expression, "Ziluo Pavilion Cultivation Chamber." With the help of the extra energy from the pills, not only did Chu Zhongtian copy the original procedure of giving all the pills to the weapon spirit, he also copied it. And the remaining energy allowed him to paste a total of 17 high-level 8 vital spirit pill, as well as 13 high-grade level 8 blood coagulation pill. After putting away the duplicates, leaving behind 10 vital spirit pill and 10 blood coagulation pill, Chu Zhongtian began the process of increasing his cultivation base and transforming his blood. Time passed minute by minute. In the cavern that Grandmaster of the Pill Tao had left behind, a level 8 intermediate vital spirit pill had allowed his cultivation base to rise from the second level of the essence gathering stage to the essence gathering stage second layer peak. Now that he had consumed an upper rank 8th grade vital spirit pill with a higher quality, the effect it had on the vital spirit in his dantian was very significant. In just half an hour, the 3 vital spirit pill had allowed his cultivation to smoothly advance to the essence gathering stage 3rd layer. Compared to the rapid improvement of his cultivation base, the speed at which the purple blood in his body was being converted was very slow, especially when he used the upper-rank 8th grade blood coagulation pill to push the concentration in his purple blood to the 5th level. The speed at which it was converted was even slower than the crawling of a snail. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian was not in a hurry, because the medicinal pill he was currently consuming was only a high-grade level 8 blood coagulation pill. In his storage bag, there were even higher grade level 7, 6th grade, and level 5 blood coagulation pill. Therefore, he wasn't worried that consuming too many pills would affect the rate at which the purple blood was being converted. Ziluo Pavilion Cultivation Chamber. Using his control of the situation, after consolidating his early essence gathering stage third-layer cultivation base, Chu Zhongtian took out another vital spirit pill, intending to continue his advancement which had no bottlenecks for the time being. However, just as he was about to take the pill, an extremely dangerous warning suddenly came from his sixth sense. The super-powerful sixth sense had saved his life countless times. Therefore, when he received the warning from his sixth sense, Chu Zhongtian immediately put away the vital spirit pill. He also quickly took out a top-grade natal spirit blade. At the same time, he used the purple light that had been shining in his eyes. Start looking for a source of danger. While raising his cultivation base, Chu Zhongtian had been using the upper-rank 8th-grade blood coagulation pill to transform the purple blood in his body. During the process of the blood transformation, it had always been boiling. In other words, the boiling purple blood in his eyes had always been filled with a purple light. With the help of the purple light that could see through invisibility, Chu Zhongtian quickly discovered the source of the feeling of danger. In the corner of the secret practice, a masked man in black wearing a black suit was looking at him in surprise. At the same time, masked man in black was holding a black needle that was obviously poisonous. Chu Zhongtian was very disappointed with the defensive ability of Heavenly Dragon Empire, and his respect for Dongfang Xiongba had faded a lot. He was able to sneak into the secret practice room without being discovered by anyone. If the person who was in seclusion in the secret chamber today was not him, but Dongfang Yuner, who was only at the 5th layer of the body refining period, it would be very difficult for her to avoid such an assassination. Snatch millet in the fire. Since he had already discovered the person who wanted to attack him, Chu Zhongtian did not hesitate at all. He would use the yellow-level primary rank blade method that he was best at using the most number of times. It was also the fastest and most powerful attack, the saber technique. It went straight for masked man in black, who was hiding in a corner. The masked black man who had sneaked into the cultivation chamber and hid in the corner was precisely Dark Nine, who had received orders from the Empress to assassinate Chu Zhongtian. Through his special identity and understanding of the Imperial Palace, he had easily snuck into the secret training room in Ziluo Pavilion. According to his initial plan, he had originally planned to kill his target. However, when he found out that Chu Zhongtian, who was in secluded cultivation in the secret chamber, was only 16 or 17 years old. When he found out that ____ cultivation base had reached the essence gathering stage 3rd layer, he was shocked. He temporarily forgot about his instinct as a killer and unintentionally revealed a trace of killing intent. It was precisely because of this trace of killing intent that unintentionally leaked out that Chu Zhongtian's sixth sense was alerted, and he quickly gave a warning. The vital spirit fluctuation contained within Chu Zhongtian's saber technique instantly woke Dark Nine up from his shock. Looking at the young man's quick and decisive attack speed, he knew that he could no longer use a sneak attack to assassinate Chu Zhongtian. Although he didn't know how Chu Zhongtian found him, as an essence gathering stage peak of the 6th layer and a top assassin who specialized in assassinations, Dark Nine's reaction was very fast. He quickly put away the poisonous needle in his hand. Then a dagger about 20 centimeters long appeared. In an instant it appeared in his hand. At the same time, his body twisted in a way similar to that of a snake beast. He dodged Chu Zhongtian's attack and used a very strange attack, directly aiming at his left rib cage. Chu Zhongtian was shocked by masked man in black's fast dodging and counterattacking ability. At the same time, his right hand, which was holding the saber hilt tightly, bent from top to bottom at a 90-degree angle, forming a basic saber technique splitting style. If masked man in black continued to attack his left rib cage, he would definitely be cut in half by the spirit blade. If he chose to retreat, then the basic saber technique strike would immediately turn into the slicing style and cut off his left arm. Sensing the sharp coldness emitted by the top-grade spirit blade in Chu Zhongtian's hand, Dark Nine sighed in admiration at the rich combat experience of this young man in front of him. He had no choice but to take back the dagger that he had thrust out, and then act like a boneless snake beast. His body twisted in an unimaginable manner, and he dodged Chu Zhongtian's spirit blade. Then, Dark Nine looked at Chu Zhongtian with a solemn expression. At the same time, a trace of admiration flashed across his eyes. Besides his rich combat experience, the way he fought with his life on the line was precisely what Dark Nine feared. However, as an essence-gathering stage peak of the 6th layer, Dark Nine had carried out countless assassination missions. Apart from his excellent assassination techniques, his strength was also exceptionally strong. After dodging Chu Zhongtian's killing blow, Dark Nine's body suddenly became soft. He was like a boneless poisonous snake, attacking Chu Zhongtian's lower body in a zigzag manner. Not only did Masked Man in Black dodge his carefully planned attack, his attack method was also very strange. Although Chu Zhongtian was very surprised, he still quickly calmed down and focused his mind. He used the movement technique to dodge his opponent's attack. Ever since he repaired the meridian and started cultivating again, Chu Zhongtian had been through many battles. He had encountered all kinds of opponents, big and small, but he had never met such a treacherous and ever-changing opponent. However, when faced with his opponent's insidious and ever-changing attacks, not only did Chu Zhongtian not have the slightest fear, he even felt a trace of excitement in his heart. Whether it was the saber technique or the fist technique, the requirement for his lower body was very high. Therefore, when facing the attacks from the lower body, Chu Zhongtian used the movement technique to dodge them. After that, he used the leg technique that he wasn't good at to harass them. The two of them fought very quickly. In just 20 seconds, they had exchanged more than 20 moves. Although Chu Zhongtian's lower body was very stable because he practiced the saber technique and fist technique, he was still unfamiliar with the leg technique. When he faced Masked Man in Black's attack, he could only passively defend and rarely had the chance to counterattack. Since there was a chance to fight back, the attack formed by the leg technique would not pose much of a threat to Masked Man in Black, which caused him to be temporarily at a disadvantage. After exchanging another 10 moves, Chu Zhongtian used the total annihilation to force Masked Man in Black to retreat and defend. He quickly used the movement technique to increase the distance between the two of them. The perfect dantian formed by the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill transformed into 5 layers of purple blood, allowing him to continue maintaining his combat strength that surpassed 5 minor stage warriors. In other words, with his early essence gathering stage 3rd layer cultivation base, he could unleash the strength of an early essence gathering stage 8th level. Therefore, the reason why he was at a disadvantage in the battle just now wasn't because he was weaker than Masked Man in Black. It was because a small and narrow space like the cultivation chamber wasn't suitable for him to have a fighting style that he was good at. His opponent was a nimble and flexible movement technique, and he was good at using short weapons. He was able to perform exceptionally well. Ziluo Pavilion Cultivation Chamber. Chu Zhongtian glanced at the door of the cultivation chamber. While using his speed that was faster than his opponent's, he was trying his best to avoid the opponent's attack. At the same time, he was consciously approaching the door. He could only leave the narrow cultivation chamber and enter the spacious environment outside. By relying on his advantage in attack and his opponent's disadvantage of not being able to make use of the geographical environment, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent within 3 moves and take his life within 10 moves. It was as if he had found out what Chu Zhongtian was thinking. In order to maintain his advantage, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent within 3 moves. Every time Chu Zhongtian wanted to get close to the door of the cultivation chamber, Dark Nine would be the first to block the door. He would stop ____ from leaving the secret chamber. After exchanging dozens of blows with each other, Chu Zhongtian's expression gradually became gloomy. After the other party discovered his intention, he used the advantage of the narrow space to prevent him from getting close to the door. Even if he used the speed of the peak, even if he had just gotten close to the door, his opponent would immediately take out the black-silver needle with a huge poison and force him to leave the door of the secret chamber. In order to leave the secret chamber, there was another method besides the door of the secret chamber. A more barbaric method was to forcefully destroy the secret chamber and expose each other to the outside world. Originally, Chu Zhongtian didn't intend to forcefully break open the secret chamber. He didn't even want to destroy a single inch of the secret chamber. After all, He was only using Dongfang Yun'er's cultivation chamber to cultivate. If he let others destroy it, he would feel a little guilty on the surface. However, facing Masked Man in Black's obstruction and the restriction of the narrow space, the situation was getting more and more pressing. In the end, Chu Zhongtian still chose to use brute force to destroy the cultivation chamber. The fury of the heavens. He used a basic leg technique to force his opponent to retreat for a while. After that, he used his speed advantage to increase the distance between him and his opponent. After that, he used the strongest attack of the yellow-level intermediate saber technique, the saber technique. Not good. Seeing Chu Zhongtian using a powerful combat skill, the target of his attack wasn't him. Instead, it was the walls surrounding the secret chamber. Dark Nine thought to himself, not good. After the intense fight just now, Dark Nine knew that the young man who borrowed Dongfang Yun'er's helped to cultivate in the secret chamber. Definitely not an ordinary genius. Although his cultivation base was only at the essence gathering stage 3rd layer, his true strength had already reached the essence gathering stage peak of the 6th layer. At the same time, Dark Nine also had a feeling that his opponent's true strength might not be limited to this. Perhaps his opponent was restricted by the narrow space of the cultivation chamber. Because every time the other party retaliated, he would try his best to avoid damaging the cultivation chamber. It was precisely because the other party had some considerations that allowed him to slightly gain the upper hand. It was precisely because he saw through everything that Dark Nine would do his utmost to prevent the other party from wanting to leave the cultivation chamber. Now, seeing that the other party was no longer concerned about the safety of the cultivation chamber, as Dark Nine intended to forcefully destroy the cultivation chamber, he took out a medicinal pill that could increase his strength in a short period of time. Using a special artifact, he secretly sent out a message that saved his life. Rumble. As Chu Zhongtian's saber technique, which was filled with destructive power, landed on the walls of the secret chamber, which was made of special materials, was instantly smashed into pieces. Countless fragments of the secret chamber fell like rain. As the secret chamber was completely destroyed, a deafening roar could be heard. It shook the entire imperial palace, causing Dongfang Xiongba, who was in the middle of a discussion, to Dongfang Yunping, who was using medicinal pills to increase his cultivation base, and Hua Ho, who was in the study waiting for Dark Nine's orders. Dongfang Yun'er, who was rushing to Ziluo Pavilion, was shocked. They were all attracted. As an Emperor Realm expert, Dongfang Xiongba didn't need to use the divine sense. He could tell where the sound was coming from just by the sound alone. When he thought about the rumbling palace, which was his beloved daughter, Dongfang Yun'er's Ziluo Pavilion, he immediately left the officials behind and appeared in the Ziluo Pavilion at an unimaginable speed. As a newly promoted core disciple of Floating Cloud sect, Dongfang Yongping wanted to take a good rest in his own home because of his father's birthday celebration. However, he didn't expect that someone would dare to cause trouble in his home. As the prince of the dynasty, one of the successors of the throne, a top essence gathering stage warrior, and a core disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, Dongfang Yongping had finished his cultivation. He immediately used the movement technique and rushed towards the rumbling sound furiously. Although Empress Hua's cultivation base wasn't high, she was only at the essence gathering stage. However, she understood the cause of this incident. After hearing the rumbling sound, she didn't need to think too much about it. She knew that Dark Nine's assassination mission had failed, resulting in a direct conflict. At this moment, the first thought in her mind was to arrange for a stronger expert to help Dark Nine kill the disciple of the Floating Cloud sect who had ulterior motives. At the same time, she had to stop Dongfang Yun'er from returning to the Ziluo Pavilion. Otherwise, if her beloved daughter came forward to ask for help, her desire to kill the other party would be shattered. Unfortunately, when she finished arranging the experts to help Dark Nine, when she rushed to Dongfang Yun'er's room to rest, she discovered that she had already left. Afraid that her daughter would misunderstand her good intentions, Empress Hua quickly used the movement technique. She rushed towards the Ziluo Pavilion with a burning heart. Although she promised to stay in the Eastern Palace to rest, Dongfang Yun, who had been worrying about Chu Zhongtian, couldn't sleep at all. As long as she closed her eyes, her mind would be filled with images of Chu Zhongtian being surrounded and attacked. She didn't know why such a scene would appear in her mind. No matter what, she couldn't sleep peacefully. In the end, Dongfang Yuner decided to return to her Ziluo pavilion, because she felt that only by being closer to Chu Zhongtian would she be able to sleep peacefully. After telling the palace maid, Dongfang Yuner hurriedly rushed towards Ziluo pavilion. But when she was less than 200 meters away from Ziluo pavilion, a deafening roar made her face change. At this time, she was not very far away from Ziluo pavilion. With her 5th layer of the body refining period cultivation, she was able to determine the direction of the roar and the exact location. It was her own Ziluo pavilion. It was precisely because she was worried about Chu Zhongtian's danger that she rushed back from the Eastern Palace. At this moment, the rumbling sound coming from the Ziluo pavilion had confirmed her worries. As a result, Dongfang Yuner, who was burning with anxiety, used all her spiritual power to rush to the Ziluo pavilion. The cultivation chamber that had been shattered by the flames of fury instantly turned into countless fragments that fell like a rainstorm. Chu Zhongtian and Dark Nine, who were in the fragments, were unable to see each other's figure. Seeing the sky full of fragments covering his figure, Dark Nine, who was proficient in assassination, was delighted. He immediately used the special environment and Chu Zhongtian's aura to approach Chu Zhongtian like a poisonous snake. Ziluo Pavilion. The shattered cultivation chamber turned into countless fragments that rained down like a storm. Chu Zhongtian originally thought that his line of sight would be blocked by the fragments falling from the sky. He planned to fly into the sky and temporarily avoid these fragments that blocked his line of sight. However, the purple light in his eyes made the falling fragments become transparent, allowing him to clearly see Masked Man in Black's every move. Seeing that the other party intended to use a special environment to attack him, Chu Zhongtian sneered in his heart. He circulated the vital spirit in the 8th level of the perfect Dantian and used the yellow level intermediate sword method martial technique. Lia's most powerful attack when facing an enemy alone. He struck with lightning, directly attacking Masked Man in Black's heart. Dark Nine had thought that he would be able to utilize the advantage of being a killer in a special environment. However, when he followed the aura left behind by Chu Zhongtian and was about to approach he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Dark Nine, who was experienced, knew that his opponent was probably the same as him. His vision was not affected by the falling fragments at all, and he could use this opportunity to launch a fatal sneak attack when he temporarily gave up on his guard. Sensing the speed of his opponent's sneak attack, as well as the power contained within the saber technique, he could only try his best to avoid the fatal points. Therefore, he changed his way of dodging and flew into the sky with the help of his essence gathering stage cultivation base. The experience of exchanging over 100 moves in the cultivation chamber allowed Chu Zhongtian to know that the opponent's martial skill was a martial skill that combined attack and body movement technique into one. Moreover, this martial skill was created from the reference of snakes and strange beasts. Therefore, he believed that when the opponent faced his sneak attack, he would definitely transform into a snake-type exotic beast like in the cultivation chamber, bending his body and twisting his body to avoid his fatal attack. If the opponent was really as he had expected, the Liahua's thundering strike would accelerate in an extremely short period of time, directly attacking the opponent's head when he bent his body. Unfortunately, his opponent's rich combat experience allowed him to dodge Chu Zhongtian's carefully designed fatal attack. However, Chu Zhongtian, who seemed to be in control of the battle, he did not feel too disappointed when he found out that his opponent did not dodge as he had expected. He continued to accelerate the saber technique of Liahua's Thunder Blast and struck his opponent's legs with the saber technique. The vital spirit of the 8th level of the perfect Dantian, the yellow level intermediate saber technique of the peak stage. With the help of the spirit blade that could help Chu Zhongtian break through to the top grade, it allowed Chu Zhongtian to unleash the power of the saber technique. Not only had it surpassed the essence gathering stage advanced, it had also reached the essence gathering stage 7th layer peak. Therefore, when faced with his saber technique skill, which had the strength of an essence gathering stage 7th layer peak, both of his legs had been turned into blood powder from his knees down. Arg! And Zhou, who had lost both his legs, couldn't help but howl in pain. However, the years of life and death training had made him howl miserably while using the vital spirit to control his body to continue rising. Seeing that Dark Nine was still able to maintain his consciousness even after suffering a serious injury, Chu Zhongtian sighed in admiration at Dark Nine's strength. At the same time, he held the thought of beating Dark Nine to death as he also flew in the air, quickly approaching Dark Nine. However, when he flew in the air, he unexpectedly saw a young man in his 20s standing in a wind pavilion behind the Ziluo Pavilion's entrance. He was handsome, and his body exuded a domineering aura. Although he had never seen Dongfang Xiongba in person, he had heard from Zhao Enjuan and Dongfang Yongping about him. Chu Zhongtian was sure that the young man standing below him was a young man. He must be a good friend of Zhao Enjuan, the current overlord of Heavenly Dragon Empire, the famous prophet of Southern Domain, Dongfang Xiongba. Although Chu Zhongtian had already guessed who the young man standing below was, he didn't intend to greet him. Instead, he continued to chase after the severely injured masked man in black, who had lost both his legs. After a martial artist broke through to the essence gathering stage, they would be able to rely on the vital spirit that was stored in the expanded Dantian. They would be able to fly in the air, but in the process of flying in the air, in order to increase their flying speed, they would have to rely on the quantity and quality of the vital spirit in their Dantian. Unless your cultivation base breaks through to the divine soul stage, you will be able to cultivate a unique flying technique. With the perfect Dantian, the vital spirit you absorbed would be the purest blood in the blood divine tree's body. As well as the high-quality medicinal pill given by the weapon spirit, this allowed Chu Zhongtian to cultivate the essence gathering stage. His speed could definitely be ranked in the top few in the southern domain. Therefore, after using the 8 layers of vital spirit in his Dantian, he quickly caught up to masked man in black. Without saying anything else, Chu Zhongtian unleashed the snatch millet in the fire and aimed at his opponent's head. Little thief, you're courting death. Just as Chu Zhongtian's top-grade spirit blade was about to strike the masked man's head, a furious roar sounded out. Along with a furious roar, a dagger that also reeked of blood attacked his heart. Sensing that the dagger was getting closer and closer to him, and that it was obvious that there was a huge poison in it, Chu Zhongtian did not have the slightest fear, nor did he have the intention of pulling the dagger back. His upper body swayed slightly, and an aura that caused the heavens and earth to change color and the surrounding environment to freeze enveloped the dagger that was attacking him, as well as masked man in black, who had lost both his legs, and forced the expert who was hiding in the dark to attack him. Chu Zhongtian's body swayed slightly, and he avoided the dagger that had been frozen in place. Then, he appeared in front of masked man in black, who had lost both his legs. He did not use the natal spirit blade to kill his opponent, but instead raised his fist and knocked his opponent unconscious. The reason why he did not kill masked man in black, who had lost both of his legs, was because Chu Zhongtian had discovered something unusual. As the overlord of Heavenly Dragon Empire and an expert with unfathomable strength, he was sneaked into his beloved daughter's palace by an assassin. Logically speaking, Dongfang Xiongba should be extremely furious, and should be able to capture the assassin straight away. After that, he would interrogate the assassin about his origin and purpose. However, not only did Dongfang Xiongba not do that, he also looked at masked man in black with a hint of reproach in his eyes. This made Chu Zhongtian suspect that the two of them might know each other. It was precisely because he had doubts in his heart that he did not kill the other party. Instead, he planned to keep him as evidence for the next confrontation. He reached out his hand to grab the unconscious masked man in black and held the natal spirit blade in one hand. Chu Zhongtian coldly looked at the other masked man in black who had been frozen by the momentum. Masked man in black, who had lost both his legs, was the evidence that he wanted to interrogate Dongfang Xiongba. He wanted to keep the other party alive. The masked man in black who had attacked him in front of Dongfang Xiongba was useless to Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, he planned to kill the other party directly. Chu Zhongtian's body swayed slightly, and he appeared in front of masked man in black in an instant. Just as he was about to raise his knife and swing it down, an ear-piercing scream was heard. "Stop! Heavenly Dragon Empire, Ziluo Pavilion, Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to kill masked man in black who had sneaked up on him, an ear-piercing scream was heard. "Stop right now!" The ear-splitting scream caused the spirit blade to freeze in an instant. Chu Zhongtian looked down with a gloomy expression. When he was ambushed, no one came forward to stop him. When he dodged the sneak attack and was able to kill his opponent, someone immediately came forward to stop him. It would be strange if Chu Zhongtian's expression was good. He looked down with a gloomy expression, and then a trace of surprise, joy, confusion, and a trace of anger flashed across his face. He was surprised because he found that within a few dozen seconds of him destroying the cultivation chamber and capturing masked man in black, there were already more than a dozen people standing in Zilio Pavilion. He was happy because among these people, besides Dongfang Yuner who arrived in time, there was also Dongfang Yongping, who was very close to him and had experienced the tempering in Purgatory City and Blood Demon's secret realm. He was puzzled because other than Dongfang Yuner and Dongfang Yongping, there were also all the people in Zilio Pavilion. They looked at masked man in black, who had lost both his legs and had been frozen by the momentum. Their eyes were filled with sadness. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. Obviously, these people not only knew masked man in black, but also had a very close relationship with him. Regarding this, he was very puzzled. At this moment, those who could appear in Zilio Pavilion were basically all members of the royal family of Heavenly Dragon Empire. How could they allow masked man in black to sneak attack him? Could it be that Dongfang Yuner didn't introduce herself to them? The reason why he was angry was because there was a graceful and elegant young woman standing below him. She was staring at him with a face full of frost. She was staring at the man in black who had lost both his legs. She didn't even try to hide the disgust and killing intent in her eyes. Judging from the young woman's clothes, everyone's attitude towards her. And Chu Zhongtian knew that this young woman was most likely the mother of Dongfang Yuner and Dongfang Yongping, with an appearance that was 80 to 90% similar to Dongfang Yuner's. In other words, she was the empress of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, who was below one person and above everyone else. Why? The locked spirit blade was waved at the same time, and it was placed on masked man in black's neck. Chu Zhongtian asked while suppressing his anger. "I order you to let them go immediately." Ignoring Chu Zhongtian's question, Hua Ho also suppressed his anger and ordered. She didn't listen to Empress Hua's orders, nor did she pay any attention to Empress Hua. Chu Zhongtian looked directly at Dongfang Xiongba, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, Dongfang Xiongba didn't give any response to Chu Zhongtian's dissatisfied gaze. He still looked at Chu Zhongtian with a calm expression. "Bastard! Could it be that you didn't hear the Empress's orders? Hurry up and release Dark 8 and Dark 9. Seeing Chu Zhongtian ignore Empress Hua's orders, a man in his 40s stood beside Empress Hua. She was a peak essence gathering stage woman, and she shouted angrily. "Let him go!" Chu Zhongtian pointed at the frozen man in black and asked with a sneer. "That's right." The peak essence gathering stage middle-aged woman did not reply. Hua Ho, who was standing beside her, nodded and replied, "Sure." Dongfang Xiongba didn't respond, and Empress Hua and the maid scolded him. It made Chu Zhongtian feel like the suppressed fury in his heart was burning like a mighty liahua. Therefore, although he happily agreed, the natal spirit blade in his hand suddenly exerted force. Due to the force of the blow, masked man in black, who had lost his head, didn't even have the chance to scream before he was completely beheaded. "You deserve to die." Initially, when Chu Zhongtian promised to let her go, Empress Hua secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Because Dark 8 and Dark 9's identities were very special. They were a group of assassins that Dongfang Xiongba had specially trained in order to help Dynasty and herself deal with the problems that were inconvenient for him to deal with. These assassins were specially selected from the branch family's disciples by Dongfang Xiongba. From a young age, he had selected 100 children with outstanding talent. They were personally guided by him, supplemented by Dynasty's huge cultivation resources. After that, after going through cruel training, they would tear each other's nails within 20 years. In the end, there were only 10 people left. Among the 10 people, Each of them was a top assassin who was proficient in assassination techniques. Each of them was a powerful expert, and each of them was a loyal slave to the Eastern Xiongba. Every one of them was a precious talent that could not be lost. As these 10 people were assassins personally trained by Dongfang Xiongba, only he had the qualifications and authority to mobilize them. Other than his Imperial Edict and Imperial Edict, the others could mobilize them. Empress Hua had already violated Dongfang Xiong's bottom line by passing down fake Imperial Edicts and ordering Dark 9 to assassinate Chu Zhongtian. If Dark 9 and Dark 8 were killed, it would be equivalent to angering Dongfang Xiong. The enraged Dongfang Xiongba was someone that Empress Hua did not dare to provoke. Thus, in order to prevent Dongfang Xiongba from getting angry, only in the beginning would Empress Hua scold Chu Zhongtian for letting him go. Otherwise, with the few guards beside her who were at the Qihai Peak, she would have captured Chu Zhongtian a long time ago. "You're courting death." Although he had promised to let her go, the spirit blade in his hand had chopped off Dark 8's head. Empress Hua was completely enraged, and she was even more afraid of Dongfang Xiongba's fury. Therefore, she nodded at the servant girl who had scolded Chu Zhongtian and his Qihai Peak cultivation base. After that, the servant girl who was a Qihai Peak flew up into the sky and rushed towards Chu Zhongtian with a strong killing intent. 0. Although the opponent was an essence gathering stage peak, Chu Zhongtian didn't show any signs of fear. After removing the solidification of the headless man, Chu Zhongtian kicked him in the direction of Hua Ho. After that, he took out a blood essence from his storage ring, placed it in his mouth, and pressed it against the tip of his tongue. Chu Zhongtian knew that although he had the perfect field pill, which allowed him to maintain a combat strength that exceeded 5 minor stage, his opponent was a peak essence gathering stage peak expert, and his strength was far greater than his. If he wanted to defeat or kill his opponent, he had to use one of his trump cards. The life-saving jade pendant that Zhao Enjuan gave him was given to Dongfang Xiongba by Chu Zhongtian. If the matter got out of hand and forced Dongfang Xiongba to personally appear to deal with him, he could only ask Zhao Enjuan to deal with him. Although the purple blood and blood devil could increase his strength by many times, it wasn't suitable for him to use the demon Dao's cultivation technique in this situation. Otherwise, he would be looked down upon by everyone as a devil who killed people like a devil. After thinking about it for a while, Chu Zhongtian finally decided to use the Qi extinguishing fist that he didn't want to use. Just as Chu Zhongtian started to activate the vital spirit in the Dantian to accumulate power according to the trajectory of the Qi extinguishing fist, Dongfang Yun, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted, "Stop! Heavenly Dragon Empire! Ziluo Pavilion! Stop!" Dongfang Yuner hurried back to Ziluo Pavilion. The first thing she noticed was the battle that was happening in the sky. She didn't notice Dongfang Xiongba, who was standing on top of the pavilion. Dongfang Yuner's first reaction, when she saw Chu Zhongtian fighting with masked man in black in the air, was shock. As a heavily guarded imperial palace with many experts, she had never seen anyone who dared to kill in the imperial palace except for the time when she was at her coming-of-age ceremony. Due to the eruption of the profound Yin Qi, she had provoked a powerful expert to attack the imperial palace. Especially the target of the attack, the person she shamelessly invited into the imperial palace. Therefore, after recovering from her shock, her thoughts were to quickly ask for help. She wanted to ask for help from her mother, who had followed closely behind her, as well as the 4 peak essence gathering stage maids beside her. However, when she saw that Chu Zhongtian had easily captured Masked Man in Black and that there was no danger for the time being, she immediately gave up the idea of asking for help. However, the atmosphere between her mother and Chu Zhongtian was extremely tense. It made her feel that something was not right, especially when her mother forcefully ordered Chu Zhongtian to let Masked Man in Black go. It made her realize that the Masked Man in Black who assassinated Chu Zhongtian must have a special relationship with her mother. After Chu Zhongtian killed the frozen Masked Man in Black, her mother actually ordered her peak essence gathering stage maid to deal with Chu Zhongtian. As if she had already guessed the reason, Dongfang Yuner couldn't help it anymore. She shouted loudly to stop him. Hearing Dongfang Yuner's voice, especially the urgency in her voice, Chu Zhongtian thought for a while and finally decided to temporarily stop the Qi extermination fist. There were a total of 3 stages in casting the Qi Extermination Fist. The first stage was the process of gathering power through the circulation path of the fist technique. This process was something Chu Zhongtian could control. He could stop it if he wanted to. If he wanted to continue, he could immediately start the process. The second stage was when the vital spirit was completely integrated into the path of the fist technique. At this time, Chu Zhongtian could barely control it, but it would never stop until it was 1 in 10,000. This was because forcefully stopping the Qi Extermination Fist would cause the accumulated energy to form a powerful backlash, causing him to suffer heavy injuries. The third stage was the completion of the fist technique. This was a process that Chu Zhongtian couldn't control, and he could only allow the Qi Extermination Fist to be unleashed. The only thing he could control was the target of the Qi Extermination Fist. Fortunately, when Dongfang Yuner spoke to stop him, the first stage of the Qi Extermination Fist was under his control. Although Chu Zhongtian took the initiative to stop the Qi Extermination Fist, the middle-aged maid who rushed over with killing intent did not stop because of Dongfang Yuner's order. She still held the mid-level spirit sword and rushed towards Chu Zhongtian. Looking at the middle-aged maid who was rushing over, Chu Zhongtian frowned slightly. He looked at Dongfang Yuner with a troubled expression. When he saw her begging Empress Hua, he could only use his momentum to slow down her charging speed. Then his body continued to rise into the air, temporarily leaving a safe distance. Mother, quickly tell your people to stop. Dongfang Yuner felt a trace of warmth in her heart when she saw Chu Zhongtian obediently listen to her orders and stop using the fist technique that could destroy the void. However, not only did her mother ignore her, she even charged towards Chu Zhongtian at a faster speed. Dongfang Yuner immediately became anxious and her begging tone became fierce. Yun, this person has ulterior motives. Wait until the maid catches him. Mother will give you a satisfactory explanation. Seeing that her daughter had indeed come forward to plead on Chu Zhongtian's behalf, Empress Hua forcefully suppressed her anger. It was as if oil had been added to the fire, instantly burning even more intensely. Her killing intent towards Chu Zhongtian became even stronger. Therefore, as she comforted Dongfang Yuner, she gave her maid a look, signaling her to quickly finish off the opponent. After receiving Empress Hua's order, the middle-aged maid increased her speed together. But when she rushed into the range of Chu Zhongtian's force, her expression instantly became serious. Initially, she thought that this young man who was only an essence gathering stage 3rd layer had only captured 2 experts who were skilled in assassination because he had used some kind of special treasure to launch a sneak attack. However, when she rushed into the range of the force, she finally understood why Jiu, who had reached the essence gathering stage peak of the 6th layer, was captured. And Dark 8, who was at the early 7th level of the essence gathering stage, would be easily killed by this young man in front of him. Originally, he had used such a technique to freeze the surrounding environment. Even though she was a peak essence gathering stage expert, her movements were as slow as a snail when she was affected by the force. Even after unleashing all of her strength, her movement speed only increased by a few times, just like a normal walking speed. Under such circumstances, not to mention killing Chu Zhongtian, even catching up to him was an unimaginable problem. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who was constantly increasing her height, the middle-aged maid knew that she was unable to deal with this young man by herself, so she lowered her head and greeted the 3 companions of Empress Hua who were at the same cultivation level as her. After that, the 3 middle-aged maids who were also peak essence gathering stage rose into the air and surrounded Chu Zhongtian. When he saw the middle-aged female servant start to greet her companions who were at the same cultivation level as the stage, Chu Zhongtian was stunned for a moment. In his mind, with his early essence gathering stage 3rd layer cultivation base, he could only fight an opponent at the 8th level of the essence gathering stage without using any trump cards. However, his opponent's reaction was beyond his expectation. After carefully sensing the power of the force, Chu Zhongtian understood that he had made a mistake in his understanding. Because until now, in his subconscious mind, the power of the force had been stuck at the beginner. In other words, the power of force could only completely freeze opponents who were 3 minor stage stronger than him. It could only affect the movements of the 6 minor stage warriors. For an opponent with a cultivation base higher than 7 minor stage and above, although the power of the force had a certain effect on the opponent's strength, the range of the effect was limited. What he didn't realize was that as the level of force increased, the range of force would expand, and the power of freezing the environment would also increase. The force of a peak of the 6th layer could basically allow him to ignore opponents who were at the same level as him, the stage. The prerequisite was that he had to eliminate those geniuses who had reached the peak of the monster level and could jump ranks to fight like him. Since the force of the force could limit the strength of a peak essence gathering stage, Chu Zhongtian didn't need to use the Qi Extermination Fist, which would consume a lot of vital spirit. After dispersing the Qi Extermination Fist's movement, Chu Zhongtian took out the Natal Spirit Blade once again. He stood there and waited quietly. When the other 3 peak essence gathering stage warriors who came to help him entered the range of force, he casted the advanced movement technique and began his hunt. Ziluo Pavilion in the sky. With the power of the 6th level, it could limit the power of an ordinary peak essence gathering stage warrior. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian started his hunt when faced with the 4 middle-aged maids who were attacking him from all sides. In the beginning, Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry to attack. He first waited for the 4 middle-aged peak essence gathering stage maids. All of them had entered the range of the force, and their movements were completely restricted by the force. Only then did he use the advanced movement technique and charge towards the one closest to him. She was also the first middle-aged maid to chase after him. Within the range of the force, the powerful saber technique would affect the stability of the force. Therefore, when Chu Zhongtian used the force, he would only use the basic saber technique to fight the enemy. The hunting operation this time was no exception. The slash of the flat sand swallow was aimed at the neck of the middle-aged maid. Seeing that the young man wasn't trying his best to escape, but instead taking the initiative to attack her, the middle-aged maid sneered. She was going to use the profound grade low-rank minor successes sword technique to break through Chu Zhongtian's arrogant foundation saber technique. However, when the sword force formed by the sword technique broke away from the spirit sword, the power contained in the sword force was instantly weakened by 9 layers, and the remaining layer was also continuously weakened. When the sword force's attack reached Chu Zhongtian, it was so weak that it couldn't even break through the clothes on Chu Zhongtian's body. Seeing that the vital spirit that she had used to form the sword force had no effect on him, the middle-aged maid decided to change her attack. However, when faced with the momentum that could help her enhance the movement technique, the middle-aged maid's head was easily cut off by Chu Zhongtian before she could even use the second attack. When her head was cut off, the middle-aged maid's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. She was surprised by Chu Zhongtian's speed, and why he had suddenly become so terrifying. After killing the first middle-aged maid, Chu Zhongtian put away the storage bag hanging on her waist, as well as the mid-level spirit weapon in his hand. After that, he continued running towards the second middle-aged maid. When they saw that their companion, who was much stronger than them, was easily killed by Chu Zhongtian, and felt their snail-like speed, the expressions of the remaining 3 middle-aged maids changed dramatically. After that, they immediately turned around, planning to temporarily escape from the range of the force. Then, they would use the sword force that was released from the vital spirit to launch a long-range attack on Chu Zhongtian. This was a rare opportunity. How could Chu Zhongtian give up on them and leave? Taking the risk to activate the profound nature of the vital spirit, a white fierce dragon about 4 meters tall and 8 meters long quickly appeared above his head. Roar! The white tiger roared furiously as it faced the middle-aged maid who was desperately trying to escape to the west. Then it charged forward. When the white tiger left his body, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a trace of joy. First of all, using the spirit object that was formed from the mysterious properties of the vital spirit would not affect his momentum at all. This would help him increase his skills and strength in battle in the future. Secondly, using the mysterious properties of the vital spirit to transform into a spirit object that could aid him in battle required a very high requirement for his vital spirit. Before he broke through to the essence gathering stage, he would need to consume a 4th layer vital spirit to transform into a spirit object. Although the remaining vital spirit was enough to transform into a spirit object, it was still in the midst of a battle. He had to keep enough vital spirit to protect himself. Therefore, during the battle, he never transformed into a second spirit object. However, when his cultivation base broke through to the essence gathering stage, the perfect dantian formed by the 9 revolutions of the vital spirit had only used a quarter of his first level of the vital spirit. In other words, under the condition of ensuring that he had 6 levels of the vital spirit, he could transform into 16 spirit object in one go. Since there were enough vital spirit in the dantian, the amount of vital spirit needed to transform into a spirit object was very little, and it didn't affect the power of the attack. Chu Zhongtian couldn't be bothered to chase after them personally, and the remaining 3 middle-aged maids were restricted by the force of the attack. Ayo! A huge green dragon about 20 meters long appeared above his head. The huge green dragon that had appeared stared furiously at Empress Hua below. When Hua Ho saw the murderous look in the giant green dragon's eyes, he lowered his head in fear. It then separated itself from Chu Zhongtian's head and flew towards the middle-aged maid in the east. After the giant green dragon left, a light and crisp bird's cry was heard. Along with the bird's cry, a 3-meter-tall and 7-meter-long gigantic vermilion bird, which was emitting flames, flapped its wings and flew towards the middle-aged maid in the south. The 3-spirit object went to kill the 3-peak essence gathering stage middle-aged maids respectively. Chu Zhongtian, who had gotten some free time, lowered his head and looked at Hua Ho, who had a pale face. From time to time, a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. At this moment, he was thinking about how he should face Empress Hua next. The 3 middle-aged maids, whose movement ability was restricted, did not last long under the attacks of the 3-spirit object, whose strength was only slightly weaker than Chu Zhongtian's. They were killed one by one. After killing their opponents, the storage bag and mid-level spirit weapon returned to Chu Zhongtian's hands. Receiving the 3 storage bag and 3 mid-level spirit swords one by one, Chu Zhongtian dispersed the huge green dragon and the red vermilion bird, then jumped onto the white tiger's back and slowly flew towards Dongfang Xiongba, who was standing on top of the pavilion. It was only at this moment that everyone who was attracted by Chu Zhongtian's actions discovered Dongfang Xiongba, who was standing on top of the pavilion. After that, they all knelt down and saluted. Dongfang Yun'er's face revealed a trace of joy when she saw Dongfang Xiongba standing on top of the pavilion. Instead, it was Hua Ho who stood beside her. Her expression changed and her body couldn't help but tremble. Standing on the back of the white tiger and controlling the white tiger to fly to Dongfang Xiongba, Chu Zhongtian looked straight at him and asked, "Why? Don't misunderstand. It wasn't an order from me." Shaking his head, Dongfang Xiongba finally opened his mouth to speak. What he said was actually to take the initiative to explain to Chu Zhongtian. This shocked everyone in Ziluo Pavilion. This was because in their imagination, Dongfang Xiongba's character was just as domineering as his name. Regardless of whether it was his own fault or not, he would never admit it was his fault, and he would never take the initiative to admit defeat to someone else. And his explanation just now was obviously showing some signs of weakness. This had far exceeded everyone's understanding of him. Why? Dongfang Xiongba, who had a high chance of reaching the Emperor realm, had reached a level where he didn't need to distinguish himself. If he said that he didn't do it, it must not be him. Therefore, the anger in Chu Zhongtian's heart was slightly alleviated. However, he still asked with dissatisfaction in his heart, "Your strength is enough to kill those few people. There's no need for me to stop you." Facing Chu Zhongtian's second reason, everyone present felt baffled. However, Dongfang Xiongba seemed to know everything, and explained why he didn't attack. Why? Chu Zhongtian thought for a moment and understood Dongfang Xiongba's answer. Putting aside the possibility of him being a sovereign realm expert, just his identity as a diviner was enough for him to see through everything. However, Chu Zhongtian still had a trace of dissatisfaction towards him in his heart, so he asked him to continue questioning. Purple Dragon Pavilion, Wind Pavilion. Chu Zhongtian's third reason completely stunned everyone present. Even Dongfang Yongping, who had a slight understanding of Chu Zhongtian's character, could not guess what dissatisfaction he had. She is the mother of Yun and Yongping. What do you want me to do? He could still guess what Chu Zhongtian was thinking. Dongfang Xiongba pushed the question directly into Chu Zhongtian's hands. AI. Facing Dongfang Xiongba's ability to see through people's hearts, this was the first time Chu Zhongtian felt that he was at a disadvantage in terms of words. After thinking about it again and again, he finally gave up on questioning ____ and wanted to obtain benefits through questioning him. After that, he took out a jade box and a jade slip from within the storage bag. He first threw the jade box in his hand to Dongfang Xiongba and explained. Inside the jade box is a 9 heavens star brilliance stone. It can increase the grade of the spirit weapon by 1 grade. With your current strength, I don't know if this 9 heavens star brilliance stone can help you. But this is a token of my appreciation as a junior. Consider it a gift for you in advance. 9 heavens star brilliance stone. Upon hearing Chu Zhongtian's explanation, Dongfang Xiongba was startled at first. Then, he shook his head with some regret. After that, he threw the jade box in his hand to Dongfang Yongping, who was standing below. Dongfang Yongping, who took the jade box, looked at the jade box in his hand with a puzzled expression, because he didn't know what the 9 heavens star brilliance stone was, nor did he know how to use it. He raised his head to look at his father, who was standing on top of the pavilion, and then at Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting on the white tiger's back. In the end, he could only helplessly put away the jade box. After explaining the function of the 9 heavens star brilliance stone, Chu Zhongtian paused for a moment. Then, he threw the jade slip in his hand to Dongfang Xiongba and took the opportunity to organize his thoughts. Then he continued to explain, Master heard that you are going to have a 160-year birthday soon, as well as the 60th anniversary of the coronation. He asked me to give you a congratulatory gift, the jade slip that I just gave you. It's a gift from your master. Dongfang Xiongba reached out to receive the jade slip. As he used the divine sense to check the contents of the jade slip, he responded with a smile that was not a smile. Just treat it as a gift from my master. Dongfang Xiongba and Zhao Enjuan had been brothers for decades, and their relationship had always been good. He might know Zhao Enjuan's personality better than he did, so Chu Zhongtian did not bother to explain. Your master's personality, when can he? Chu Zhongtian answered half-heartedly, which made Dongfang Xiongba want to use the opportunity to say something to Zhao Enjuan. But when his divine sense saw the contents of the jade slip, he was shocked speechless. After reading the records in the jade slip, Dongfang Xiongba took nearly 5 minutes to calm down. After putting away the jade slip solemnly, Dongfang Xiongba said with a slightly excited tone, According to my relationship with your master, I should call you martial nephew. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian did not have any objections, Dongfang Xiongba continued, Martial nephew, I don't know where you got this jade slip from, but the things inside the jade slip are too important to me. In my heart, the value of this jade slip is not inferior to a grade 3 medicinal pill that can raise one's cultivation. As long as you are satisfied. When Dongfang Xiongba saw the value of this jade slip, this was something that Chu Zhongtian did not expect at the start. However, the prophecy technique had no effect on him. It made his reaction to Dongfang Xiongba calm down. Martial nephew, this is our first time meeting. As your martial uncle, I didn't treat you well. Junior master, I apologize for making you feel wronged. Say sorry. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian did not care about the preciousness of the jade slip. Although Dongfang Xiongba knew the reason, however, the excitement in his heart could not be vented. He could only express his apology to Chu Zhongtian. Regarding Dongfang Xiongba's apology, Chu Zhongtian accepted it with a clear conscience. If it wasn't because of his strength and some mysterious means, the assassination in the secret cultivation chamber might cost him his life. As the master of the palace, it was only right for Dongfang Xiongba to apologize. Chu Zhongtian felt that it was only natural, but to the people of Ziluo Pavilion, their hearts were beating like a storm. Ever since Dongfang Xiongba took control of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, his domineering personality had made him fearless of anyone. Even when supreme-level expert of Qin Empire came to surrender, Dongfang Xiongba's response was an iron fist. Now, he was facing a young man who was only 16 or 17 years old. Not only did he take the initiative to admit defeat, he even apologized seriously. How could this not shock everyone? At the same time, Everyone was also extremely curious about Chu Zhongtian's true origin and the jade slip he had just given them. Martial nephew, besides apologizing to you, as your martial uncle, I also have a gift for you. Seeing Chu Zhongtian accept the apology with a clear conscience, Dongfang Xiongba instantly understood. Why would the arrogant Zhao Enjuan accept Chu Zhongtian as his disciple? Apart from the talent of this young monster level, it was also his casual personality, which was very similar to Zhao Enjuan's. Martial nephew, you don't understand the prophecy technique, so you don't know the level of the divination master. When my martial uncle broke through to the most important stage of the divination master, I entered a state of enlightenment by chance. Also, during the moment of enlightenment, I used the prophecy technique to create 3 jade slip that can predict a person's future fate for 100 years. Speaking up to this point, Dongfang Xiongba took out a floating white jade slip from the storage ring's finger. Among the 3 jade slip, one is used by me to predict the fate of the dynasty for the next 100 years, and the other is used to predict Yun's fate for the next 100 years. Right now, only this one is left. Speaking up to this point, Dongfang Xiongba handed the jade slip in his hand to Chu Zhongtian with the divine sense and said, "This last jade slip is for you." "Thank you, martial uncle." Chu Zhongtian received the jade slip with a calm expression and thanked him with a calm tone. If it was anyone else, they might be excited to obtain a chance to predict their future for 100 years. But to Chu Zhongtian, who was a transmigrator, he preferred the unknown of the future. If you were very clear about your own fate in the next 100 years, not only would you lose the joy of challenging the unknown, you would also lose the motivation to work hard. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's indifferent reaction to the jade slip that predicted his fate, Dongfang Xiongba could not help but sigh. At the same time, he also understood why Zhao Enjuan accepted this young man as his disciple. Back then, before he left the Floating Cloud sect and there was no internal conflict in the Floating Cloud sect, he had once told Zhao Enjuan about the prediction of his future fate. However, Zhao Enjuan's reaction was that he had no control over his fate. After putting the jade slip into the storage bag, Chu Zhongtian turned his head and looked at Dongfang Yuner and Dongfang Yongping. After thinking for a while, he dispersed the white tiger under his feet and flew slowly towards Dongfang Yongping. Heavenly Dragon Empire, Ziluo Pavilion. Logically speaking, your current cultivation base is higher than mine, so I should call you senior brother. However, it's really difficult for me to change my mind in such a short period of time, Dongfang Yongping said with a complicated expression, as he looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was slowly landing in front of him. Ever since he found out that Chu Zhongtian had broken through to the Qi transforming period, he had revealed his monster-level talent. Dongfang Yongping knew that sooner or later, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base would surpass his. However, what he didn't expect was that Chu Zhongtian's speed of advancement was too terrifying. It had only been 3 months since he broke through to the essence-gathering stage. In these 3 months, he had only barely managed to break through to the first-level essence-gathering stage peak. And this was with the help of the huge amount of cultivation resources in Heavenly Dragon Empire. But what about Chu Zhongtian? He had left Floating Cloud Sect 2 months ago and returned to his family. In other words, during this period of cultivation, he hadn't relied on Zhao Enjuan at all. He had only relied on his own hard work and hard work. Thinking of this, Dongfang Yongping felt that ever since he broke through to the essence-gathering stage, his mind had been relaxed, and he was afraid of taking risks. I'm also not used to calling you junior brother all of a sudden. Chu Zhongtian smiled and said in a joking manner. How about this, as long as you are not in the sect, I will call you Zhongtian. You can call me Yongping. He looked at Dongfang Yuner, whose face was full of expectation, and thought of Chu Zhongtian's sudden appearance in Ziluo Pavilion. Knowing the relationship between the two of them, Dongfang Yongping quickly figured out the crux of the matter. So he suggested. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian did not object. Zhongtian, 3 months from now, it will be the opening time of Heaven Baron's secret realm. I originally thought that it would be impossible for us to enter the same level of the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Now, your cultivation base has advanced to the essence-gathering stage. At that time, I need you to take care of me again. If it wasn't for the conflict just now, Dongfang Yongping would definitely have excitedly pulled Chu Zhongtian to drink a few glasses. After experiencing the second tempering in Purgatory City and Blood Demon's secret realm, Dongfang Yongping was very clear about Chu Zhongtian's ability. As long as Chu Zhongtian followed him and listened to his arrangements, the harvest of the tempering in secret realm would definitely exceed his imagination. No problem. Chu Zhongtian had no objections to taking care of each other in Heaven Baron's secret realm. However, the purpose of the secret realm was to improve his own strength. It wasn't for sightseeing. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian hoped that Dongfang Yongping's stage could be higher. If ___ was stronger, he wouldn't become a burden to ___. He wouldn't delay his cultivation. Yongping, you have to cultivate well for the rest of your time. Try your best to break through to the essence gathering stage intermediate when the Heaven Baron's secret realm opens. I'll try my best, Dongfang Yongping said with a lack of confidence in Chu Zhongtian's suggestion. He had borrowed the help of top-grade medicinal pills for more than 3 months. He had barely managed to raise his strength by 1 minor stage, but in the next 3 months, not only did he need to increase his strength by 2 minor stage, he also needed to break through a stage. Dongfang Yongping felt a great pressure. He patted Dongfang Yongping's shoulder as an encouragement. Then Chu Zhongtian turned around and looked straight at Dongfang Yuner. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. Dongfang Yuner saw Chu Zhongtian's gentle eyes and cried out with tears in the corner of her eyes. Originally, with a thick face, she brought Chu Zhongtian into the imperial palace and moved into the Ziluo pavilion. It was to let her mother meet Chu Zhongtian in advance. But she did not expect that. For some unknown reason, his mother arranged for assassins to assassinate Chu Zhongtian. This made Dongfang Yuner feel sad, but at the same time, she also felt sorry for Chu Zhongtian. It's all right. Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand to wipe the water from the corner of her eyes and said softly. After that, he looked directly at Empress Hua and asked, "You must be Yun's mother, Empress Hua?" "That's right. I am Empress Hua." Nodding her head, Empress Hua's expression was very ugly. Although the death of 4 trusted subordinates who had reached the peak essence gathering stage caused Empress Hua to feel a great heartache, seeing her own ugly face with her own eyes made her feel fear. Because she didn't know how Dongfang Xiongba would punish her, whether or not he would become cold to her because of her decision to assassinate Chu Zhongtian, or if he would be abolished because of her fake imperial edict. Empress Hua, although I am very angry that you arranged for an assassin to assassinate me, but I can understand your actions, so I won't blame you. Ever since the crowd discovered Dongfang Xiongba standing on top of the pavilion, Empress Hua, who had always been arrogant and stern, not only did he become silent, but he also revealed a trace of fear. The intelligent Chu Zhongtian quickly guessed that the assassination was probably done by Empress Hua alone. Before transmigrating, the mothers who interfered with the marriage of their children, and the things they had done in secret, Chu Zhongtian knew about the assassination arranged by Empress Hua. It was very likely that Dongfang Yuner had said something to her, causing her to misunderstand him. Moreover, this had led to an assassination. Regardless of whether it was in terms of his relationship with Dongfang Yuner, Dongfang Yongping's friendship, or even Dongfang Xiongba's face, he could not continue pursuing Hua Ho's responsibility. He could only forgive her generously. Although forgiveness was forgiveness, anyone who was assassinated would not feel comfortable. So after expressing his attitude to Empress Hua, Chu Zhongtian did not pay attention to her reaction. His gaze returned to Dongfang Yuner. "Yun, what happened just now happened. It is not convenient for me to stay, so I have decided to leave Tianlong City now and return to Floating Cloud Sect." "Mr. Chu, don't leave. Okay? I will arrange a place for you to stay. Why don't you stay with my brother?" When he saw that Chu Zhongtian wanted to leave Tianlong City, he was afraid that he would be dissatisfied with his mother. This caused the relationship between the two of them to change, so Dongfang Yuner quickly tried to persuade him to stay. "Yun, according to the rules of Floating Cloud Sect, after Junior Master's birthday, you must return to the sect. So, if you have anything to say, let's talk about it in Hidden Dragon Pavilion." Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian rejected Dongfang Yuner's request to stay. Firstly, he had an unpleasant conflict with Empress Hua. If he continued to stay, not only would Empress Hua feel uncomfortable with him, but it would also be detrimental to Dongfang Xiongba's punishment for Empress Hua. Secondly, the embarrassing situation in his pocket made him want to return to the sect as soon as possible. He wanted to return to Hidden Dragon Peak so that he could ask for some spirit stones from Zhao and Juan. After that, he would take advantage of the opportunity when Elder Huang was deep in cultivation to duplicate some high-quality pills. Mr. Chu, can we not leave in a hurry? Perhaps we can return to the sect together. Seeing Chu Zhongtian shake his head and refuse, Dongfang Yuner still refused to give up and asked. Alas! Sighing, Chu Zhongtian took out a portion of the storage bag and stuffed it into Dongfang Yuner's hands. He said gently, Yun, tell me the truth. The reason why I suddenly decided to return to the sect was because I suddenly received news from my master. He told me to return to the sect immediately, so I had to leave early. Heavenly Dragon Empire, Ziluo Pavilion. Looking at the confused Dongfang Yuner, Chu Zhongtian knew that if he didn't give her an irrefutable reason, it would be very difficult for Dongfang Yuner to give up on trying to persuade him to stay. Helpless, he could only push the excuse to Zhao and Juan, so that she could not refute him face to face, and could not ask Zhao and Juan for confirmation afterwards. At the same time, in order to make Dongfang Yuner calm down, according to her current cultivation, she took out some medicinal pills that she had prepared beforehand. Yun, you and I participated in the sect disciple test at the same time. Although I don't dare to expect you to be like me, your 5th layer of the body refining period cultivation level is really too low. So keep these medicinal pills to improve your strength. All right. Although Chu Zhongtian had confidently said that Zhao and Juan was looking for him for something, Dongfang Yuner knew that he was definitely lying. However, in the face of the pills that he had taken out and his expectations for her, she knew that she could not keep him here. Otherwise, not only would she appear very insensible, she would also annoy Chu Zhongtian. Martial Uncle, Yongping Yun goodbye. After cupping his fists at Dongfang Xiongba and the other two, Chu Zhongtian flew up into the sky and headed towards the floating cloud sect in the north. When Chu Zhongtian left the Tianlong city, no one came to stop him. It seemed like they had received some secret instructions from Dongfang Xiongba. Your Majesty! When Chu Zhongtian had completely disappeared, Empress Hua timidly came to Dongfang Xiongba and called him in a low voice. Return to the palace. After giving Empress Hua a cold glance, Dongfang Xiongba turned around and left. Dongfang Yongping looked at his mother, then at his father who had turned around and left. In the end, he could only helplessly sigh. He followed closely behind Dongfang Xiongba and left Ziluo Pavilion. Yun, seeing that her own son was unwilling to help her, Empress Hua looked pitifully at Dongfang Yuner. Her eyes revealed a pleading look. Sigh! Seeing the pleading look in her mother's eyes, the soft-hearted Dongfang Yuner finally walked to Empress Hua's side. She softly said, Mother, I will go and beg father right now. As for whether he is willing to forgive you or not, I am not very confident. Yun, it was mother's fault to assassinate that young man with the surname Chu, but mother's starting point was for your own good. I hope you can understand mother's painstaking efforts. Seeing that her daughter was still willing to plead on his behalf, Empress Hua felt that it was at the same time as her daughter being intimate with her. She smoothly explained why she sent an assassin to assassinate Chu Zhongtian. Mother, this matter has already passed. Don't mention it again in the future. Seeing that her mother was still trying to assassinate Chu Zhongtian, Dongfang Yuner, who was already very angry, interrupted her words. After that, she said in a very serious tone, Mother, Mr. Chu is the one chosen by Yun. He is also the man acknowledged by her father and big brother. So I hope that you can accept him and like him as much as you like me. After exhorting her, Dongfang Yuner quickly went to chase after Dongfang Xiongba. First of all, she wanted to do the same as Chu Zhongtian and give the prophecy pill to her father as a birthday gift in advance. Secondly, she hoped that after obtaining the prophecy pill, her father would be happy and forgive her mother's mistakes, or reduce the punishment on her mother. Seeing Dongfang Yuner leaving quickly and seeing the 6 corpses lying not far away, Empress Hua's face was gloomy as she ordered the few remaining palace maids beside her. Return to the palace! After flying out of Tianlong City, Chu Zhongtian did not delay too much and followed the directions of the map and flew directly to Floating Cloud Sect. During this flight, he didn't choose to stop midway to admire the scenery, nor did he stick his nose into other people's business for the sake of justice. All he wanted to do was to rush back to the Floating Cloud Sect as soon as possible. After flying for 3 days, the Floating Cloud Sect, which looked like a paradise, finally appeared in his sight. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Chu Zhongtian finally heaved a sigh of relief. The process of returning to the family was magnificent. The family was facing the siege of the 3 great families, and they were fighting with Chu Tianyun for the benefits. The trip to the Yen country to collect debts was a life and death crisis for the Blood Divine Tree's survival space, as well as the treasure hunt and refinement that Grandmaster of the Piltao had left behind in the cavern. Every single one of these things had made his nerves tighten. He didn't have any free time at all. Now he had finally returned to the sect smoothly. With Zhao Enjuan in charge of Hidden Dragon Peak, he could have a good rest. He had been a disciple of the Floating Cloud Sect for nearly a year, and had gone out to train a few times. However, other than the time when he participated in the disciple test, he had entered the sect through the main gate. The remaining few times were basically ripped apart by Zhao Enjuan and forced back to the sect. Therefore, he could only enter through the main gate when he returned to the sect. Who are you? When Chu Zhongtian landed on the bluestone jade platform that led to the inner part of the sect, a disciple in brown clothes walked out and asked coldly, "Hello, senior brother. Junior brother is a disciple of Hidden Dragon Peak. He just finished visiting his family and is now returning to the sect." With junior brother's courtesy, Chu Zhongtian replied respectfully. According to the difference between different levels of disciples in the sect, the gray uniform was a Qi refining stage servant disciple. The green robe was the uniform of a body refining stage disciple from the outer sect, and the blue robe was the uniform of a Qi transforming period stage disciple from the inner sect. The brown robe belonged to a core disciple of the Spirit Sea Ginseng stage. Not only was the opponent wearing the brown robe of a core disciple, his cultivation base had also reached the essence gathering stage 7th layer peak. For both reasons, he had to call him senior brother. Sect disciple. Visiting relatives back to the sect. However, after hearing Chu Zhongtian's reply, the disciple guarding the sect revealed a trace of doubt, and his tone revealed a trace of doubt. Senior brother? Is there something wrong? The doubt in the other party's tone made Chu Zhongtian realize that there was something unusual about the situation. According to the rules of the sect, an essence gathering stage is still a core disciple. The identity token of a core disciple has already merged with the sect guarding Grand Formation. If you want to return to the sect, you can directly pass through the Grand Formation. There is no need for you to go through the formal visit. He questioned Chu Zhongtian's identity as a guarding disciple of the sect, and respectfully introduced the rules that every sect disciple should know. However, because Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base had advanced too quickly, he had never truly understood the sect rules. Thus, his current reaction was very suspicious. At the same time, according to the rules of the sect, only after breaking through to the Qi transforming period will a sect disciple have a chance to return to their family and visit their relatives, and the time is only half a year. You just said that you have just finished visiting your family, so you should be at the Qi transforming period, not the essence gathering stage. As if he had caught on to Chu Zhongtian's secret, the guarding disciple said proudly, "Floating Cloud Sect, in front of the mountain gate. AI." The series of doubts that the guarding disciples had left Chu Zhongtian at a loss for words. Could he tell the guard that he had only used 3 months to break through to the essence gathering stage 3rd layer from the Qi transforming period 4th layer? He could tell them that his master had never helped his disciple break through because he didn't get along with some of the factions in the sect. Although it could not be explained why his cultivation had advanced so quickly, Chu Zhongtian had a way to prove his identity as a disciple of the sect. His consciousness linked to the identity token that had not been used in the Dantian for a long time. After that, a green token emitting a green light appeared in his right hand. He raised the token that symbolized his identity and asked the disciple guarding the sect, "Senior brother, I wonder if it can prove my identity." Seeing Chu Zhongtian take out the symbol of identity of the floating cloud sect, a trace of doubt flashed across the guarding disciple's face. Logically speaking, since ____ had a symbol of his identity, he shouldn't be a disciple of a fake sect. However, the symbol of his identity was a green token, which meant that the owner of the token should be a body refining stage disciple of the outer sect. However, this young man in front of him looked to be only 16 or 17 years old, and his cultivation base had already reached the essence gathering stage 3rd layer. Obviously, he didn't have the same color as the token. As for whether he had broken through to the chi transforming period and essence gathering stage outside, which caused him to have yet to become a core disciple, the guarding disciple didn't believe it at all. If the young man in front of him was only at the 1st level of the chi transforming period, he might still be able to believe it even if he was at the 3rd layer peak of the chi transforming period. However, the young man was clearly an essence gathering stage 3rd layer. As an experienced essence gathering stage 7th layer peak, the guarding disciple knew very well how difficult it was to break through to the essence gathering stage, and how much time it would take to break through to the minor stage. Therefore, with the idea of being responsible for the sect, even if Chu Zhongtian took out the token that symbolized his identity, he would still choose not to believe it and would still question Chu Zhongtian's identity. "Senior brother, may I know how junior brother can prove his identity?" Even the token that symbolized his own identity could not make the other party believe that he was a disciple of the sect. Chu Zhongtian really had no other choice. Just when the disciple guarding the sect was suspecting Chu Zhongtian's identity, just as Chu Zhongtian didn't know how to prove his identity, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. The surprised voice sounded familiar. Chu Zhongtian, who was eager to prove his identity, quickly turned around. After that, he saw a young man in his 20s, who looked somewhat frivolous, slowly descending from the sky. Senior Huang. Seeing the young man slowly descending from the sky, Chu Zhongtian immediately thought of who this young man was. He was the same Huang Yurong who had jumped out to help him when he was still in the 3rd layer of the Blood Demon secret stage. Because he couldn't stand the betrayal of his sworn brother, he had ambushed his sworn brother from behind. "You are junior brother Chu." When Chu Zhongtian turned around and greeted him, the surprised Huang Yurong finally came back to his senses. However, he still asked in disbelief. One should know that when Chu Zhongtian participated in the Blood Demon Secret Realms trial, he was merely an 8th layer peak of the body refining period disciple of the outer sect. It had only been 6 months since the trial began. In just 6 months' time, he had barely broken through to the essence gathering stage from the half-step chi transforming period peak. After that, with the help of his father's powerful support, his cultivation base had barely advanced to the 1st grade essence gathering stage peak. But what about Chu Zhongtian? In the past 6 months, not only had the stage broken through to the chi transforming period and the essence gathering stage, it had also broken through to the 2nd grade stage. And now, his cultivation base had reached the essence gathering stage 3rd layer, far surpassing his own. How could he believe that this young man in front of him was the one who needed his help in the past? Talent. Chu Zhongtian, who was barely able to fight Zhu Yan, Gong Rulin, and the others. Senior Huang, how long has it been since the Blood Demon secret realm started cultivating? Have you forgotten about your junior brother? Chu Zhongtian could understand Huang Yurong's shock when he saw the disbelief on Huang Yurong's face. Therefore, he used a joking method to hope that ____ could relax. Junior brother Chu, no? He saw that Chu Zhongtian was still as polite as before, without a trace of the arrogance of a monster-level genius disciple. Huang Yurong finally believed that this young man in front of him, whose cultivation base was higher than his, was the Chu Zhongtian that he had decided to befriend. Originally, Huang Yurong wanted to praise Chu Zhongtian's outstanding performance to express the shock in his heart, but he was used to calling Chu Zhongtian junior brother. Fortunately, his reaction was relatively quick. He realized that his cultivation base had already surpassed his own. He immediately changed his words and said, "Senior brother Chu, although I know that when you broke through to the chi transforming period, your talent was at the monster level. But in just 6 months' time, you have broken through to the Qi transforming period and essence gathering stage, 2 great stage. The speed at which you have improved your cultivation base is not any weaker than Zhangyu, who is known as the number 1 monstrous genius in the sect. The number 1 monstrous genius of the sect. When Chu Zhongtian heard Huang Yurong mention the number 1 monstrous genius of the sect, he immediately felt a trace of interest. For when he broke through to the Qi transforming period and revealed his monster-level talent, Zhao Enjuan had told him before. Although there weren't many monstrous disciples in Southern Domain, but amongst the 9 major powers, every major power would have a few monster-level disciples. As the second-ranked disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, besides Chu Zhongtian, there were also 3 monster-level disciples. However, who were these 3 monster-level disciples? Zhao Enjuan didn't explain much, but he was born and raised in the sect. His father was also deacon elder of the inner sect. Not only did he know who these 3 monstrous geniuses were, he also knew who they were, and know which faction they belonged to. The strongest monster-level disciple in the sect was currently ranked 9th in sect leader's faction, but his true strength was close to Long Xingyun's, Xiao Shan. The strongest monster level in Merit Palace was called Bailey Fengyun. He was the senior brother of Merit Palace, and his strength was unfathomable. The third monster-level disciple was also called the number 1 monster in the sect. Ever since he became a disciple of the sect, he had broken several records in the sect that had been maintained for hundreds of thousands of years. For example, the second-grade low-grade cultivation talent had broken the record of the highest grade of talent in the sect for 60,000 years. For example, a third layer of the body refining period had killed a half-step Qi transforming period warrior. For example, when he broke through to the Qi transforming period from the first layer of the body refining period, it only took him 1.5 months. For example, he only used 5 months to break through to the essence gathering stage from the Qi transforming period. For example, he only used less than 8 months to break through to the divine soul stage from the essence gathering stage. It was precisely because of his outstanding performance that the senator group, who had not heard about the affairs of the world for a long time, personally came forward to recruit him. In the end, he successfully recruited him into the branch of the senior statesman. Floating Cloud sect, in front of the mountain gate. When Chu Zhongtian was at the body refining stage, his performance might not be as eye-catching as the number 1 monstrous genius in the sect, but when he broke through to the essence gathering stage at the Qi transforming period, his performance had far exceeded the number 1 monstrous genius in the sect. At the same time, the strength that Chu Zhongtian was showing now seemed to have the tendency to surpass the number 1 monstrous genius in the sect. Huang Yurong's introduction of the number 1 monstrous genius of the sect made Chu Zhongtian sigh with admiration. At the same time, a strong desire to surpass him arose in his heart. Perhaps because of his background and physique, his performance in the early stages of cultivation was inferior to his opponent. However, with the high-quality pills provided by the artifact spirit, a huge amount of spiritual energy was stored in the blood divine tree in his mind. And with the constant guidance from the formation master Elder Huang, he was confident that he would be able to reach the essence gathering stage. In the divine soul stage and even in the longevity period and great Tao period, he would continue to break the records of the sect. He would continue to surpass the number 1 monstrous genius of the sect. In fact, what Chu Zhongtian and Huang Yurong didn't know was that when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Qi transforming period and the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth reached 10,999 miles, the number 1 monstrous genius of the sect, Zhang Yu, had already noticed him. This was because when Zhang Yu broke through to the Qi transforming period, the range of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had been drawn to him. Therefore, when it came to Chu Zhongtian, whose talent was on par with his, this was the first time Zhang Yu felt threatened by his sect's number 1 monstrous genius. Senior Huang, you have come at the right time. Surpassing the sect's number 1 monstrous genius was just a thought that flashed across Chu Zhongtian's mind. He chased this thought out of his mind and planned to let Huang Yurong lead him into the sect. After that, he told Huang Yurong about the embarrassing situation he had encountered. He. After hearing about the embarrassing situation Chu Zhongtian had encountered, Huang Yurong couldn't help but laugh. As the number 1 monstrous genius of the sect, Chu Zhongtian's talent and potential were not inferior to the sect's, but he had encountered an embarrassing situation where he couldn't return to the sect. This had to be said to be very interesting. It was also a topic he would discuss with others when he talked about Chu Zhongtian in the future. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's face getting darker and darker, Huang Yurong stopped laughing and said to the disciple guarding the sect, "This senior brother's surname is Chu, and his name is Zhongtian. He came from the Hidden Dragon Peak. And his teacher is Deacon Elder, Zhao Enjuan from the inner sect. Junior brother Chu, I'm really sorry. Senior brother misunderstood you just now." The disciple who was guarding the sect heard the conversation between the two of them, as well as Huang Yurong's sigh about Chu Zhongtian's cultivation speed. At this moment, he finally understood the young man in front of him, who looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. The reason was that the young man's sky-high price and talent were too outstanding. As a result, the speed at which his cultivation rose had far exceeded his subconscious understanding. It had also exceeded the speed at which his identity token was being replaced. Senior brother is loyal to his duty and has handled matters cautiously. This is the blessing of the sect. Junior brother deeply admires you. After complimenting him, Chu Zhongtian glanced at Huang Yurong, and then followed behind him into the sect. When he saw Trial Peak, which was high up in the clouds, Chu Zhongtian cupped his fists and said to Huang Yurong, "Junior brother Huang, I have been away from the sect for a while. Now I want to return to Hidden Dragon Peak to see my master. When I have time in the future, I will definitely go to Linga Peak and pay a visit to junior brother Huang and martial uncle Huang." Chu Zhongtian cupped his fists and said goodbye. Before entering the sect, perhaps he wasn't so anxious about returning to Hidden Dragon Peak. But when he finally entered the sect, especially when he saw the familiar scene in front of him, he wanted to return to the Courtyard 9 of Hidden Dragon Peak. But his desire to meet Zhao Enjuan had instead become more urgent. Therefore, he took the initiative to bid farewell to Huang Yurong. Senior brother Chu will go back first. After junior brother breaks through to the second level of the essence gathering stage, I will definitely pay a visit to Hidden Dragon Peak. Huang Yurong understood Chu Zhongtian's eagerness to return to the Hidden Dragon Peak. Therefore, after agreeing on the next time they would meet, he sent ___ off with his eyes. When Huang Yurong saw Huang Yurong passing through Trial Peak and heading straight to Hidden Dragon Peak, he couldn't help but raise his head and look at the void in the depths of the sect. There was a trace of worry in his eyes. He didn't know if the first monstrous genius of Senator Group, Zhang Yu, would have a conflict with Chu Zhongtian when he found out that his status was seriously threatened. If Zhang Yu had a conflict with Lin Zhongtian, who would he stand on his side? Unlike the Imperial City, flying was not prohibited in the Floating Cloud sect. This was because the size of the Floating Cloud sect was too big. It was so big that even with the movement technique, it would be difficult to travel through the entire sect within 2 months. The speed of flying in the sky far exceeded the movement technique. It did not take long before Chu Zhongtian saw the Hidden Dragon Peak that he was extremely familiar with, as well as the 10 courtyards that were side by side halfway up the Hidden Dragon Peak. Ever since he became a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect, the Hidden Dragon Peak had become his home in the sect. For nearly a year, although he often went out to train, however, he had never been away for as long as this time, so he saw a familiar environment. He couldn't help but feel excited. Just as he landed in front of the Hidden Dragon Peak's Courtyard 9, before he could push open the door and enter, Zhao Enjuan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "You came back and didn't even say that you should pay a visit to Master, you heartless brat." Zhao Enjuan's extremely unhappy voice rang out. "Master, I don't agree with what you said." While refuting Zhao Enjuan's complaint, Chu Zhongtian flew up into the sky and flew towards the courtyard on the summit. Before he became Zhao Enjuan's disciple, he had been very casual with Zhao Enjuan. After becoming Zhao Enjuan's disciple, he was even more casual with him. Without passing through the front door of the courtyard, Chu Zhongtian jumped over the wall and slowly landed in the courtyard. "Stinking brat." Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who didn't pass through the main entrance, Zhao Enjuan pointed at him and was so angry that he didn't know what to say. After entering the courtyard, he went straight into the stone pavilion. signaling Zhao Enjuan to pour himself a cup of tea. After drinking it, Chu Zhongtian said, "Master, it's not that disciple doesn't want to see you right away. It's because disciple traveled day and night, and his body was tainted by the secular world. That's why I want to change my clothes and take a bath. I want to visit you in a completely new way." Chu Zhongtian explained the reason why he didn't immediately visit Zhao Enjuan. After a warrior broke through to the Qi transforming period, all the impurities in their body were basically removed. Therefore, very few warriors who had reached the stage would change their clothes and take a bath. However, Zhao Enjuan didn't expose his lie. Instead, he looked at Chu Zhongtian with a complicated expression and didn't say anything. "Master, what happened to you?" Chu Zhongtian asked when he saw the silent Zhao Enjuan. "Brat, tell me what happened during this period of time." Zhao Enjuan didn't explain why he was silent. Instead, he asked with a curious tone. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian had already expected it when he returned to the sect. He had already thought of an excuse, so for the next period of time, he told him everything that had happened after he left the sect. He basically told Zhao Enjuan everything that had happened after he left the sect. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. Stinking brat. In 20 days, it will be your 18th birthday. Apart from the fact that your meridian is damaged and can't be cultivated for a year, your true cultivation time can barely be counted as a year. After hearing Chu Zhongtian mention the 9 Heaven Star Brilliant Stone that he had obtained from the 3 great families' secret storage, the talisman and jade slip from 1,000,000 years ago, as well as the Yin Yang Long Live pill, Zhao Enjuan frowned and questioned. In a year's time, breaking through to the 4th great stage took up most of the time. The remaining time is either used to refine or rest. Where did you learn about the 9 Heaven Star Brilliant Stone and the talisman? They were treasures from millions of years ago. Master, about how I learned about them and the reason why I was able to identify the origins of these treasures from millions of years ago. After the end of Heaven Baron's secret realm, I will tell you everything in detail. But now I will not reveal a single detail. Faced with Zhao Enjuan's doubts and inquiry, Chu Zhongtian could only refuse to answer for the time being. Because, in the secret training room in Ziluo Pavilion, Elder Huang told him, when he needed more than a month to refine the medicinal strength of the 3 Yang Soul returning pill, Chu Zhongtian had discussed it with him. Should he tell Zhao Enjuan the secret of his existence? After all, he was able to do so in such a short period of time. The reason why he was able to break through to the essence gathering stage 3rd layer in such a short period of time was because he had absorbed the blood and mental energy from the blood divine tree. At the same time, the perfect dantian formed from the vital spirit's 9 revolutions secret technique. As well as the secrets left behind by Grandmaster of the Pill Tao in the cavern, it was very difficult to hide them from Zhao Enjuan. After some discussion, Elder Huang told Chu Zhongtian that he could tell Chu Zhongtian everything he had experienced during this period of time. But for his own existence, he needed to finish his cultivation in the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Only when Zhao Enjuan had the ability to protect himself could he completely expose his existence. This was because the body of the divine soul hiding in someone else's sea of consciousness was a taboo in the eternal continent. Basically, very few martial artists were willing to let a body of the divine soul stay in their own sea of consciousness. Therefore, Elder Huang was worried that after Zhao Enjuan found out about his existence, for the sake of Chu Zhongtian's safety, there was a possibility that Underscore would personally expel him, or he might just kill him along the way. With his damaged body of the divine soul, there was only one outcome for him when facing a titled supreme-level warrior like Zhao Enjuan. He would be at Zhao Enjuan's mercy. I really can't explain it. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's direct refusal, Zhao Enjuan didn't give up and continued to ask. When he had reached the peak of the king stage, he had hunted down a level 5 artificer who had betrayed the sect. From the jade slip in his storage ring finger, he had learned that this was a rare sight in Eternal Continent that only appeared once every 10 million years. It was a rare material that could aid in increasing the grade of the vital spirit tool. As for the talisman and Yin Yang Long Live pill, he had never heard of them before. However, not only did Chu Zhongtian know about these treasures, he was also very clear about their origins. Zhao Enjun didn't believe that he had read about them in some ancient books. He suspected that there must be an old monster at least 1,000,000 years ago hiding beside Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian was just a young man with a bit of talent. He did not have much value on him. So Zhao Enjun was worried that the old monster hiding by his side would have other plans for him. However, he also knew Chu Zhongtian. He knew that Chu Zhongtian had the same personality as him. As long as you don't want to say it, no matter what you ask. He wouldn't tell you, so Zhao Enjun secretly decided. Before the Heaven Baron's secret realm opens, he must not be allowed to leave the Hidden Dragon Peak. Even after the end of the Heaven Baron's secret realm, he would never let him out of his sight before solving the hidden dangers around him. All right, since you don't want to tell me, I won't ask any more questions. You should continue to tell me about your experiences during this period of time. He reached out and picked up the teacup on the table. After drinking a mouthful, Zhao Enjun gestured for him to continue. When he heard that Chu Zhongtian had charged into the Yen country's Wangs in order to ask for spirit stones, and that the Yen country's Wangs had no choice but to compromise, he couldn't help but cry out in his heart. At the same time, he looked at Chu Zhongtian with praise. The source of the conflict between him and the law enforcement peak was a disciple of the law enforcement peak. He saw that ____ had accidentally obtained a treasure and used the authority of the law enforcement pavilion to seize the treasure. When the treasure was stolen, Zhao Enjun's strength was relatively weak, so he chose to endure for the time being. However, when he became stronger, he would become so strong that even ordinary hall masters wouldn't dare to provoke him. The first thing he did was to charge into law enforcement peak with his sword in hand. Then, in front of the hall master of the law enforcement pavilion, he killed the disciple who robbed him of his treasure. Now, the way Chu Zhongtian stormed into the royal family of the Yen country with his sword in hand was exactly the same as how he killed his way into the law enforcement peak. How could he not admire it? The admiration in his eyes had yet to fade. When he heard that the branches of the god-devouring tree were hidden in the secret storage of the Yen country, Zhao Enjun was so shocked that he almost let go of the teacup in his hand. Chu, you didn't lose the branch of the god-devouring tree, did you? Zhao Enjun's upper body slightly jerked forward, as if he was ready to get up at any time. Of course not. The branches are on my body. Seeing the anticipation in Zhao Enjun's eyes, Chu Zhongtian didn't know what the branches of the god-devouring tree would do to him. Lend it to me. After getting Chu Zhongtian's affirmative answer, Zhao Enjun suddenly relaxed his upper body. After putting down the teacup in his hand, he stretched out his hand and asked Chu Zhongtian for it. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian did not think about it at all. He took out the storage bag that contained the branches of the god-devouring tree. As long as he did not ask for the duplication and adhesion program, as well as the power of the space law and the Dantian, no matter what Zhao Enjun wanted, as long as he had it, he would definitely not frown. He took out the storage bag that contained the branches of the god-devouring tree and placed it on the stone table in front of Zhao Enjun. Chu Zhongtian reminded, Zhao, although the branches are already dead, they still have the ability to devour living beings and spirit, qi, and energy. Therefore, when you use it, you must not let your body come into contact with it. The divine sense checked the withered branches in the storage bag and confirmed that the branches in the storage bag came from the god-devouring tree. Zhao Enjun rolled his eyes and said as he kept the storage bag, I know more about the god-devouring tree than you. I need your special advice. Although he said it with a tough tone, it was still a reminder from Chu Zhongtian. Zhao Enjun still enjoyed it very much, so he changed his tough attitude just now. He said in a gentle tone, After you enter the Heaven Baron's secret realm for refinement, I will use this branch of the god-devouring tree to retrieve something. This thing will help you break through to the divine soul stage. It was a treasure that could help him break through to the divine soul stage. When Chu Zhongtian heard that Zhao Enjun was using the branch of the god-devouring tree for his own sake, he was touched and didn't want him to take the risk. This was because the enormous spiritual energy stored in the blood divine tree, and the divine soul pill given by the weapon spirit in his mind gave him the confidence to break through to the divine soul stage. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard, the huge amount of mental energy in his mind, as well as the soul-condensing pill that could help him break through to the stage, had given him the confidence to break through to the divine soul stage. However, Chu Zhongtian didn't have any thoughts of stopping Zhao Enjun from taking the risk for the time being. Instead, he planned to use the treasure that could help him break through to the divine soul stage to get rid of the idea of taking the risk after he had finished describing all his experiences. Seeing Zhao Enjun carefully putting away the storage bag, Chu Zhongtian organized his thoughts and continued to talk about his recent experiences. Regarding the attribute stones that Chu Zhongtian had obtained in the Yan country's royal family's secret realm, as well as the fact that he had found the hidden level 9 spirit tree on the 6th floor of the royal family's secret storage. Although Zhao Enjun was a little surprised, however, the value of these treasures, it was still within the range of what he could bear, so he didn't show a shocked expression. When Chu Zhongtian mentioned that he had mistakenly entered the space where the 6th grade peak blood divine tree lived and was ambushed by the blood divine beast, Zhao Enjun, who was about to break through to the titled supreme level, also felt a trace of nervousness. However, he didn't interrupt Chu Zhongtian's narration. This was because not only was Chu Zhongtian still alive, he had also broken through to the essence gathering stage 3rd layer. He must have obtained a lot of benefits in the blood divine tree's spatial zone. Therefore, he quietly waited for Chu Zhongtian to continue telling him his experiences in the spatial zone where the blood divine tree lived. When Chu Zhongtian talked about the boiling blood in his body, he would be able to see through the hidden ability of the blood divine beast. As well as the fact that he could severely injure the blood divine beast, Zhao Enjun frowned slightly. A thought flashed through his mind. It was a thought related to a disciple of sect leader's faction. However, he didn't tell Chu Zhongtian what he suddenly thought of. When he heard Chu Zhongtian mention that he could directly absorb the pure blood and mental energy from the blood divine tree using a special imprint, a look of extreme shock flashed across Zhao Enjun's face, because the imprint he had just described was a technique that he had never heard of before. At this moment, Zhao Enjun felt a trace of vigilance towards the old monster that might be hiding by Chu Zhongtian's side. When he heard that Chu Zhongtian had obtained the 9 revolutions of the vital spirit's secret technique through a special channel, and that he was going to cultivate the perfect Dantian, Zhao Enjun was shocked and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder I was the only one among the 9 people who hadn't been attacked when they had used the divine sense to check the source of the energy fluctuations. So the person who cultivated the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill is really you. Master, what do you mean by this? Zhao Enjun's emotional sigh from the bottom of his heart made Chu Zhongtian very puzzled. The process of the 9 vital spirit pill exploding and forming the perfect Dantian happened in the spatial zone where the blood divine tree lived. How did Zhao Enjun, who had been staying in the floating cloud sect, know about it? Chu, since you have already cultivated the secret technique, do you know about it? When the undersurface breaks, it will be accompanied by abnormal changes in the heaven and earth, and it will be heard by everyone in the southern domain. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian didn't know about the commotion caused by the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill's self-destruction, when he broke through to the Qi Sea, Zhao Enjun explained in detail. Oh, so that's what happened. Through Zhao Enjun's explanation, Chu Zhongtian finally understood what he meant just now. However, the explosion of the 9 vital spirit pill, as well as the power that came after the explosion, it was not something that he could control at all. Then, after the 9th vital spirit pill self-destructed, why did he let Zhao Enjun go when it created a power that targeted the divine soul? This was also the reason why he was puzzled. Chu Zhongtian didn't ask Zhao Enjun for help. Instead, he planned to ask Elder Huang for confirmation after Elder Huang had fully awakened after absorbing the 3 solar soul returning pill. Because of the narration and Zhao Enjun's reaction just now, Chu Zhongtian realized that Zhao Enjun might be stronger than Elder Huang in terms of strength, but in terms of experience and knowledge, he was far from being as experienced as Elder Huang. Chu, do you still remember when I sent you back to your family? I told you not to slack off when you visit your family. I hope that when you return to the sect, you can raise your cultivation base to the high rank of the Qi transforming period. After explaining the abnormality caused by the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill, Zhao Enjun took out a jade slip from his storage ring finger. He handed it to Chu Zhongtian and explained. He nodded to indicate that he remembered it. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and took the jade slip. His consciousness connected with the jade slip, and a familiar text appeared in his mind. The secret technique that the 9 Revolutions vital spirit pill cultivates. Chu Zhongtian shouted in shock as he held the jade slip in his right hand. The jade slip that Zhao Enjuan took out just now was actually the secret technique that Elder Huang had taught him when he broke through to the essence gathering stage. This really shocked him. That's right. The secret technique that this 9 Revolutions vital spirit pill cultivates is something senior brother and I found in an ancient cavern when sect leader went out to cultivate. However, when we found this jade slip, sect leader and I were far stronger than essence gathering stage, so we couldn't cultivate the secret technique that could form the perfect dantian in ancient times. I was planning to teach you this secret technique when you reach the high rank of the Qi transforming period, so that you can try cultivating this 9 Revolutions vital spirit pill, and see if you can cultivate the legendary perfect dantian. I never thought that your luck would be so good that you could obtain the secret technique from the 9 Revolutions vital spirit pill ahead of time, and use the blood in the body of a 6th grade peak blood divine tree to cultivate the perfect dantian. It seems like everything has its own destiny. Master, since the cultivation of the 9 Revolutions vital spirit pill was discovered by you and senior master sect leader at the same time, then whether or not all the disciples of sect leader's faction cultivated the secret technique when they broke through to the essence gathering stage. When Elder Huang taught him the secret technique in 9 Revolutions vital spirit pill, he had told him about it. With the sudden disappearance of the 9th transformation supreme, the secret technique cultivation technique of the 9 Revolutions vital spirit pill was almost lost. Chu Zhongtian had thought that besides Elder Huang, he was the only one in this world who had cultivated the 9 Revolutions vital spirit pill. His dantian was the one and only dantian in the eternal continent. However, what Zhao Enjuan said just now had overturned the pride in his heart. Therefore, he urgently wanted to know how many other people cultivated the secret technique besides him. Chu, you have once cultivated the secret technique of 9 vital spirit pill. I assume you understand how difficult it is to form the vital spirit pill. Do you think anyone is qualified to cultivate it? First, he seriously criticized Chu Zhongtian for looking down on the 9 Revolutions secret technique of the vital spirit. Zhao Enjuan then explained. According to what I know, only Xiao Shan who has reached the monster level in sect leader's line of work, Long Xingyun who is the strongest and Tianjun who has a deep fortune has cultivated the 9 revolving core secret technique. Master, how many vital spirit pill did they manage to cultivate in the end? Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. The first 6 vital spirit pill, as long as you have a deep understanding of the profound mysteries of the vital spirit, as long as you absorb enough refined energy, you will be able to condense them. However, ever since the 7th vital spirit pill began, the difficulty of the refinement process increased by dozens of times in an instant. And the difficulty of refining the 8th vital spirit pill increased by hundreds of times. As for the 9th vital spirit pill, if one didn't have a special opportunity and heaven-defying luck, it would be very difficult to refine it successfully. Of the 3 people in sect leader's faction who cultivate the 9 Revolutions secret technique, Tianjun's talent are the worst. However, his luck is the deepest. In the end, he condensed 6 vital spirit pill. Zhao Enjuan briefly recalled the commotion caused by the 3 people's breakthrough, and then introduced them one by one. Due to the different sounds of the vital spirit pill exploding, as long as they were not too far away, it was basically certain that the martial practitioners who broke through had refined a few vital spirit pill. Not only is Long Xingyun's talent and aptitude stronger than Tianjun's, he also dared to risk his life and refine 7 vital spirit pill in the end. As for Xiao Shan, who had reached the monster level, he only refined 8 vital spirit pill in the end. When he introduced Xiao Shan, Zhao Enjuan couldn't help but look at Chu Zhongtian and said with a strange tone. When Xiao Shan refined 8 vital spirit pill, although I was imprisoned at the back mountain of the sect, Si Guoye, I could use the divine sense to communicate with him. Xiao Shan once told me that the secret technique cultivated by the 9 Revolutions vital spirit pill might not be perfect. Because of the records on the secret technique, there was absolutely no one in this world who could successfully condense the 9th vital spirit pill. I never thought that you would actually break Xiao Shan's solemn conclusion. Could it be that the 9 revolutions vital spirit that you cultivate is different from the secret technique that we have obtained? Chu Zhongtian didn't provide any explanation for Zhao and Juan's doubts. He memorized every single word of the 9 revolutions vital spirit that Elder Huang had taught him to prove that he had cultivated the secret technique. It was exactly the same as the cultivation technique recorded in the jade slip that he had gifted him. There's no difference between the 2 sets of secret technique. Then, how did you refine the 9th vital spirit pill? Through Chu Zhongtian's narration, Zhao and Juan found that the 2 secret technique sets were exactly the same. Therefore, he was very interested in how Chu Zhongtian refined the 9th vital spirit pill. Xiao Shan wasn't an ordinary person. Apart from being a monster-level disciple of sect leader, he also had the possibility of inheriting the position of sect leader of Floating Cloud sect in the future. Also, his body contained the bloodline of a titled supreme-level warrior in the ancient era. The special bloodline not only allowed his cultivation to improve very quickly, it also allowed him to obtain some inheritance from the ancient era. Therefore, he and sect leader had learned many secrets about the ancient era from Xiao Shan. Both of them trusted Xiao Shan's judgment. Master, senior brother Xiao is right. It's impossible to form the 9th vital spirit successfully. The reason why I was able to cultivate the 9th vital spirit pill was because of my luck. Perhaps it's like what you said. The source of my fortune is deep. Chu Zhongtian had always been very puzzled about the process of the formation of the 9th vital spirit pill. Although the formation of the 9th vital spirit pill was because of the blood divine beast's self-destruction, the 9th vital spirit pill had absorbed the energy of the blood divine beast's self-destruction before it was finally condensed. However, Chu Zhongtian had a feeling in his heart. He felt that the energy produced by the self-destruction of the blood divine beast only had a slight effect on the condensation of the 9th vital spirit pill. The real reason why the 9th vital spirit pill was successfully condensed was probably because of the power of the space law in the Dantian. Chu Zhongtian couldn't tell Zhao and Juan about this. So he continued to introduce his next experiences and changed his interest in how he refined the 9th vital spirit pill. The experiences that Grandmaster of the Piltao had left in cavern, as well as the fact that he and Dongfang Yuner had gotten back together, were simply summarized in a simple sentence. It was all about how he broke the formation and how he entered the Dan Discussing Pavilion. When he heard Chu Zhongtian mention the weapon spirit of the Dan Discussing Pavilion, Zhao and Juan stood up in shock, and his face revealed a look of disbelief. Chu, you just said that you encountered a weapon spirit that could manifest itself in the cavern that Grandmaster of the Piltao left behind. Zhao and Juan swallowed hard and asked with a trembling voice. That's right. According to the weapon spirit's self-introduction, it was more than 10 million years ago. The weapon spirit of the Dan Discussing Pavilion, which was used to test and evaluate medicinal pills when the Tao of alchemy flourished. Wasn't it just a weapon spirit that surpassed Saint Wang Bing's weapon spirit? Why was Zhao and Juan's reaction so excited? Could it be that the weapon spirit that possessed the ability to manifest itself was hiding a shocking secret? Chu, can you open the cavern and re-enter the Dan Discussing Pavilion? After receiving Chu Zhongtian's affirmative answer, Zhao and Juan took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart, as he asked with an expectant expression. There's no problem opening the cavern again, but I'm afraid that it won't be possible in a short period of time. When Elder Huang asked him to set up the self-exploding formation, he wanted to increase the power of his formation. He clearly remembered every step of setting up the formation, as well as the finger incantation. Setting up a similar formation wasn't a problem for him. However, according to Elder Huang, when the 6th grade self-detonated the formation and destroyed a corner of the formation, the destructive force would cause subtle changes to the formation. It would take at least 1 to 2 years to reopen the formation. After the destructive force in cavern had completely dissipated, he would be able to use the 6th grade self-destructing formation to reopen the cavern. Chu, no one except me can tell anyone about the secret of the weapon spirit in Grandmaster of the Piltao's cavern. Do you hear me? It wouldn't be a problem for him to not be able to open it for a short period of time, as long as Chu Zhongtian was able to do so. Besides, before his cultivation base broke through to the titled supreme level, he wouldn't dare to break into the Dan Discussing Pavilion, which had a weapon spirit. After all, a weapon spirit was still stronger than a Saint Wang Bing's weapon spirit. Master, I want to keep the secret of the weapon spirit left behind in the cavern by the alchemy sect. I'm afraid you have to tell Martial Uncle Dongfang. That's because I brought junior sister Yun with me back then. She also saw the weapon spirit of the Dan discussing pavilion. Zhao Enjuan, who had a casual disposition, rarely reminded someone with a solemn expression like now, considering that the existence of the weapon spirit might involve a secret that he couldn't understand for the time being. Chu Zhongtian gave it some thought and reminded him. 1. I will discuss it with Junior Dongfang in a while. You can continue to tell me about your experiences. When Chu Zhongtian mentioned Dongfang Yuner just now, although it was just a few words, Zhao Enjuan, who was very careful, had noticed it a long time ago. Even if Chu Zhongtian did not remind him, he would still talk to Dongfang Xiongba in person later. Zhao, you also know that my charm is too strong, so after meeting me just now, the artifact spirit was conquered by my powerful charm. I sincerely want to be my little brother, and I am too embarrassed to refuse, so I can only. Hidden Dragon Peak. The peak of the mountain. In the courtyard. Stinking brat. Speak properly. Seeing Chu Zhongtian, who had finally gotten serious, suddenly start blabbering nonsense again like a madman, Zhao Enjuan's face darkened, and his tone was stern as he criticized. All right. Chu Zhongtian shrugged and replied with an indifferent expression. However, a trace of seriousness arose in his heart. The reason why he had been spouting nonsense earlier was actually because he had done it on purpose. This was because Zhao Enjuan's reaction when he heard the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion made him think of Elder Huang's reaction when he saw the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion. Elder Huang's attitude towards the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion was both fear and a trace of disdain in his bones. After passing the test of his nonsense, Chu Zhongtian found out that Zhao Enjuan's attitude towards Dan discussing pavilion was both expectation and respect. This had given him a strong interest in the origin of the weapon spirit of Dan discussing pavilion, as well as the secrets hidden behind it. Perhaps it's because the blood in my body shares the same origin as a friend who refined the Dan discussing pavilion's alchemy venerable. Therefore I love the house and the crow's nest. The artifact spirit also takes good care of me. It has gifted me a lot of medicinal pills that can increase my cultivation base and strength. Since Zhao Sijuan's attitude towards the weapon spirit had already been tested, Chu Zhongtian put away his mischievous smile. He was going to rectify what had happened in the Dan discussing pavilion. The blood in your body. Hearing Chu Zhongtian say that it was because of the special blood in his body that made the artifact spirit look at him in a different light, Zhao Enjuan couldn't help but have a strong interest in the blood in his body. After all, the blood that could attract the artifact spirit's attention might be the same as Xiaoshan's blood, containing the secrets of a certain era. However, Zhao Enjuan had always respected Chu Zhongtian's privacy. He didn't ask for Chu Zhongtian's permission. Or, when Chu Zhongtian took the initiative to explain the blood in his body, he would not secretly use the divine sense to observe. This was also the time when Chu Zhongtian revealed his monster-level talent when he broke through to the Qi transforming period, and still took him as his master. The promise he made. Master, can you take a look at the quality of this pill? He took out the upper-rank 7th grade soul condensing pill from the storage ring's finger and handed it to Zhao Enjuan. The quality is excellent, and the medicinal strength is abundant. Although the grade is only upper-rank 7th grade, but the effect isn't any worse than the upper-level 5 pill concocted by Grandmaster of the Pill Tao. As a supreme-level expert, Zhao Enjuan didn't need to consume it. Just based on the color of the pills and the medicinal fragrance emitted by them, he could accurately determine the true quality of the pill. The alchemy standards of tens of millions of years ago are indeed not comparable to the current alchemy standards. After handing the 7th order top-grade soul condensing pill back to Chu Zhongtian, Zhao Enjuan sighed and said, Master, my mind is sealed with a large amount of mental strength. I also have a soul condensing pill that is comparable to an upper-level 5, plus my own monster-level talent. It's not difficult to break through to the divine soul stage. Receiving the soul condensing pill, Chu Zhongtian kept the storage ring in his finger while trying to dispel the idea of using the broken branch of the god-devouring tree to take the risk. So, Master, you don't have to risk using the broken branch of the god-devouring tree to get that treasure for me. Chu, I know that you are doing this for the sake of my safety. Actually, other than the treasure that can help you break through to the divine soul stage, there are a few other things that I urgently need. So, you don't have to continue persuading me. Zhao Enjuan was very pleased with Chu Zhongtian's warm heart, and he refused his good intentions. Just like how Zhao Enjuan understood Chu Zhongtian's personality, Chu Zhongtian also understood his personality. He knew that he was the same as ____, a person who would not listen to advice. Therefore, he did not continue to persuade him, and allowed Zhao Enjuan to take the risk according to his thoughts. After leaving the cavern that Grandmaster of the P12 left behind, I went to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I saw Martial Uncle Dongfang and then returned to the sect. Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian suddenly recalled the embarrassing situation he had encountered when he returned to the sect. He hurriedly took out his identity token. Zhao, can you help me upgrade my identity token? Otherwise, every time I return to the sect, the disciples guarding the sect will question me as a spy. Looking at the green token and thinking that Chu Zhongtian was the one that he returned to the sect, Zhao Enjuan felt a little embarrassed and smiled. Then, he stretched out his hand and took the jade token. He threw the token that symbolized his body towards the Merit Palace. In less than 10 seconds, the green token had turned brown. At the same time, there was a storage bag on top of the token. Chu, you have officially become a core disciple. The identity token has already merged with the sect's grand formation. If you want to leave the sect or return to the sect in the future, use your consciousness to connect with the token. Then, you can directly pass through the mountain protection formation. After throwing the token and storage bag back to Chu Zhongtian, Zhao Enjuan continued explaining, as for the things inside the storage bag, they are your reward for advancing to the essence gathering stage, as well as your first month of treatment. Chu Zhongtian linked his consciousness to the storage bag and discovered that there were some inside the storage bag. 5,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone, 50,000 8th grade low rank spirit stone, a brown robe that symbolized a core disciple, and 3 bottles of pills. The sect is too stingy. The rewards and treatment for core disciples are so little. The spirit stones and pills inside the storage bag made Chu Zhongtian, who was already used to using level 5 spirit stones to increase his cultivation. He even felt a bit disgusted. Stinking brat, take these spirit stones and use them first. If you don't have enough, then ask me. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was very disgusted by the sect's reward of spirit stones, Zhao Enjuan did not say anything. He only took out a pile of spirit stones from his storage ring finger and floated in front of Chu Zhongtian. When Chu Zhongtian had introduced him to use all the spirit stones he had collected to set up the formation and finally break open the corner of the formation, Zhao Enjuan knew that he was in a hurry to cultivate the inferior spirit stone, so at that time, he had already prepared the ___ for Chu Zhongtian. Master, thank you. Seeing the 1,000 upper level 4 spirit stones floating in front of him, as well as the 100,000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones, Chu Zhongtian quickly put them away. At the same time, he expressed his gratitude in a rare formal manner. During the period of time I left the sect, my cultivation base has improved very quickly. I'm sure you must be very tired right now. You can go and have a good rest first. Seeing Chu Zhongtian put away the spirit stones, Zhao Enjuan raised his glass to see him off. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian did not say much. He just flew away from the stone pavilion, and then flew towards the courtyard 9 halfway up the mountain. Looking at Chu Zhongtian leaving the courtyard, Zhao Enjuan stood up and quickly walked to the edge of the stone pavilion. Looking at the void deep inside the sect, a trace of expectation, fear, excitement and helplessness flashed across his face. After leaving the courtyard on the peak of Hidden Dragon Peak, Chu Zhongtian landed in his own courtyard in Courtyard 9. Looking at the clean and tidy courtyard, Chu Zhongtian felt a sense of relief. At the same time, he knew that it was all thanks to Shi Guangliang. However, judging from the silent environment, Shi Guangliang wasn't in Courtyard 9 at the moment. Ignoring where Shi Guangliang had gone, Chu Zhongtian returned to his bedroom and fell asleep on the bed. Ever since he returned to his family and 2 months after he returned to the sect, basically, he hadn't had a good rest. Although his cultivation had increased rapidly, he didn't feel tired at all. However, his tense nerves made him want to relax. With Zhao and Juan in charge of Hidden Dragon Peak, it could be said that it was the most complete place. Chu Zhongtian, who had completely relaxed, slept for an entire day and night before finally waking up. After getting up and tidying up, he left the bedroom and went to the courtyard. The silent environment indicated that Shi Guangliang still hadn't returned, which made him feel a little strange. One should know that when Shi Guangliang requested to become his follower, he was the butler of Courtyard 9, which meant that his main duty was to take care of the house and the courtyard. However, he didn't come back for 2 days straight. This butler had failed his duty. However, Chu Zhongtian only thought about it in his mind and didn't blame Shi Guangliang. Furthermore, he guessed that Shi Guangliang might be helping him find out some information that was beneficial to him, and might delay his return to the courtyard. He pushed open the door of the secret chamber. After 2 months, he returned to his own secret chamber. A familiar and warm feeling made Chu Zhongtian's spirit, qi and energy reach the peak in an instant. Sitting cross-legged on the cushion in the middle of the secret chamber, Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath. For the time being, he didn't arrange a complete spirit-gathering formation. Instead, he used the spirit stones given by Zhao and Juan to start copying the high-quality pills given by the weapon spirit. When only half of the 100,000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones were used up, several dozen bottles of high-grade intermediate pills were placed in front of Chu Zhongtian. After putting away the temporarily unused pills and leaving only a few bottles of upper-rank 8th grade and upper-rank 7th grade vital spirit pill, he used another 10,000 5th grade intermediate spirit stones to arrange it nearly 3 times. Only then did he manage to arrange a complete version of the spirit-gathering formation. After taking out the upper-rank 8th grade vital spirit pill, Chu Zhongtian began a new round of cultivation. Time flowed like water, inadvertently falling. 15 days. Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting cross-legged in the complete spirit-gathering formation, did not move for 15 days and 15 nights straight. He kept using upper-rank 8th grade and upper-rank 7th grade vital spirit pill to increase his cultivation base. In 15 days' time, not only did Chu Zhongtian increase all the high-quality pills given by the item spirit to the limit, his cultivation base also smoothly broke through to the early essence gathering stage 4th layer. After 15 days of continuous cultivation, Chu Zhongtian gradually felt the difficulty of the cultivation process, as well as the time needed to improve his cultivation base. The quality of the medicinal pills given by the artifact spirit was basically 20 times higher than the current level of alchemy. In other words, the upper-rank 8th grade vital spirit pills effect was equivalent to the high-grade 6th grade vital spirit pill refined at the current alchemy standards. And an upper-rank 7th grade vital spirit pill was equivalent to an upper-level 5 vital spirit pill refined at the modern alchemy standards. Under the support of such a fierce and high-quality medicinal pill, it took a total of 15 minutes for one's cultivation to barely increase by 1 minor stage. This was enough to show that as the stage increased, the increase in cultivation would consume more and more time. Using his control of force and consolidating his cultivation after his breakthrough, Chu Zhongtian stood up and collected the remaining level 5 intermediate spirit stones. After that, he pushed open the door and left the cultivation chamber. The perfect dantian formed by the expansion of the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill had basically allowed him to have no bottlenecks in the essence gathering stage. He could always use medicinal pills to increase his cultivation base. However, it had been more than half a month since he returned to the sect. Chu Zhongtian had to meet Shi Guangliang and a few of his friends in the sect. He wanted to talk about his experiences during this period of time. When he left the secret training room and saw the dirty and messy environment in the courtyard, he couldn't help but frown. The originally clean and tidy courtyard was filled with fallen leaves from the branches of the locust trees planted in the courtyard. The dust that blew in the wind made the courtyard look very dirty, as if it hadn't been cleaned for a long time. According to Shi Guangliang's character and the clean and tidy environment he had just returned to the courtyard, he shouldn't have allowed the courtyard to be so dirty and messy. He quietly felt the movement in the courtyard. The silent environment indicated that Shi Guangliang still hadn't returned. It seemed like something had happened to him. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not return for such a long time. Flying in the sky, Chu Zhongtian flew straight to the courtyard on the peak of the mountain. Shi Guangliang was a little timid and didn't like to take risks. He was a person who liked to stay in a familiar environment. To put it simply, he was like an otaku before Chu Zhongtian transmigrated. In other words, he wouldn't leave Hidden Dragon Peak easily, nor would he leave the sect. Therefore, if he wanted to find Shi Guangliang in the shortest time possible, Zhao Enjuan, who could use the divine sense to search the entire sect, would definitely be his first choice. Zhao, are you there? After landing in Peak Courtyard, Chu Zhongtian was somewhat surprised to find that Zhao Enjuan was not in the stone pavilion in the courtyard. Helpless, he could only shout loudly. Stinking brat! Why are you shouting at me instead of cultivating in the courtyard 9? After Chu Zhongtian shouted loudly, an unhappy voice came from the east side of the pavilion. Zhao! I need to trouble you with something. Seeing Zhao Enjuan appear, Chu Zhongtian didn't hesitate to tell him about his speculation and his own thoughts. Oh, there's suddenly such a thing. Ever since Chu Zhongtian left the sect and returned to the family to visit his family, Zhao Enjuan knew that Time Liang was the first person to seek refuge with his disciple, so he gave him a lot of attention and care. It was precisely because of his deliberate attention and care that not only had Shi Guangliang advanced to the half-step Qi transformation stage, but he had also made no mistakes in gathering information in the sect. However, after Chu Zhongtian returned to Hidden Dragon Peak, Zhao Enjuan didn't want him to know that he was using the divine sense to monitor him, so he didn't continue to pay attention to Mansion Number 9, nor did he pay attention to Time Liang as usual. Kid Chu, don't be anxious. Wait for me to investigate. Seeing Chu Zhongtian suppressing the anger in his heart, Zhao Enjuan comforted him and quickly used the divine sense to check Shi Guangliang's location. Because he used to use the divine sense to pay attention to the brightness of time, he was very familiar with the aura on his body. Therefore, according to the aura he left behind in the sect, he quickly found traces of him. However, after discovering Shi Guangliang's current location and experiencing the unexpected changes, Zhao Enjuan could not help but frown. Hidden Dragon Peak, the peak of the mountain, in the courtyard. Master, tell me, did something happen to Shi Guangliang? Seeing Zhao Enjuan's frown, a bad thought flashed across Chu Zhongtian's mind, and he hurriedly asked, Chu, don't worry. Your follower's life isn't in danger for the time being. He looked at the gloomy face of Chu Zhongtian, who was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Zhao Enjuan didn't know whether he should tell him what happened to that follower of his, because Zhao Enjuan knew very well that the seemingly gentle Chu Zhongtian was actually someone even crazier than him, someone who was even more lawless than him. If he knew that his follower was in a miserable state right now, anger would make him do something even crazier than himself. Zhao, tell me everything you know. Seeing Zhao Enjuan's hesitant look, Chu Zhongtian felt worse and worse in his heart. He gritted his teeth and asked in a hoarse voice, Disciple, your follower is currently in the punishment room of Law Enforcement Peak's Law Enforcement Pavilion. He is being tortured by the people of the Law Enforcement Pavilion. Chu Zhongtian's hoarse voice let Zhao Enjuan know that he had reached the limit of his patience. If he continued to hide it, he might incur his hatred later on. In the end, he still truthfully explained Shi Guangliang's current situation. When he heard that Shi Guangliang was locked up in the punishment room of the Law Enforcement Pavilion and was being tortured, Chu Zhongtian's expression couldn't help but change. Ever since the great sect competition in ranking competition, he had bluntly refused to come from the Law Enforcement Peak. After a certain hall master, Su Hua, recruited him, he knew that he had completely offended the Law Enforcement Peak. Therefore, after the incident, he had specially learned about the Law Enforcement Peak and the Law Enforcement Pavilion. He knew a thing or two about the lawless behavior of the Law Enforcement Peak and the cruel methods used by the Law Enforcement Pavilion to punish their disciples. On the contrary, the disciples invited by the Law Enforcement Pavilion to the Law Enforcement Peak and the punishment room rarely came out alive. Even those who were able to come out alive would either go crazy or be crippled in the end. Shi Guangliang was only a body-refining stage disciple of the outer sect. He was not worthy of the attention of the disciples of the Law Enforcement Peak. So, Why did they capture Timelight and lock him up in the punishment room after he returned to the sect? Obviously, they were targeting him. Perhaps it was because he had broken through to the third-level Qi in a short period of time, which made them feel threatened. They wanted to find evidence that could kill him through Shi Guangliang's mouth. In other words, Time Liang had been dragged down by him. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian felt as if the anger in his heart had been completely ignited, and it was burning so badly that he wanted to vent it out. Chu brat, I have to tell you another piece of bad news. When he used the divine sense to observe the status of Timelight, Zhao and Juan unexpectedly saw another person who had been brought to the punishment room. And this person was precisely Wang Zhongning, who was very close to Chu Zhongtian. In his heart, he had the same thought as Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, he directly expanded the scope of the divine sense and quickly discovered that he was locked in another secret room. Zhang Qian, who had not been punished yet. Did Wang Zhongning and Zhang Qian get caught too? Chu Zhongtian gritted his teeth and asked. Actually, there was no need for Zhao and Juan to say anything. Chu Zhongtian had basically guessed it. If he wanted to find evidence that could sentence him to death, just one person was not enough. He had to arrest all the people who were close to him. He had to obtain sufficient evidence from these people. The anger that was ignited in his heart had already made Chu Zhongtian somewhat unable to control the boiling hot blood in his dantian. He wanted to vent the anger in his heart by killing. That's right. Zhao and Juan nodded. At the same time, he was shocked by Chu Zhongtian's amazing logical abilities. Just from the fact that Shi Guangliang had been arrested, he could guess that Wang Zhongning and Zhang Qian had also been arrested. Seeing that he had been arrested through Shi Guangliang, he could guess the real purpose of Law Enforcement Peak. Master, can you secretly help me limit the experts above the divine soul realm of Law Enforcement Peak? Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhongtian forcefully suppressed the burning anger in his heart and asked in a gloomy tone. Yes. Zhao and Juan nodded his head and looked at Chu Zhongtian with both excitement and worry. Excitement was because Chu Zhongtian might have repeated what happened more than 100 years ago. He had once caused a stir in the sect and caused a bloody massacre in Southern Domain. Worry was how he would face the doubts and punishments of the three major powers after the bloody massacre was over. Give me 3 hours. Seeing that Zhao and Juan was willing to help him suppress the experts above the divine soul realm of Law Enforcement Peak, Chu Zhongtian's expression and tone returned to normal. The perfect dantian formed by the self-destruction of the 9 revolving true yuan pill allowed him to maintain the combat strength of 5 minor stage. Apart from restricting the opponent's movements, it could also increase his combat strength by half of the minor stage. The enhancement of the top grade's natal spirit blade and the purple blood's boiling blood could also increase his combat strength by half a minor stage. In other words, with his early 4th level Qi cultivation base, he could unleash the combat strength of a 10th level Qi high great perfection. However, as one of the 9 major powers, the strongest faction of the Sky Cloud Martial School, the Law Enforcement Peak, the Sky Cloud Martial School, 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 the Sky Cloud Martial School. There must be a peerless expert who had reached the half-step divine soul realm, and there must be someone like him who could jump ranks to challenge him. A top expert who had reached the 9th level of the Qi realm and above. With his current cultivation at the 4th layer of Qi realm, he wasn't strong enough to deal with these 2-stage experts. Therefore, he needed to break through to the 5th layer of Qi realm in the shortest time possible. Only when his cultivation base reached the 5th level Qi could he have enough strength to look down on all the warriors below the divine soul stage. Fortunately, his storage bag had the high-grade level 5 true yuan pill that the artifact spirit had gifted him. It was enough for him to break through to the 5th level of Qi High in 3 hours. At the same time, his control of power would allow him to gain control of it in the shortest amount of time possible. Consolidating his power. Breakthrough. After that, cultivation. Originally, he planned to keep the level 5 true yuan after breaking through to the divine soul stage. It was specially used to raise his divine soul stage cultivation base, but for the sake of his followers, for the sake of his brothers, for the woman who had a good impression of him, he could only use it in advance. Disciple, there's no need for that. I'll personally save them. Seeing Chu Zhongtian giving him 3 hours, Zhao Enjuan knew that Chu Zhongtian was forcing him to use his potential. Although forcing one's potential could increase one's strength quickly, it might damage one's foundation. Zhao Enjuan, who originally wanted to see how Chu Zhongtian would reenact the scene of him rushing to law enforcement peak with his sword, hurriedly stopped him. "Master, thank you for your kindness." First, he thanked Zhao Enjuan for his good intentions, then shook his head and rejected his good intentions. After that, Chu Zhongtian explained. Zhao Enjuan intended to save Shi Guangliang and the others personally. Chu Zhongtian knew what he was worried about, and knew that he was doing this for his own sake. However, his current situation had reached the point where he couldn't just stand idly by. "Master, Shi Guangliang, Zhang Qian, and Wang Zhongning are here because of me. That's why they were targeted by the law enforcement peak, and that's why they were arrested. That's why I have to save them myself. Only by doing so can I get rid of the inner demons that were born out of guilt in my heart. Otherwise, the inner demons created by guilt will become the biggest obstacle for me when I break through to the divine soul stage. Master, you know my character. I'm not the kind of person who would destroy my own foundation in a fit of anger. Apart from the upper level 5 soul condensing pill that could help me break through to the divine soul stage, the artifact spirit also gifted me a few upper level 5 pills that could increase my cultivation base and strength. Therefore, I won't secretly support my potential, and I won't harm my deep foundation. Master, I need to use 3 hours to increase my cultivation base by 1 minor stage. Only by breaking through to the 5th level of the essence gathering stage can I save Shi Guangliang and the others while ensuring my own safety. The law enforcement peak had secretly captured Shi Guangliang and the other 2 men, but this had actually caused the inner demons of his most valued disciple to arise. This was something that Zhao Enjuan had never thought of at the beginning. At this moment, after hearing Chu Zhongtian's explanation of his situation, a strong killing intent rose from Zhao Enjuan's body. Accompanied by a strong killing intent, he decided to give Chu Zhongtian the greatest support. At the same time, he also wanted to show his overbearing behavior when he was guarding the sect. Disciple, 3 hours later. I hope to see blood flow like rivers in law enforcement peak, so that those bastards in law enforcement peak can remember the beautiful name of my bloody butcher from 100 years ago. Master, not only will I remind them of your reputation as bloody butcher, I will also make them give me the title of bloody devil. After making the promise, Chu Zhongtian directly flew back to the cultivation chamber in Courtyard 9. He didn't have much time to arrange the spirit gathering formation. Besides taking out the upper level 5 vital spirit pill, he also took out another 100 upper level 4 spirit stones and consumed the upper level 5 vital spirit pill. If the energy contained in the upper rank 8th grade vital spirit pill given by the artifact spirit was like a small stream, then the energy contained in the upper level 5 vital spirit pill was like an endless lake. The endless energy was like a surging lake water, continuously slapping his dantian. At the same time, it rapidly increased his cultivation base and further strengthened his dantian. Regarding this, although Chu Zhongtian felt helpless, he could only passively accept it. However, although the continuous strengthening of the dantian would affect the speed of his cultivation base's advancement, the continuously strengthening of the dantian would continue to increase his strength, making his combat strength even stronger. Could be considered a loss, but there must be a gain. 10 minutes later, the endless energy allowed him to smoothly step into the essence gathering stage mid-stage. 20 minutes later, the endless energy allowed him to smoothly step into the late essence gathering stage 4th layer. Half an hour later, the endless energy allowed him to smoothly step into the essence gathering stage 4th layer peak. An hour later, the vital spirit inside the dantian rolled like a stormy sea. A powerful aura rose from his body. The control of this aura caused a powerful aura to rise up from his body. It was like a fleeting flower that instantly disappeared without a trace. After breaking through to the 5th level of the essence gathering stage, not only did the energy of the upper level 5 vital spirit pill not be depleted, but it also had nearly half of its energy left. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't get up, and continued to use the remaining energy to improve his cultivation. 2 hours later, as the energy of the upper level 5 vital spirit pill was completely depleted, Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base had smoothly reached the essence gathering stage 5th layer peak. He only needed one upper rank 8th grade vital spirit pill to break through to the 6th level of the essence gathering stage. However, he didn't do that. Besides the urgency of time, he didn't want his rapid advancement to affect his solid foundation and profound accumulation. He only used less than 10 seconds to control his power. Chu Zhongtian thoroughly consolidated his cultivation base after the breakthrough. After carefully sensing his cultivation base, he said, "This is..." Regarding the improvement of his own strength, a confident expression appeared on his face. After putting away the remaining upper-level 4 spirit stones, he got up and left the cultivation chamber. He flew high up in the sky above the hidden dragon peak and determined his direction. After that, he flew straight towards the law enforcement peak. As the number 1 faction in the floating cloud sect, the mountain peak where the law enforcement peak was located was very unique. From the hillside onwards, the entire mountain peak was divided. Half of the mountain peak extended to the east, and the other half extended to the west. From afar, it looked like a huge maid. If one looked at it from the back, it looked like a human word. And this damn mountain word represented the law enforcement peak's point of view. Those who submit to me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. As long as he listened to the orders of the law enforcement peak, then you will be able to live like a normal person. If you dare to go against the wishes of the law enforcement peak, then you are courting death. The mountain peak that stretched to the east was occupied by the higher-ups and disciples of the law enforcement peak. The mountain that extended to the west was occupied by the higher-ups and disciples of the law enforcement pavilion. After flying at full speed for less than 10 minutes, Chu Zhongtian arrived at the law enforcement peak. With his current strength and Zhao Enjun's ability to limit the attacks of Divine Soul Stage and above, he could easily fly to the law enforcement pavilion, but he didn't do so. Because of the anger burning in his heart, he wanted to vent it through countless battles. He also promised Zhao Enjun that he would let the people of the law enforcement peak remember the beautiful name of Bloody Butcher from 100 years ago. In the past, Zhao Enjun had slaughtered his way to the eastern law enforcement peak from the bottom of the mountain in law enforcement peak. "Who are you?" Just as Chu Zhongtian slowly landed at the entrance of the passageway leading to law enforcement peak, a disciple of law enforcement peak with an arrogant face and a cultivation base of only Qi transforming period 1st level asked. "I'm looking for someone." Chu Zhongtian coldly looked at the disciple guarding the mountain and said with a gloomy expression, "Kid, I think you are courting death." The young man in front of him had a cold look in his eyes and a gloomy tone. He wanted to let the disciples of law enforcement peak know that he was here to cause trouble. Therefore, he drew his sword and rushed towards the young man according to the usual style of doing things in the law enforcement peak. Even if he killed the wrong person afterwards, the disciples of ____ wouldn't be afraid. This was because the privilege of the law enforcement pavilion allowed him to find an excuse to fool them, and he didn't need to worry about being punished later on. Humph! A mere 1st level Qi transforming period disciple dared to kill someone without saying a word. From this point alone, it could be seen that the way the disciples of law enforcement peak handled things was lawless and lawless. Chu Zhongtian was too lazy to use the natal spirit blade. He immediately used the basic fist technique and the advanced movement technique to easily approach his opponent. Before his opponent could react, he punched his opponent's chest with his iron fist. Law enforcement peak. In front of the mountain gate. Ah! A miserable howl came from the disciple who was guarding the mountain gate. Along with the miserable howl, a large mouthful of blood was spat out. At the same time, the miserable howl alarmed a few disciples who were guarding the mountain not far away. Initially, according to Chu Zhongtian's strength and his usual fighting style, he could completely prevent his opponent from making any noise before he died. However, he didn't do so. He just hoped that the disciples would scream before their death. He wanted to attract more disciples from the law enforcement peak to come here. How dare you kill a disciple of the law enforcement peak? You're courting death. The screams of the disciples who were guarding the mountain had attracted the other 7 disciples. They were roaring furiously with spirit weapon in their hands as they rushed over with killing intent. He still hadn't used the natal spirit blade. The high-ranked yellow-grade movement technique that was at the edge of breaking through made him look like a bolt of lightning. Every time it flashed, it represented the departure of a fresh life. After 7 flashes, the 7 guarding disciples, who had the highest cultivation base of third layer peak of the Qi transforming period and the lowest cultivation base of Qi transforming period, were buried under his iron fist. Putting away the storage bag on the 8 disciples' waists and the low-grade spiritual weapons that were scattered on the ground, Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked at the path that led to the law enforcement peak and law enforcement pavilion. After that, he started climbing the mountain with the movement technique. "Kid, I just heard the miserable screams of the disciples from the law enforcement peak. Do you know what happened?" While Chu Zhongtian was using the movement technique to climb hundreds of meters, he was a disciple who had reached the 6th layer peak of the Qi transforming period and was wearing the uniform of the law enforcement pavilion. He asked angrily. "I know," Chu Zhongtian replied sincerely. "Tell me what happened at the foot of the mountain. What happened to them?" The disciples of law enforcement pavilion immediately asked when they saw that the person they were interrogating knew what had happened. "They wanted to kill me, but I killed them instead," Chu Zhongtian said helplessly as he shook his shoulders and waved his hands. "Bastard, you are courting death." Hearing that the 8 disciples guarding the mountain were slaughtered by a young man who looked to be only 16 or 17 years old, the law enforcement pavilion disciple who rushed down the mountain held a low-grade spirit sword in his hand and jumped into the air. It looked like they were going to cut their opponent in half. With a slight sway of his body, Chu Zhongtian disappeared from where he stood. He then appeared above the head of the law enforcement pavilion disciple who had jumped up. The vital spirit penetrated into his right leg, and his basic leg technique kicked his opponent's head. "Ah!" Accompanied by a miserable cry, the law enforcement pavilion disciple fell from midair onto the ground. A pile of white brain matter flowed out from the back of his head. When he landed beside the dead disciple of law enforcement pavilion, he didn't have any reaction to the white brain matter under his feet. With a calm expression, Chu Zhongtian took away the storage bag hanging on the corpse's waist and the low-grade spirit sword in the corpse's hand. After that, he continued to climb up the mountain. However, he had just walked for less than 30 meters when 2 7th layer of the Qi refining period peak disciples, who were also wearing the uniform of the law enforcement pavilion, rushed down. When they saw their fellow disciples whose brains had been blown out not far away, and the calm Chu Zhongtian, the 2 disciples of the law enforcement pavilion didn't waste any time talking. They waved the low-grade spiritual weapons in their hands and charged at Chu Zhongtian. To Chu Zhongtian, ordinary essence gathering stage warriors were no match for him. Not to mention these ordinary Qi transforming period disciples, the movement technique combined with the basic fist technique. A right hook punch and an upper hook punch. 2 law enforcement pavilion disciples were rushing towards him. Both of them fell to the side of the road. He kept the storage bag and the low-rank spiritual weapon, and continued to climb up the mountain. He continued to advance towards the middle of the mountain of the law enforcement peak. Perhaps it was because of the miserable screams of the 3 disciples of the law enforcement pavilion before they died that alarmed even more people. In the following climbing process, Chu Zhongtian would climb up the mountain every 2 to 3 minutes. He would encounter a wave of attacks from the law enforcement pavilion or the disciples of the law enforcement peak. However, the highest cultivation base among the disciples he encountered was only at the 9th layer of the Qi transforming period peak. He didn't even have the desire to take out the natal spirit blade. At the same time, he had killed dozens of disciples from the law enforcement peak or the law enforcement pavilion. Chu Zhongtian gradually discovered a situation. It was the disciples of the law enforcement peak who were used to bullying others. When he suddenly encountered an enemy, he would never observe the strength of the enemy. They would only charge at the enemy at the same time. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian's heart did not have the slightest fluctuation. Although he knew that this was because of law enforcement peak's usual overbearing behavior and lawless behavior, it had caused these disciples to have a habit of looking down on others. But whether the law enforcement peak lived or died, whether the floating cloud sect lived or died didn't have much to do with him. He didn't have much of a relationship with the floating cloud sect either. As long as the hidden dragon peak wasn't a problem, as long as his friends were fine, It had nothing to do with him even if the sky fell. An hour later, after killing more than 100 Qi transforming period stage disciples from the law enforcement peak, Chu Zhongtian finally arrived less than 1,000 meters away from the half-waist fork. At this moment, a core disciple wearing the brown uniform of law enforcement peak, who was a first-grade essence gathering stage peak, stood in front of him coldly. I think the screams coming from the bottom of the mountain came from your technique, the core disciple of law enforcement peak asked coldly. What do you think? Finally meeting an opponent of the same level as the stage, Chu Zhongtian felt a trace of excitement in his heart. Along the way to the hillside, although he had killed over 100 disciples of law enforcement peak, his Qi transforming period cultivation base had not vented the anger in his heart. 5. Those who offend the people of the law enforcement peak will never have a good ending. First, he explained the rules of the law enforcement peak. The core disciple of the law enforcement peak gritted his teeth and said, daring to kill the disciples of the law enforcement peak is equivalent to offending the god of death. Next, I will let you taste the 108 types of torture unique to Law Enforcement Pavilion. I will let you know what it means to beg for death. Is that so? Not only was Chu Zhongtian not afraid of the other party's threat, he even showed a very interested expression on his face. After that, he said in a tone that deserved a beating, that's great. Recently, I feel a little uncomfortable on my body. I just want to loosen my muscles and bones. You're courting death. How could the other party not hear Chu Zhongtian's teasing? In his anger, he held the mid-level spirit sword and flew into the air, planning to use the advantage of the air to kill Chu Zhongtian. The teasing just now was to ease the anger that had already burned to his chest. That was why he didn't kill his opponent. At this moment, seeing that his opponent was planning to use the advantage in the air, how could Chu Zhongtian let him do as he wished? He wrapped his body up and shot towards his opponent who was in the air like a cannonball. Law enforcement peak. Halfway up the mountain. Ah! The disciples of Law Enforcement Peak, who were at the first level of the Essence Gathering Stage Peak, did not expect this at all. They looked like they were only 16 or 17 years old. Chu Zhongtian, who was at most at the Qi transforming period, could not only fly in the sky, but could also use the vital spirit to wrap around his body. He could turn his body into a weapon of attack. Therefore, when he was caught off guard, he was sent flying. Although Chu Zhongtian had only used the third-layer vital spirit in his dantian during the collision just now, as a peerless half-step divine soul period expert, the power of the collision just now was at least at the essence gathering stage peak of the 6th layer. As a result, more than 9 layers of his opponent's life had been lost. The remaining life force was only enough to make him continuously spit out blood and let out painful howls from time to time. The collision just now had not only caused Chu Zhongtian to let out miserable howls, but also caused his body to rumble. It had alarmed many disciples from the Law Enforcement Peak and Law Enforcement Pavilion who were standing on the east and west side of the mountain. When they heard that someone was causing trouble, they immediately rushed back home. The disciples of Law Enforcement Peak, who were used to bullying others, couldn't tolerate such a thing to happen. One by one, the essence gathering stage and peak of the Qi transforming period disciples either ended their secluded cultivation, stopped chatting, or stopped fighting. They all left their residences and went straight to the mountainside. Not long after that, in just 2 to 3 minutes, over 100 disciples of Law Enforcement Peak or Law Enforcement Pavilion with different cultivation bases arrived at the scene. They saw their fellow disciples lying on the side of the road, vomiting blood, and a young man with his arms crossed not far away. The disciples of Law Enforcement Peak and Law Enforcement Pavilion rushed to the side of the injured disciple. After checking the condition of his injuries, the remaining disciples rushed towards Chu Zhongtian with murderous intent. Looking at the hundreds of disciples from Law Enforcement Peak and Law Enforcement Pavilion rushing towards him, Chu Zhongtian wasn't as arrogant as before. This was because among the hundreds of disciples rushing towards him, there were some peak essence gathering stage 7th layer peak warriors. Facing such an opponent, continuing to be arrogant was equivalent to courting death. Therefore, he didn't dare to take his own life as a joke. He took out the top-grade natal spirit blade and activated the 5th level vital spirit in his perfect dantian. With the yellow level beginner level peak sword method martial technique and the yellow grade high grade peak movement technique, Chu Zhongtian was like a fierce tiger pouncing on a flock of sheep. Each of his attacks was fierce and fierce, killing him with a single strike. With the snatch millet in the fire, a head flew up into the sky. With the sun scorching, a law enforcement pavilion disciple was cut in half. With the heavenly flame, 6 severed arms flew out from the crowd. With the flame connecting technique, the upper body of a disciple shot up into the sky. With a single move, the anger in his heart was ignited, and the heart of a law enforcement peak disciple was pierced through. After dozens of moves, over 100 law enforcement peak disciples rushed over. As well as the disciples of the law enforcement pavilion, all of them were able to stand in their original positions. There were only less than 10 people left, and the rest of the disciples had either lost their lives or missing arms and legs. At this moment, the surviving disciples finally woke up. They finally realized that this young man in front of them looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. The reason why they were able to kill their way to the halfway point of the law enforcement peak was not because of luck. Instead, it was by relying on his own formidable strength. Who? Spitting out a mouthful of turbid air from his chest, Chu Zhongtian suppressed the vital spirit that was boiling within the Dantian. He looked coldly at the 20 or so surviving disciples from the law enforcement peak and the law enforcement pavilion. Although there were many opponents who participated in the fight, these people were only ordinary disciples from the law enforcement peak. Their strength was ordinary and they didn't have a very strong martial skill. Therefore, the fight just now didn't consume too much of his strength and vital spirit. Looking at the remaining 10 disciples who were still intact and missing arms and legs, Chu Zhongtian was worried whether he should continue to attack or ignore them. Who the hell are you? Why did you attack law enforcement peak? Among the surviving disciples, a disciple who was wearing the uniform of the law enforcement peak and had a cultivation base of first level peak asked with a trembling voice. You don't have the right to know who I am. An ordinary disciple like this was just a cannon fodder recruited by law enforcement peak. Chu Zhongtian was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and decided to let them go. After that, he held the natal spirit blade in his hand and continued to walk towards the central square halfway up the mountain. As for the remaining 20-plus disciples, they looked at each other. No one dared to easily stop Chu Zhongtian. Junior brother Wang, send out a yellow signal and summon the stronger senior brothers and elders. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who was approaching the central square step by step, one of them lost his arm. He was an essence gathering stage 3rd layer peak disciple. He gritted his teeth and ordered a disciple who was still in good condition. Yes, Brother Lin. The disciple of law enforcement peak, who was in good condition, took out a firework-shaped signal flare from his storage bag. There was a red button at the bottom of the signal flare. With one hand holding the firework, the other hand pressed the red button on the eastern side of law enforcement peak. Following that, a yellow firework exploded on the law enforcement peak. Chu Zhongtian, who was not too far away from them, could clearly see the conversation between the two disciples. However, he did not stop them. Although he had killed nearly 200 disciples from the law enforcement peak and law enforcement pavilion, to the law enforcement peak and the law enforcement pavilion, these disciples were just ordinary disciples. Death and immortality didn't have much of an impact on the law enforcement peak. If he wanted the law enforcement peak to avoid provoking him and his friends in the future, he would have to teach the law enforcement peak a lesson. If he wanted the reputation of Zhao Enjuan as the Bloody Butcher to be rementioned, and if he wanted to be labeled as the Bloody Devil, he would have to kill more disciples of the law enforcement peak, as well as the disciples of the elites and geniuses of the law enforcement peak. Only by killing them would they feel frightened and fear whenever they mentioned Chu Zhongtian. That was the only way he could achieve his goal this time. Using the movement technique, he instantly rushed to the specially open square halfway up the mountain of the law enforcement peak. Chu Zhongtian held the spirit blade in his hand. The tip of the blade was on the ground, and he closed his eyes to rest. He was quietly waiting for the experts of the law enforcement peak to arrive. As the number 1 faction in charge of punishment in the Floating Cloud sect, very few people would dare to provoke the disciples of the law enforcement peak. not to mention killing their way to the law enforcement peak. Therefore, the warning signal was set according to the 7 colors. It was rarely used during normal days. Even the lowest level of warning red signal had not been used for more than 30 years. The blue and above warning signal had not been used for nearly 100 years. The warning signal that had not been used for nearly 100 years had not only been used today. Furthermore, the warning level had reached yellow, which allowed one to bully others. The experts of law enforcement peak, who were used to being high and mighty, all stood up and left the place where they were cultivating. They sped up and flew to the place where the yellow signal was sent. Law enforcement peak, the central square halfway up the mountain. Even without opening his eyes, Chu Zhongtian could still hear the sound of the air being torn apart. He guessed that the experts of law enforcement peak were coming. Regarding this, he did not have a shred of fear. All he had was the boiling of the purple blood. Who sent out the yellow warning signal? Not long after the yellow warning signal was sent out, a peak essence gathering stage warrior, without a clear view of the scene, he questioned loudly. Senior Wu. Seeing the expert who had appeared halfway up the mountain, the law enforcement peak disciple who had lost his arm shouted with a sobbing tone. Junior brother Lin, what's wrong with you? When he saw that the person who greeted him was actually someone who had a good relationship with him. But now that he had lost junior brother Lin, who was good at using spirit weapon, the Wu disciple's expression suddenly changed as he asked. And just as he saw his junior brother Lin, who had lost his arm and was crying bitterly, at the same time, he also saw the dozens of corpses lying on both sides of the road behind him. Who is it? Who is the one who slaughtered the disciples of Law Enforcement Peak and Law Enforcement Pavilion? The dozens of corpses on the scene had either lost their heads. They either lost their arms or legs. He was unable to find out what was happening on both sides of the road. How many disciples of Law Enforcement Peak had died? It had been nearly 100 years since someone had killed their way to the top of the mountain. It had been nearly 100 years since they had lost so many experts. The disciple surnamed Wu of Law Enforcement Peak bellowed. His furious roar was deafening. Not only did it alert the experts of the Law Enforcement Peak who were rushing over, it also increased their speed. Even the experts of the Law Enforcement Pavilion on the west side were alerted. Senior brother Wu, it's him. It's him who killed our fellow disciples. The disciple with the surname Lin, who had lost his arm, pointed at Chu Zhongtian, who was standing on the square halfway up the mountain, and said while gnashing his teeth in anger, Kid, who are you? Why did you kill the disciples of Law Enforcement Peak? With a flash, he returned to the square halfway up the mountain and asked with a murderous tone. Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes and took a look at the disciple named Wu. When he found out that the disciple was a peak essence gathering stage warrior, a trace of excitement gradually emerged in Chu Zhongtian's calm heart. A peak essence gathering stage warrior was the strongest opponent he had encountered in Law Enforcement Peak. He wondered how many of his stage warriors could withstand a few of his attacks. You don't have the right to know who I am. First, he looked at Chu Zhongtian with disdain. Then, Chu Zhongtian said with a tone as if he owed him a favor, As for why I want to kill the disciples of the Law Enforcement Peak, let me tell you, I'm happy to do so. Kid, you're courting death. Chu Zhongtian's contemptuous action had completely ignited the fury of Chu Zhongtian, who was trying his best to suppress his anger. After that, he waved the pair of mid-level meteor hammer in his hand and smashed it towards Chu Zhongtian's head. With a slight sway of his body, Chu Zhongtian disappeared from where he stood. Just as he disappeared from where he stood, the powerful meteor hammer smashed into the ground. However, the grade of a mid-level spirit weapon, and the vital spirit that contained a peak essence gathering stage vital spirit, not only did it not shatter the square halfway up the mountain, it did not even have a crack. Chu Zhongtian, who had dodged the attack of the meteor hammer, looked at the perfectly intact ground. He thought to himself, the square halfway up the Law Enforcement Peak must have been specially refined. It should be able to withstand the attack of a Divine Soul stage or even a Longevity Period stage. He just didn't know if the square in front of him would be able to withstand a single strike from his Chi Extermination Fist. Brat, don't dodge. Just let me smash you. Seeing Chu Zhongtian easily dodge his furious attack, the disciple with the surname Wu demanded unhappily. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian could only roll his eyes. The sword method martial technique of a yellow-level intermediate peak stage, combined with the movement technique, continued his slaughter. Puff! With a speed as fast as lightning, he approached the opponent's body. The top-grade natal spirit blade that contained the power of the sword method martial technique struck the opponent's waist, producing the sound of a weapon entering the body. Unfortunately, the scene of the blade being cut in half didn't happen. The top-grade natal spirit blade was only cut into the opponent's body, but was forcefully caught by the opponent's strong body. Ah! However, the pain caused by the top-grade spirit blade cutting into the body made the disciple surnamed Wu unable to help but howl. At the same time, he waved the meteor hammer in his hand and threw it at Chu Zhongtian, who was standing beside him. The natal spirit blade was a weapon that was connected to a martial artist's mind. It was a weapon that was similar to the organs of the body. Although it could be used as a long-range weapon, it had to be withdrawn immediately. Because this was the protection of the natal spirit blade, it was impossible for Chu Zhongtian to give up on inserting the natal spirit blade into the opponent's body. However, he had to withdraw and leave. Seeing that the meteor hammer was getting closer and closer, Chu Zhongtian immediately used all of the vital spirit in his perfect dantian to soak it into his right hand, as well as the natal spirit blade. When the meteor hammer was less than 3 centimeters away from him, he could already clearly feel the immense power contained within the meteor hammer. The natal spirit blade smoothly cut across his waist. It was the advanced peak stage movement technique. It allowed him to barely dodge the attack of the meteor hammer. He used all of the vital spirit to swing the natal spirit blade and completely cut off the opponent's waist. This caused the disciple with the surname Wu, who could still use his vital spirit, to completely lose control of his vital spirit. At the same time, the waist slash also caused the opponent to gradually lose his life force. The disciple with the surname Wu glared at Chu Zhongtian with both eyes. He couldn't even say a complete sentence. The meteor hammer in his hands weighed 90 kilograms, and the 90 kilograms of meteor hammer made the wound on his waist unsustainable. Finally, his upper body fell to the ground. Just as Disciple Wu's upper body fell to the ground, 5 experts from Law Enforcement Peak arrived in time. Among these 5 disciples from the Law Enforcement Peak, 3 of them had reached the peak essence gathering stage. The other 2 experts revealed a faint power of the divine soul on their bodies. Obviously, they were peerless half-step divine soul period experts. Facing the 5 experts who had rushed over, especially the 2 peerless half-step divine soul period warriors, Chu Zhongtian had a serious expression on his face. Because he knew that his real challenge had come. Among the 5 disciples who had rushed to the scene, the one with the highest cultivation base was. First, he took a look at the tragic scene. Although he didn't show the same angry expression as the other disciples, a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes from time to time. It was enough to say that his heart was not calm at the moment. Who are you? He turned his head and looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was holding the spirit blade with a solemn expression, and the disciple with the highest cultivation base in Law Enforcement Peak. He asked with a cold tone. You are not qualified to know. Facing the question of a peerless half-step divine soul period warrior, Chu Zhongtian still looked down on him arrogantly. Is that so? Hearing his opponent say that he didn't have the right to know who he was, the strongest disciple of Law Enforcement Peak sneered. After that, he turned to the 3 peak essence gathering stage warriors beside him and ordered, Capture him! Law Enforcement Peak. In the central square halfway up the mountain. Capture him and hand him over to the Law Enforcement Pavilion's Marshal Uncle Gue. Let him torture this ignorant bastard. The strongest disciple of Law Enforcement Peak, the disciple of Law Enforcement Peak, ordered his 3 peak essence gathering stage junior brothers. Yes, senior brother. The 3 peak essence gathering stage disciples responded, then walked towards Chu Zhongtian step by step with ferocious smiles on their faces. Seeing the 3 peak essence gathering stage warriors slowly walking towards him, intending to use their chi to crush him and seize the initiative, Chu Zhongtian's solemn expression gradually returned to normal. Angry, When the 3 law enforcement peak disciples were less than 10 meters away from him, Chu Zhongtian took the initiative to launch an attack. The sword method martial technique of a yellow-level intermediate and peak stage combined with the advanced movement technique slashed at the strongest of the 3. The strongest one, Chu Zhongtian, who was only an essence gathering stage 5th layer peak, didn't choose to defend or dodge when faced with the combined attack of 3 peak essence gathering stage warriors. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. This had greatly exceeded the expectations of the 3 surrounding warriors. Fortunately, they were also experts who had gone through a life and death trial, so their reactions were very fast. 2 of the disciples from Law Enforcement Peak suddenly accelerated and separated, then attacked Chu Zhongtian's left and right ribs. The strongest disciple from Law Enforcement Peak faced Chu Zhongtian head-on. Facing the familiar coordination of the 3 disciples from Law Enforcement Peak, Chu Zhongtian didn't feel nervous at all. For the time being, he didn't pay attention to the threat of the 2 assistants. Instead, he focused his attention on the opponents who were facing him head-on. When he was less than 2 meters away from his opponent, Chu Zhongtian, who was already very fast, suddenly stopped. Suddenly, his speed increased a little. This sudden increase in speed stunned the opponent in front of him. This was because he had never thought that Chu Zhongtian would hide the advantage of his speed when facing 3 opponents who were far stronger than him. However, facing Chu Zhongtian, who had suddenly accelerated, the strongest disciple of Law Enforcement Peak had no intention of dodging. This was because he believed that he would be able to kill this opponent with ease if he were to break through to the half-step Divine Soul period. Chu Zhongtian's sudden acceleration also caused the sword technique that was attacking from both sides to miss. Just as they were planning to reorganize their attacks, Chu Zhongtian's natal spirit blade fiercely collided with the opponent's primary grade spirit sword. Ah! The perfect dantian formed by the 9 revolutions vital spirit pill caused the quantity and quality of the vital spirit in Chu Zhongtian's dantian to increase. It wasn't any weaker than a peak essence gathering stage warrior. At the same time, the top-grade natal spirit blade was far stronger than his opponent's mid-level natal spirit sword. This caused Chu Zhongtian to gain the upper hand in the first exchange. When the top-grade natal spirit blade collided with the mid-level natal spirit sword, Chu Zhongtian's natal spirit blade bounced up slightly. However, his opponent was sent flying. At the same time, the natal spirit blade in his opponent's hand was forcefully knocked out, creating a hole the size of a finger. The vital spirit tool was connected to a martial artist's mind. If the vital spirit tool was damaged, it meant that a martial artist's mind would also be severely damaged. Thus, the Law Enforcement Peak disciple that was sent flying cried out in pain. The strongest disciple of the Law Enforcement Peak had been severely wounded in a single strike. This caused the expressions of the experts that attacked from both sides to change. But, after many years of life and death training, they still chose to attack. After sending away the strongest opponent with a single strike, Chu Zhongtian borrowed the rebound force from the collision of the spirit weapon and quickly retreated. He barely managed to dodge, and the 2 opponents that attacked him from behind attacked him from both sides. Chu Zhongtian's body had just stopped moving. With the help of the advanced movement technique, he slashed at the 2 opponents who had yet to regain their strength. Puff! The sound of the spirit blade slicing through his body made the right Law Enforcement Peak disciple hold the spirit weapon's arm. He immediately flew up. At the same time, he used the heaven-rushing fist of the basic fist technique. He sent another disciple from the Law Enforcement Peak flying with his spiritual sword. The 5 fingers on his left hand moved up and down to ease the pain caused by the vital spirit on the back of his hand when he sent the spirit sword flying. Chu Zhongtian once again activated the vital spirit in his dantian and started preparing for the second round of attack. Not bad. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had easily injured 1 person, severely injured 1 person, and forced 1 person to retreat, the strongest Law Enforcement Peak disciple present applauded and praised him. Kid, judging from your blue uniform, you should be a disciple of the inner sect, but your true cultivation base is at the essence gathering stage 5th layer peak. I wonder which mountain you came from. He was about 16 or 17 years old, and his strength wasn't any weaker than a peak essence gathering stage. The strongest disciple of Law Enforcement Peak knew that his opponent wasn't an ordinary person. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to attack. Instead, he wanted to find out the true origin of his opponent. Chu Zhongtian. Just as the strongest disciple of Law Enforcement Peak was asking about Chu Zhongtian's origin, a surprised voice suddenly came from the direction of the Law Enforcement Pavilion. Lin Dong. Hearing the surprised and familiar voice, Chu Zhongtian turned his head and saw Lin Dong, who was originally an elite disciple of Hidden Dragon Peak, but later defected to Law Enforcement Peak. Junior brother Lin. Who is this person? Seeing Lin Dong coming down from the mountain of Law Enforcement Pavilion, as if he knew this young man who slaughtered the disciples of Law Enforcement Peak, the strongest disciple of the Law Enforcement Peak quickly asked. Senior Disciple Jiang. This man is called Chu Zhongtian. He came from Hidden Dragon Peak, and his teacher is Zhao Enjuan. Facing Junior Disciple Half-Step Divine Soul Period's question, Lin Dong didn't have the time to observe Chu Zhongtian, and quickly replied, "So it's the disciple of that bloody butcher." After hearing Lin Dong's explanation, Disciple Jiang revealed a disgusted expression. At the same time, a strong killing intent rose from his body. That's right. I am the bloody butcher's only disciple, Chu Zhongtian. Since Lin Dong had already pointed out his origin, Chu Zhongtian no longer hid it and directly admitted his true origin. You deserve to die just like your master. Seeing Chu Zhongtian admitting his identity, Disciple Jiang gritted his teeth and said, I don't know if my master and I should die, but I know you are going to die soon." While Disciple Jiang was gnashing his teeth and cursing Zhao Enjuan and himself to die, another 20 or so peak essence gathering stage warriors flew over from the Law Enforcement Peak. And half-step divine soul period warriors. When facing 30 people, most of them were essence gathering stage and half-step divine soul period warriors. Chu Zhongtian knew that he had to use his first trump card. Otherwise, with his current strength, he wouldn't be a match for these warriors. When the 20 or so experts arrived next to Disciple Jiang, Chu Zhongtian lightly shrugged his shoulders. After that, a force that caused the sky and earth to change color rose from his body and quickly covered the bodies of the 31 disciples of Law Enforcement Peak. Law Enforcement Peak, halfway up the mountain, on the central square. Suddenly, a mysterious force froze the 31 disciples of Law Enforcement Peak. Subconsciously, they wanted to get rid of this force immediately. However, even the strongest half-step divine soul period expert couldn't get rid of this force easily. Just as the 31 disciples of Law Enforcement Peak wanted to break free from the restraint with all their might, Chu Zhongtian was surprised to find that after his cultivation base had advanced to the essence gathering stage 5th layer peak, the power of his force had also increased. Currently, the power of the momentum could easily freeze peak essence gathering stage warriors. Although half-step divine soul period warriors couldn't completely freeze them, it could limit their speed, making them move as fast as snails. Time was running out, and there were still many experts rushing over from Law Enforcement Peak. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't waste any time, and started to move the 3rd layer vital spirit in his dantian. He used the mysterious properties of the vital spirit to form 4 huge green dragons, 4 white tigers and 4 fire vermilion bird, 12 spiritual forms combined with his own body. He began to slaughter the experts that were temporarily frozen and restricted by the momentum. After cutting off Disciple Jiang's head, Chu Zhongtian glanced at the completely frozen Lin Dong. He stretched out his leg and kicked him out of the range of the force. After that, he continued to slaughter the remaining experts with the help of the 12 spirit object. In less than 30 seconds, 10 half-step divine soul period experts and 20 peak essence gathering stage experts were all killed by Chu Zhongtian and the 12 spirit object. After withdrawing the force from his body and dispersing the 12 spirit object, Chu Zhongtian took out a few upper-rank 7th grade Qi replenishing pill and a 4th grade top-grade spirit stone. While recovering the vital spirit he had just consumed, he was quietly waiting for the experts from Law Enforcement Peak to arrive. Lin Dong, who was kicked out of the range of Chu Zhongtian's kick, looked like a fool as he stared blankly at Chu Zhongtian. Less than 5 months had passed since the end of the outer sex disciple competition. With the help of the cultivation resources provided by the Law Enforcement Peak and the Law Enforcement Pavilion, Lin Dong's cultivation speed could still be considered decent. Now, he was a half-step Qi transforming period peak. He only needed to cultivate in seclusion for 10 days to half a month. Then he would be able to break through to the Qi transforming period with the help of the lower-level 8 Yang opening fruit. Initially, he thought that he would have the help of the law enforcement peak and the law enforcement pavilion. His cultivation base had already caught up, and he could even surpass Chu Zhongtian. However, when he saw how Chu Zhongtian slaughtered the top peak essence gathering stage warriors just now, and a mighty half-step divine soul period warrior, as easy as slaughtering a dog, the last bit of pride in his heart was completely shattered. Lin Dong's eyes were fixed on Chu Zhongtian, who was trying his best to restore the vital spirit. Initially, he didn't intend to pay any attention to Lin Dong, but when he thought about how Lin Dong betrayed the Hidden Dragon Peak, the ugly face after joining the Law Enforcement Peak, and the betrayal of the Hidden Dragon Peak, in the end, he couldn't help but mock ___4 recruiting experts for the Law Enforcement Peak. Lin Dong, do you regret it? He asked with a proud tone. No, I don't regret it. The fact that Chu Zhongtian could easily kill a half-step divine soul period indicated that he must at least be at the peak essence gathering stage. In less than 5 months, he had broken through from the 9th layer peak of the body refining period to the peak essence gathering stage. Lin Dong felt that all of this was because of Zhao Enjuan. As long as Zhao Enjuan was a powerful warrior that the law enforcement peak feared, he would be able to increase Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base at such an abnormal speed. Therefore, it was a lie to say that he didn't regret it at this moment. However, after witnessing the cruel means of the law enforcement peak, he could only bite the bullet and refute it. After the sex competition ended, Master personally went to find sect leader's eldest senior brother, Long Xingyun. He accepted junior brother Huangfu as his disciple on behalf of his master. Now that Wang Fuqi has become the official disciple of sect leader's faction, do you regret it? Seeing that Lin Dong still refused to admit defeat, Chu Zhongtian used Wang Fuqi as an example. He continued to provoke him. What? When Lin Dong heard that Wang Fuqi had not only joined sect leader's faction, but had also become an official disciple of sect leader's faction, he asked in disbelief. Although he was an expert recruited by Su Hua from the law enforcement pavilion, he was still treated well after joining the law enforcement peak. Because there were many disciples recruited by the law enforcement peak, Zhongtian's talent and potential were greater than his. Therefore, he was still an in-name disciple under the name of Hall Master Su of Law Enforcement Pavilion. However, Wang Fuqi's talent and potential were not much better than his. Not only had he joined sect leader's faction, which most disciples would envy, he had also become an official disciple. How could he not be envious and jealous? Lin Dong, if you refused the invitation of Law Enforcement Peak and didn't betray Hidden Dragon Peak, according to Master's character and temper, as well as your talent and potential, he can also receive the same treatment as junior brother Huangfu. What a pity! Chu Zhongtian shook his head and sighed with a look of pity. Kid, don't try to mislead the public with your words. Become a disciple of the Law Enforcement Peak. It's not any worse than becoming a disciple of a sect. Just as Chu Zhongtian was using Wang Fuqi's treatment to provoke Lin Dong, he rushed to the central square halfway up the mountain. A peerless expert whose cultivation was obviously above the half-step divine soul period loudly refuted. TCH. In the face of a peerless divine soul stage expert's rebuttal, Chu Zhongtian's response was filled with disdain and disdain. In terms of cultivation resources, he was in charge of the punishment of his disciples. The law enforcement peak, which had no scruples, was indeed much more numerous than sect leader's faction. However, in order to expand their strength, the law enforcement peak recruited a lot of disciples every year. This resulted in the lack of cultivation resources to be allocated to them. Therefore, Lin Dong's treatment in the law enforcement peak was much worse compared to Wang Fuqi's treatment in sect leader's faction. 1. The peerless expert who appeared at the scene refuted Chu Zhongtian's words. He was immediately stunned by the tragic scene in front of him, especially when he saw the 10 half-step divine soul period disciples' corpses. The peerless expert roared furiously, Kid, you deserve to die just like your master, the bloody butcher. If the furious roar of an essence-gathering stage could only affect the law enforcement peak and law enforcement pavilion, then the furious roar of a divine soul stage expert could be heard throughout the entire floating cloud sect. On the mountain peak of sect leader's faction, Long Xingyun, who was explaining the enlightenment of the realm to his disciples, had a puzzled expression on his face when he heard the angry roar coming from the law enforcement peak. Soon after, the puzzled expression turned into shock. After that, he said to Tian Jun and Wang Fuqi, who were sitting cross-legged below, "Junior brother Tian, junior brother Huangfu, come with me to the law enforcement peak." "Yes, senior brother." It was only because of a furious roar that the eldest senior brother brought senior brother Tian and himself with him. This made Wang Fuqi vaguely feel that the roar just now might have something to do with Chu Zhongtian. Yunlong Mountain, Green Bamboo Courtyard, Living Room. After attending Dongfang Xiongba's 160th birthday and the 60th anniversary coronation, Dongfang Yongping and Dongfang Yuner, who had returned to the sect, were having a heated discussion in the hall. "Brother, we have returned to the sect for nearly 10 days. Mr. Chu's Courtyard 9 has been tightly shut. I don't know what happened to him. Can't you help me ask him?" Dongfang Yuner, who was standing under the main hall, shouted angrily. After attending Dongfang Xiongba's birthday, Dongfang Yuner immediately pulled Dongfang Yongping back to the sect. Because of the assassination of Chu Zhongtian by Empress Hua, she had been worried that Chu Zhongtian would have a grudge against her. Although Chu Zhongtian had expressed that he would not take it to heart, it was not easy to resolve the misunderstanding between them. Dongfang Yuner, who had restored her relationship, was still very worried that Chu Zhongtian would hold a grudge because of this. This caused the relationship between the two to change. However, in the 10 days after she returned to the sect, she had to make a trip to the Courtyard 9 of Hidden Dragon Peak almost every day. However, every time she went there, the door would be tightly shut and no one would respond no matter how she shouted. 1 or 2 times was fine, but 3 or 5 times was still tolerable. But 7 or 8 times, she couldn't stand it. Helpless, she could only ask Dongfang Yongping to let him go to the courtyard on the summit of Hidden Dragon Peak and ask Zhao Enjuan where Chu Zhongtian had gone. As for why she didn't take the initiative to look for Zhao Enjuan, it was because Zhao Enjuan was Chu Zhongtian's master. Her shy heart made her temporarily afraid to face Zhao Enjuan. Dongfang Yuner didn't dare to face Zhao Enjuan, and so did Dongfang Yongping. Because of Chu Zhongtian, Dongfang Xiongba specially introduced Zhao Enjuan's temperamental personality to Dongfang Yongping. And the name of the Bloody Butcher made Dongfang Yongping fear Zhao Enjuan from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, in the face of his sister's request, he entrusted it to her. "Yun, it's not like you don't know Zhongtian's character. He's not in Hidden Dragon Peak, so he must have gone out to train again. You just have to wait a little longer." Just as Dongfang Yongping was comforting Dongfang Yuner to endure, his angry roar made Dongfang Yongping's expression change. The Bloody Butcher was referring to Zhao Enjuan. The only one who could call him master was Chu Zhongtian, and what he had shouted in his angry roar just now was that you were the same as your master, the Bloody Butcher. Damn it! According to the direction of the roar, Dongfang Yongping realized that Chu Zhongtian was currently in Law Enforcement Peak. Furthermore, he was having an unpleasant conflict with some people in Law Enforcement Peak. "Yun, come with me." Dongfang Yongping held Dongfang Yuner's hand and led her to the backyard of Yunlong Mountain. They found a peak of the Divine Soul Period powerhouse from the dynasty and let him lead them to Law Enforcement Peak. He was a peerless Divine Soul Stage warrior in the Law Enforcement Peak, because 10 of them were very talented. When a half-step Divine Soul Period disciple was killed, he roared in anger. All the factions in the Floating Cloud sect, and countless experts who were above the Divine Soul stage in the mountains, one after another, they left the place of their cultivation and rushed to the Law Enforcement Peak. Because the peerless Divine Soul stage experts of the Law Enforcement Peak had just roared and mentioned the Bloody Butcher, it had caused many experts who had experienced internal strife in their sects 100 years ago. They were afraid that such a bloody conflict would occur in their sects. "Old man, I don't know whether my master and I deserve to die or not, but you will die soon. I am very sure of this." When a Divine Soul stage warrior was angry, The qi emitted from his body was abnormally powerful. It was so strong that the essence gathering stage and qi transforming period disciples standing beside him retreat. However, facing Chu Zhongtian, who had reached the half-step divine soul period, although the imposing manner of his opponent made him feel a heavy pressure, it wasn't enough to force him to retreat. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but mock him when he said that he and Zhao Enjuan deserved to die. Disciple Jiang could say such words because his cultivation base was too low. Given Zhao Enjuan's status, he wouldn't be too calculative with such a disciple. However, when this peerless divine soul period stage expert said these words, he would wait until he provoked Zhao Enjuan. Given his character, it would be strange if he would let him go so easily. As expected, just as Chu Zhongtian's mocking voice faded, a huge hand that blotted out the sun suddenly appeared in the sky above Law Enforcement Peak. After that, it smashed the divine soul stage into a meat patty with the force of lightning. Seeing the peerless expert that was a threat to him being crushed into a meat patty, Chu Zhongtian didn't rush to climb the path that led to the law enforcement pavilion, because he knew that after Zhao Enjuan killed the peerless expert of the law enforcement peak, the battle between the hidden dragon peak and the law enforcement peak had just begun. Zhao Enjuan had just used the power of the divine soul to form a huge palm that blotted out the sky and covered the sun, covering almost the entire eastern side of law enforcement peak. This caused the experts of law enforcement peak to feel a strong sense of provocation. 1. An expert with a fiery temper who had just advanced to the peak of the divine soul period in the past few decades flew up from the secluded cultivation ground and scolded. Who dares to behave atrociously in my law enforcement peak? However, the response he received was similarly a huge hand that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It directly slapped him back into the cultivation ground, and then it was silent. Senior brother Zhao, what do you want to do? Just as Zhao Enjuan used the power of the divine soul to form a huge hand that blotted out the sky and covered the sun and destroyed two peerless divine soul stage experts from the law enforcement peak, Deputy Mountain Lord and Su Xiaojie from the law enforcement peak appeared halfway up the mountain in a flash, and asked with a helpless tone. Using the words of my disciple, you, Su Xiaojie, are not qualified to talk to me. Let Li Yanlong come out. Although Zhao Enjuan didn't show up, his voice echoed in the sky above law enforcement peak. Senior brother Zhao, the peak master, is in secluded cultivation. Therefore, anything that happens in law enforcement peak, leave it to junior brother for now. Zhao Enjuan's tone of contempt sounded very hurtful, but Su Xiaojie didn't dare show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction, because he knew the bloody butcher's strength and means too well. He also knew his temperamental personality too well. It's impossible to break through to the chaos realm by cultivating in seclusion. I have to comprehend the chaos realm between life and death before I can step into the supreme. When Zhao Enjuan heard that the master of law enforcement peak was cultivating in seclusion, he directly told him about the cultivation base and purpose of the master of law enforcement peak. After that, he changed his tone and spoke with a surprised tone and a mocking tone. Could it be that Li Shenlong was so scared that he didn't dare to come out when he saw me? Senior brother Zhao, please pay attention to what you said. The master of ____ is a man with extraordinary talent. He has extraordinary courage. How could he be afraid of a puny little deacon elder from the inner sect? Upon hearing Zhao Enjuan ridiculing the peak master for not daring to show his face due to fear, Su Xiaojie quickly retorted. Regarding this, Zhao Enjuan did not continue to pursue the reason why the peak master of law enforcement peak did not show his face, but suddenly became silent. Law enforcement peak. Zhao Enjuan, who was hiding in the void, suddenly fell silent. Deputy Mountain Lord and Su Xiaojie didn't dare to take the initiative to answer. The remaining disciples of law enforcement peak didn't even dare to make a sound. The atmosphere was strangely quiet. It caused the entire law enforcement peak to fall into silence. Why did it suddenly become so quiet? Just as the entire law enforcement peak fell into complete silence because of Zhao Enjuan's proactive silence, a surprised voice broke the silence in an instant. Along with the surprised voice, Long Xingyun appeared in the sky above law enforcement peak with Tianjun and Wang Fuqi. As expected, looking at Chu Zhongtian, who was holding the natal spirit blade, and the corpses on both sides of the road leading to Law Enforcement Peak. Long Xingyun said in a tone as expected. Chu Zhongtian greets senior brother Long. Greets senior brother Tian. Greets junior brother Huangfu. Long Xingyun's surprised voice not only startled the numerous experts of the Law Enforcement Peak, but also the experts of the Law Enforcement Peak. Even Chu Zhongtian, who was using spirit stones and medicinal pills to restore his vital spirit, was also startled awake. Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes and saw Long Xingyun and the other two standing in the sky above Law Enforcement Peak. He greeted them. Junior brother Chu, just as you broke through to the Qi transforming period and revealed your monster-level heavenly talent, senior disciple, I knew that you will have extraordinary achievements in the future, but I never thought that your cultivation speed is just too fast. After confirming that Chu Zhongtian was an essence-gathering stage 5th layer peak, he descended from the sky. Long Xingyun said with a surprised expression. Big senior brother is right. When I first saw junior brother Chu, he was only an 8th layer peak of the body refining period. Later, he broke through on the spot and reached the 9th level of body refining. Now, it's less than 5 months before the sex competition arrives. Junior brother Chu's cultivation base is almost as strong as mine. After confirming Chu Zhongtian's essence-gathering stage 5th layer peak cultivation base, Tianjun took over Long Xingyun's words. He sighed with mixed emotions. At the same time, he felt extremely regretful that Long Xingyun failed to recruit Chu Zhongtian. If Chu Zhongtian could become a disciple of sect leader, then he would have 2 monster-level disciples, Chu Zhongtian and Xiao Shan, as well as his eldest senior brother, who was about to break through to the supreme level. Sect leader's faction would definitely be able to suppress the Law Enforcement Peak and Merit Palace. It would allow the Floating Cloud sect to develop and strengthen under the influence of sect leader's faction. Senior brothers are too polite. Zhongtian's current achievements are all because of master's care. Chu Zhongtian spoke politely to Long Xingyun's shock and admiration. As for Zhao Enjuan, who was hiding in the void, he heard that Chu Zhongtian had entrusted all the credit to him. Couldn't help but blush, because he knew very well that Chu Zhongtian had achieved so much. At most, he could only get 1/10 of the credit. Senior brother Chu, it seems like I'm getting further and further away from you. When he heard Tianjun mention that Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base was almost as high as his, Wang Fuqi, who knew that Tianjun was an essence-gathering stage 7th layer peak, felt even more emotional. Fortunately, as an elite disciple who had joined the sect during the same period of time, Wang Fuqi had witnessed Chu Zhongtian's abnormal speed of improvement. Therefore, he had accepted this result earlier than Long Xingyun and Tianjun. Junior brother Huangfu, you are now a 3rd layer peak of the Qi transforming period. It seems like you have gained a lot recently. After giving Wang Fuqi a loud evaluation, Chu Zhongtian intentionally glanced at Lin Dong. Lin Dong's face gradually darkened. If Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base had increased rapidly, Lin Dong could still accept it. After all, just like Wang Fuqi, he was also the witness of Chu Zhongtian's abnormal speed of improvement. However, Lin Dong found it hard to accept that Wang Fuqi had broken through to the Qi transforming period earlier than him, and had even broken through to the 3rd layer peak of the Qi transforming period. Because the Huangfu family and the Lin family weren't too far away from each other. The two of them had known each other since they were young. They were very familiar with each other. Lin Dong knew that Wang Fuqi's talent wasn't much different from his. It was hard to say who could surpass who. However, the different choices of the sex competition had created a huge difference. Lin Dong began to reflect on his decision to betray the Hidden Dragon Peak and join the Law Enforcement Peak. Junior brother Tian. Junior brother Huangfu. Let's go to the side. After greeting Chu Zhongtian, Long Xingyun stopped Wang Fuqi from having a deep conversation with Chu Zhongtian. He ordered the two of them to leave the central square with him. Because Long Xingyun knew that based on the hundreds of corpses around them, not only was the battle between Chu Zhongtian and Law Enforcement Peak not over, it might even have just begun. Therefore, it wasn't easy for them to converse with Chu Zhongtian for the time being. Otherwise, it would give people the illusion that the Sect Lord Peak and the Hidden Dragon Peak were allies. Just as Long Xingyun left the square with Tianjun and Wang Fuqi and retreated to the edge of the square, another 2 men and a woman appeared in the sky above Law Enforcement Peak. These 3 people were Dongfang Yongping, Dongfang Yuner, and a peerless peak of the Divine Soul Period warrior from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Mr. Chu, Dongfang Yuner, with her sharp eyes, saw Chu Zhongtian standing on the square halfway up the mountain. She quickly shouted, which made the dynasty warrior who wanted to watch quietly frown. However, Dongfang Yuner's situation was too special. The strong cultivators of dynasty were dissatisfied, but they did not dare to say anything. Yun, why are you here? Hearing a very familiar voice, Chu Zhongtian, who was about to continue recovering the vital spirit, quickly looked up. Big brother, quickly send me to Mr. Chu's side. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had noticed her, Dongfang Yuner hurriedly requested. All right. The ground was littered with broken corpses, as well as the tense atmosphere between Chu Zhongtian and the disciples of Law Enforcement Peak. It made Dongfang Yongping realize that it was the best choice to stay in the air and watch the battle. However, facing Dongfang Yuner's unquestionable gaze, Dongfang Yongping could only helplessly nod his head in agreement. Mr. Chu, where have you been recently? Dongfang Yuner, who was sent to the square by Dongfang Yongping, ran to Chu Zhongtian and asked with a worried expression. Yun, I'm sorry. I have been cultivating in a secret room in the courtyard. Hearing Dongfang Yuner's question, Chu Zhongtian guessed that it was very likely that after Dongfang Xiongba's birthday ended, he immediately returned to the sect and looked for himself many times. At that time, he had considered that Shi Guangliang, the chief steward, was in Courtyard 9 and could entertain guests who came to visit, so he had entered the deepest level of cultivation and did not hear Dongfang Yuner's voice. It's all right. Waving her hand, Dongfang Yuner indicated that it was fine. She knew that Chu Zhongtian was a cultivation maniac. He would not consider anyone when he went into secluded cultivation. Mr. Chu, what exactly happened here? Why are you here? Pointing at the plaza and the hundreds of corpses below, Dongfang Yuner asked with a slightly pale face. Law Enforcement Peak, halfway up the mountain, Central Square. This? Facing Dongfang Yuner's interrogation, Chu Zhongtian was in a dilemma. After experiencing the misunderstanding in sex competition, Chu Zhongtian was very worried that telling Dongfang Yuner the real situation would make her feel uncomfortable, and it was very likely that it would make their relationship, which they had painstakingly recovered, sink back into ice again. At that time, not to mention that Dongfang Yuner might not accept him again, even he himself would not be willing to take the blow of breaking off love for the second time. However, it was also impossible to not tell Dongfang Yuner the truth, because once Zhao Enjun mentioned the steps that the 2 of them had discussed, he would definitely continue to fight with disciples below the Divine Soul stage in Law Enforcement Peak. There was no way he could hide it. After thinking about it again and again, Chu Zhongtian finally decided to tell the truth. He would pass his relationship with Dongfang Yuner to the heavens and let the heavens decide the final direction of their relationship. Yun, after I returned to the sect from Heavenly Dragon Empire, I have been cultivating in a secret room, but what I didn't expect was Law Enforcement Peak. Because of my potential and the hatred I had with my benefactor 100 years ago, they had actually secretly captured Shi Guangliang, Zhang Qian, and Wang Zhongning. At this moment, they were being tortured by the disciples of Law Enforcement Pavilion in the punishment room of Law Enforcement Pavilion. Their goal was to find evidence that they wanted to kill me. Although he was honest, the process of confessing had to be done with skill. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian first explained the cause and effect of the matter. What? The people of Law Enforcement Pavilion actually arrested junior sister Zhang. After hearing Chu Zhongtian mention the Law Enforcement Pavilion capturing Zhang Qian, Dongfang Yuner's first reaction was actually to heave a sigh of relief. But she quickly realized her mistake and quickly adjusted her state of mind. She asked in surprise. That's right. It was precisely because they took junior sister Zhang and the others away. So now, not only do I have to save them, I also have to seek justice for them. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian pointed to the central square and the hundreds of corpses on both sides of the road. He said, Yun, These people are all disciples of Law Enforcement Peak and Law Enforcement Pavilion. These people were all killed by me. After speaking the truth, Chu Zhongtian quickly observed Dongfang Yun'er's expression, to see if she could accept this reality, and to see if she was disgusted by him. However, Dongfang Yun'er's following words and her reaction shocked Chu Zhongtian. He even suspected that the girl standing in front of him was the Dongfang Yun'er he knew before. I have killed a little too many people. Wouldn't that mean I have completely offended Law Enforcement Peak? Looking at the dozens of corpses in the central square, Dongfang Yun'er said with a frown. Dongfang Yun'er's cold-blooded reaction shocked Chu Zhongtian. Even Dongfang Yongping, who had watched her grow up, also stared at Dongfang Yun'er with his mouth agape. Perhaps Chu Zhongtian and Dongfang Yongping's reaction was too strange, which made Dongfang Yun'er, who was thinking with a frown, feel it. She first smiled at Chu Zhongtian in embarrassment, then stared at Dongfang Yongping with a frown. Yun, did you experience something during this period of time? Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand to hold Dongfang Yun'er's hand, and asked in a worried tone. Although experiencing some cruel things would make people mature, Dongfang Yun'er matured too quickly. It was so fast that people could not accept it. Mr. Chu, wait for the day of your birthday. I will tell you what exactly I have experienced. Dongfang Yun'er held Chu Zhongtian's hand tightly and playfully kept him in suspense. Okay. Although he could not know what Dongfang Yun'er had experienced for the time being, after killing her in Law Enforcement Peak, Chu Zhongtian was very confident in the upcoming battle. Yun Yu Yongping and that expert from your imperial family go to Long Xingyun's side. Pointing at Long Xingyun, who was standing at the edge of the square, Chu Zhongtian reminded her. The reason why he arranged for Dongfang Yun'er to go to Long Xingyun's side was mainly because the expert beside her was too weak. Chu Zhongtian was worried that if he killed too many disciples of Law Enforcement Peak, it would cause the experts of Law Enforcement Peak to become desperate. They would attack the people around him. In the face of the experts of the Law Enforcement Peak who were in a desperate situation, the expert who followed beside her, she was afraid that it would be very difficult to defend against them. And by the side of the expert from sect leader's faction, the deterrent force was enough to make them not dare to act rashly. Furthermore, Long Xingyun was an expert who was about to break through to the supreme level, and he had his protection. The people of Law Enforcement Peak were still unable to harm Dongfang Yun'er. There was no need to greet Long Xingyun. When Dongfang Yun'er and Dongfang Yongping walked to Long Xingyun's side, not only did he take the initiative to give up his position, he also treated Dongfang Yun'er and Dongfang Yongping with a very gentle attitude. He even gave Dongfang Yun'er some medicinal pills that could increase her cultivation base, which made Chu Zhongtian look at him with gratitude. After about 5 minutes, Zhao Enjuan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "All right, the things that should have come have come. The things that should not have come basically will not come." With that, Zhao Enjuan walked out of the void. Dongfang Yun'er, who was standing beside Long Xingyun, couldn't help but blush when she saw Zhao Enjuan walking out of the void. Fortunately, the silk covered her face, so no one noticed her unusual behavior. The previous sect leader has already settled the score between me and Law Enforcement Peak. Therefore, the conflict this time isn't between me and the Law Enforcement Peak. He faced Su Shaoan and the experts who were standing in the sky above the Law Enforcement Peak. Zhao Enjuan explained. Zhao Enjuan's explanation not only made the experts standing in the void heave a long sigh of relief, but also made them feel strange that he was willing to take the initiative to explain. Because Zhao Enjuan was the kind of person who would draw his sword without saying a word. Whatever he wanted to do, no one would say it or explain it to anyone. He would do it according to his own practice. The person who has a conflict with Law Enforcement Peak is my disciple, Chu Zhongtian. As for the cause of the conflict and what happened, let him tell you. Seeing Zhao Enjuan asking him to stand up and explain, Chu Zhongtian cupped his fists and said to the expert who was standing in the void and Long Xingyun who was standing at the edge of the square, "Everyone's time is precious, so I will find a long story to tell. The cause of this matter is very simple, that is, the Law Enforcement Pavilion took away 3 of my friends for no reason. The reason why I rushed to the Law Enforcement Peak was to save my 3 friends. Chu Zhongtian's brief explanation shocked everyone present. Long Xingyun, Tianjun, and Dongfang Yongping, who were familiar with Chu Zhongtian, were even more puzzled. During the Great Sect Disciple competition, Chu Zhongtian was competing with Zhao Qing. They originally thought that Chu Zhongtian would use a sensational method to gain everyone's sympathy and support, but they did not expect that he actually used such a concise method to explain why he had come to Law Enforcement Peak. Law Enforcement Peak, halfway up the mountain, Central Square. If he wanted to win the sympathy of these spectating powerhouses, he only needed to use 1% of his mouth to do so. However, Chu Zhongtian did not do so because he knew very well in his heart. With the power and influence of the sects in Law Enforcement Peak, and their usual behavior other than the experts of the sects, these experts in the void did not dare to offend Law Enforcement Peak. Even if he asked for their sympathy, it wouldn't have any effect on his upcoming battle. What was truly useful was the deterrence of Zhao Enjuan's supreme-level cultivation base, as well as the deterrence of his bloody massacre. Chu Zhongtian, our Law Enforcement Peak, is in charge of the punishment of our sect. All disciples of our sect only need to make mistakes. The Law Enforcement Pavilion has decided to arrest and interrogate them. Chu Zhongtian briefly explained the reason for the incident, which was exactly what Su Hua, the head of the Law Enforcement Pavilion's Hall of Penal Affairs, wanted. Therefore, Su Hua, who had long been prepared to refute Chu Zhongtian, took the initiative to step forward. Chu Zhongtian, the reason why the Law Enforcement Pavilion captured Shi Guangliang, Wang Zhongning, and Zhang Qian is because they suspect that they are spies who have infiltrated the sect. Since you plan to save them, could it be that you are also a spy who has infiltrated the sect? Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was about to be charged with the crime of spies, Su Hua, who had been suppressing himself for a long time, said proudly. During the Great Sect Disciple competition, Chu Zhongtian, who had to look at his own eyes whether he lived or died, in less than 5 months, he had become an expert who could easily slaughter the elite disciples of Law Enforcement Peak. This caused extreme jealousy and intense hatred to arise in Su Hua's heart. That was why he took the initiative to attack when Chu Zhongtian accidentally revealed a flaw. May I ask who you are? Chu Zhongtian had long heard about the Law Enforcement Pavilion's casual arrangement of charges. Therefore, he wasn't angry at Su Hua for forcefully accusing him of being a spy. Instead of being angry, he pretended that he didn't know the person in front of him. Chu Zhongtian, don't pretend to be ignorant. Don't tell me you don't know who I am. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian pretended to be crazy and didn't know him, Su Hua said disdainfully. What a joke. Don't tell me you are the Peak Master of Law Enforcement Peak or the sect leader of Floating Cloud Sect. I, Chu Zhongtian, must know you. The final solution to this matter still had to depend on fighting and killing. Chu Zhongtian did not want to waste his breath, but Su Hua took the initiative to jump out and scold him. How could Chu Zhongtian not do what he wanted? Chu Zhongtian, during the Great Sect competition, I was in charge of 7 rounds of the competition. Do you dare to say that you don't know me? Seeing the obvious contempt and sarcasm in Chu Zhongtian's words, Su Hua, who could not control his emotions, roared. Oh, now that you mention it, I seem to remember your name. Slapping his forehead, Chu Zhongtian revealed a look of sudden enlightenment. Immediately after, he pretended to be deep in thought and tried his best to recall Su Hua's name. However, after recalling for nearly 5 minutes, he still did not think of Su Hua's name. Chu Zhongtian, my name is Su Hua. I am the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Pavilion in Law Enforcement Peak. I don't know if you remember me or not. Su Hua, who had been completely enraged by Chu Zhongtian's act of pretending to be stupid, introduced himself in anger. Oh, I finally remember. Su Hua took the initiative to introduce himself, causing Chu Zhongtian to immediately pretend to be enlightened and say, Hall Master Su, now that you mention it, I remember now. It was you who took the initiative to recruit me, allowing me to join the Law Enforcement Peak and become a disciple of the Law Enforcement Peak. At the same time, you also threatened me. If I refuse to join the Law Enforcement Peak and become a disciple of the Law Enforcement Pavilion, not to mention joining the sex competition, I won't even be able to keep my life. Am I right, Hall Master Su? You are lying. I have never recruited you, and I have never threatened you. Suwa quickly denied it. Although every year during the Outer Sex Disciple competition, the law enforcement peak would secretly hold competitions and recruit talented disciples that were suitable for the law enforcement peak, these things could only be discussed under the table, and absolutely could not be mentioned on the table. If Suwa dared to admit that he had used the sex competition to recruit and threaten Chu Zhongtian, not to mention that his father, Su Xiaojia, would not be able to protect him, even if the master of the law enforcement peak personally came forward. I can't keep myself. Because this was related to the first rule of Floating Cloud Sect, which was to strictly prohibit the various factions from suppressing and selling their disciples. If they found out about this, they would be executed without mercy. Hall Master Su, you said it in front of me. Don't tell me you want to deny it. Chu Zhongtian had expected Suwa to refuse to admit it. So he immediately pretended to be wronged and said, Chu Zhongtian, you are not slandering me. I, Suwa, have never recruited you. I have never threatened you. Suwa roared in anger. That's not right. I remember it clearly and clearly back then. Shaking his head, Chu Zhongtian pretended to recall something. Chu Zhongtian, you need evidence for everything. I don't know what evidence you have. Prove that I took the initiative to recruit you and threatened you. Seeing his son getting angrier and angrier, Su Xiaojia couldn't help but remind him through divine sense. Su Hua, who had woken up from his father's reminder, quickly counterattacked calmly. Yes, Zhang Qian, Shi Guangliang, and Wang Zhongning, who were captured by you, can testify for me. Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked at Su Hua. He answered sincerely. Chu Zhongtian, you just said that Zhang Qian, Shi Guangliang, and Wang Zhongning are your good friends. Can their testimony be counted? Su Hua said proudly to Chu Zhongtian, who did not understand the rules of the sect. Oh, so you also know that the testimony of an acquaintance cannot be counted. Chu Zhongtian still pretended to be enlightened and said sarcastically, Hall Master Su. Then there is evidence that Zhang Qian, Shi Guangliang, and Wang Zhongning are spies of the sect. Where did you get it from? It was secretly found by the disciples of the Law Enforcement Pavilion. Su Hua didn't realize that Chu Zhongtian had started setting a trap. He continued to speak proudly. Hall Master Su, are the disciples of Law Enforcement Pavilion your right-hand man? Chu Zhongtian continued to ask. That's right. The disciples of Law Enforcement Pavilion have been specially trained. They are loyal to the sect, Law Enforcement Peak, and Law Enforcement Pavilion. Su-en continued to speak proudly. Since they have been specially trained, they must have gained Hall Master Su's trust. Chu Zhongtian continued to ask. That's right. These disciples are highly regarded by the Hall of Penal Affairs. They can be said to be my trusted aides. Su Hua, who was a little carried away by his success, didn't notice that Chu Zhongtian was about to receive the net. Law Enforcement Peak, halfway up the mountain, on the central square, the natal spirit blade in his hand suddenly pointed at Su Hua. Combined with the intense killing intent on his body, Chu Zhongtian asked with a murderous look. Su Hua, since the disciples of Law Enforcement Pavilion are your confidants, according to your theory, their testimony shouldn't be taken seriously. Then what right do you have to abduct Zhang Qian, Shi Guangliang, Wang Zhongning, and the others? This is different. They are disciples of Law Enforcement Pavilion. They have the right to investigate and judge. The strong killing intent and loud scolding had given Su Hua a scare. However, he immediately responded with a loud voice. Although Chu Zhongtian's strength had reached the level where he could kill half-step divine soul period warriors, Su Hua wasn't afraid of him. He wasn't afraid because his strength had surpassed Chu Zhongtian's, an essence gathering stage 3rd layer peak. He wasn't a match for Chu Zhongtian's attack, but his father, Su Xiaojia. The 7 mighty warriors of Law Enforcement Pavilion who had reached the Great Tao stage were enough to guarantee his safety. Could it be that the disciples of the Law Enforcement Pavilion aren't disciples of a sect? Could it be that Zhang Qian and the others aren't disciples of a sect? Since everyone is a disciple of a sect, what right does the Law Enforcement Pavilion have? Arrest them without solid evidence. At the same time, you secretly set up a torture chamber and forced countless innocent disciples to be tortured to death by you. Countless geniuses with bright futures were killed in the cradle by you. Su-Hua, you, your father, the law enforcement pavilion behind you. The law enforcement peak behind the law enforcement pavilion was the biggest maggot in the sect. You usually feed on the blood of the sect disciples to make a living, and torture the bodies of the sect disciples for fun. Fuck. 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 Internal strife highlights your strength. Can you still be considered human? Under the burning passion and grief, Chu Zhongtian held the natal spirit blade and took half a step forward. As he took half a step forward, the strong killing intent on his body gradually solidified. Chu Zhongtian, who was wearing a shirt, was like a pearl in the darkness, like the sweetness of the desert, making people admire him. Long Xingyun and Tian Jun, who were standing at the edge of the square, clenched their fists. Chu Zhongtian's words that he had shouted out in anger were exactly what they were thinking, but they didn't know how to express it. Now, not only had Chu Zhongtian said it for them, he had also said it in such an inspiring way that it made their blood boil. It made them wish they could disband the law enforcement peak right now. Chu Zhongtian, don't distort the facts. Law enforcement pavilion has the right to investigate and interrogate. It was decided by sect leader and dozens of senior elders when the sect was first established. You are not allowed to talk nonsense here, and you are not allowed to insult the reputation of law enforcement peak. Su Xiaojie shook his head disappointedly when he saw the dumbfounded Su-Hua. After that, he stepped forward and retorted. Su Deputy Mountain Lord, can you touch your conscience and ask? Your law enforcement pavilion has really done the rules set by the founding ancestor. You really don't have a private torture chamber. You really didn't do anything that would harm the heaven and earth. The three of them were interrogating each other. Each of their questions struck directly at one's heart, and it could be said that they had struck fear into the deepest part of one's soul. However, the human nature of law enforcement peak and law enforcement pavilion had already become somewhat distorted. For those who had a nearly abnormal personality, Chu Zhongtian's three questions wouldn't have any effect on them. Su Xiaojie said with a straight face and a calm heart. Ever since Peak Master Li took over the position of Peak Master, I, Su Xiaojie, dare to say that the law enforcement pavilion has never set up a private torture chamber. I have never forced myself to admit defeat, and I have never done anything that is harmful to the heavens. For an old fox like Su Xiaojie, wanting him to admit his mistake was harder than killing him. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian had never dreamt that they would admit it. The reason why he was so angry just now was mainly because he was angered by Su-Hua's self-righteous theory and his experience before he transmigrated. He had no choice but to vent his anger through the scolding just now. Su Deputy Mountain Lord, the heavens are watching. It's useless to say it out loud. Because, I know everyone knows what kind of trash law enforcement peak is. Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian suddenly recalled what a head of state had said before he transmigrated. Then he spoke to everyone present with a heavy heart, especially Long Xingyun. The mechanism that is not supervised will have problems early, late, and late. It will be replaced sooner or later. Chu Zhongtian, you were right about something just now. People are doing it. The heavens are watching. The law enforcement pavilion follows the rules and does things in a fair and square manner. You have to be responsible for what you just said. Upon hearing Chu Zhongtian's heartfelt sigh, Su Xiaojie felt that Chu Zhongtian was in the wrong. It was a rare opportunity for him to retreat, so he took advantage of the situation to chase after him. Su Deputy Mountain Lord, today I just want to save my three friends. I don't want to fight to the death with your law enforcement peak. If you really want to completely fall out with me, then I, Chu Zhongtian, will accompany you to the end. His words were sharp and touching. In the face of Su Xiaojie's thick-skinned face, he was able to resist the attack of the Saint Wang Bing weapon. Indeed, Chu Zhongtian did not want to continue competing in terms of words. However, when he saw Su Xiaojie chasing after him like a victor, Chu Zhongtian's heart sank. He had decided to make things clear. Oh, I wonder what makes you think you can turn against me? Su Xiaojie said proudly when he saw Chu Zhongtian's flustered look. Jiao, help me keep an eye on all the people who are using torture in law enforcement pavilion. Make sure they don't receive any warning within a short period of time. He turned to Zhao and Juan and ordered. After that, Chu Zhongtian turned to Long Xingyun. He invited dozens of experts in the air. Seniors, since Su Deputy Mountain Lord said that the Law Enforcement Pavilion has never set up a private torture chamber, since we have never been forced to admit defeat, why don't we go and visit the Law Enforcement Pavilion? Let's see if the internal structure of the Law Enforcement Pavilion is as clean as what Su Deputy Mountain Lord said. Sure, I've been interested in the Law Enforcement Pavilion since a long time ago, but the people of the Law Enforcement Pavilion won't let me visit. Today I will borrow Junior Brother Chu's light. Senior Brother, I will take this opportunity to take a closer look. As soon as Chu Zhongtian's inviting voice faded, Long Xingyun took the initiative to stand up. He looked very excited as he joined the Dao integration stage. After that, he said to the dozens of experts in the air, "Don't stand in the air anymore. Let's hurry up and visit the Law Enforcement Pavilion." Marshal Nephew Long, the Law Enforcement Pavilion is still an important place in the sect. There is no order from the Peak Master. No one is allowed to enter. Hearing that Chu Zhongtian had invited everyone to visit the Law Enforcement Pavilion, Su Xiaojia, who knew what was going on inside the Law Enforcement Pavilion, couldn't agree to it. If these experts entered the Law Enforcement Pavilion, then the Law Enforcement Peak would be completely ruined, and they wouldn't be able to establish a foothold in the sect in the future. Law Enforcement Peak, halfway up the mountain, on the central square. Su Deputy Mountain Lord, what if we can get Lord Sect Leader's permission? Chu Zhongtian reminded him maliciously. Since it was you who kept chasing us and you wanted to kill us, then don't blame me for killing you all. In the face of Su Xiaojia bringing out the Master of Law Enforcement Peak, Li Yanjia, Chu Zhongtian directly carried Sect Leader out of Floating Cloud Sect. Junior Brother Chu is right. Long Xingyun agreed with Chu Zhongtian's suggestion of getting Sect Leader's permission. After that, he greeted everyone and planned to fly away from Law Enforcement Peak and go to the secret realm where Sect Leader was cultivating to get Sect Leader's permission. Uncle Masters and Uncle Masters, please wait for a moment. I will go and get Sect Leader's permission. Marshal Nephew Long, Sect Leader is usually very busy. Don't disturb him because of such a small matter. Seeing that Long Xingyun really went to find Sect Leader, Su Xiaojia hurriedly stopped him. Although Law Enforcement Peak wanted to replace Sect Leader's faction and become the true ruler of the sect, before their strength truly surpassed Sect Leader's faction, they could not completely fall out with Sect Leader's faction for the time being. If Long Xingyun asked for Sect Leader's order, he could only carry it out unconditionally. If he carried it out unconditionally, it would expose the scandal of Law Enforcement Pavilion. Marshal Nephew Chu, what do you want to do? The person who tied the bell needed to undo the bell. The key to resolving today's conflict was Chu Zhongtian. At the same time, he also blamed his son for thinking that it was a matter of his own. He had to use the Law Enforcement Pavilion's rules to take down Chu Zhongtian. With Zhao and Juan's backing, how could the Law Enforcement Pavilion easily take down Chu Zhongtian with some groundless evidence? It's very simple. Seeing that Su Xiaojia was about to give in, how could Chu Zhongtian, who had yet to achieve his goal, give up so easily? He started to make harsh demands to completely infuriate Su Xiaojia. Finally, through the rules set by Zhao and Juan, a battle that could make his blood boil could be fought. First, release Zhang Qian, Shi Guangliang, and Wang Zhongning unconditionally. No problem. Chu Zhongtian slaughtered his way to Law Enforcement Peak and killed nearly 200 disciples. His goal was to save these three people, which was why he made his first request. Alright, Su Xiaojia agreed readily. Secondly, my three good friends have been suppressed by you for such a long time. Both their body and soul have suffered serious injuries. Your Law Enforcement Peak must provide sufficient resources to make up for their injuries. After saying that, Chu Zhongtian counted with his fingers. Then he gave out a price that stunned everyone. Zhang Qian, Shi Guangliang, and Wang Zhongning are all genius disciples who are about to break through to the Qi transforming period. They want to make up for their injuries in their body and soul. Everyone needs a lower level 8 Yang opening fruit and a lower level 8 Yin wind fruit. A celestial sphere pill that can raise a cultivation talent, and 20 upper rank 8th grade essence condensing pills. 10 upper rank 7th grade healing pill, 1 million 7th grade middle rank spirit stone, 500,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone, 100,000 level 5 intermediate spirit stones, upper level 4 spirit stones. Impossible! Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was going to ask for an even more excessive amount of compensation, Su Xiaojie didn't have the time to object. An elder who had reached the peak of the divine soul period immediately objected. The price that Chu Zhongtian proposed just now was very high in the law enforcement peak. However, the law enforcement peak had a huge family and a large number of disciples. Based on the amount of compensation he offered, he was at least a peerless genius in the law enforcement peak. Only then would he be qualified to receive such treatment. As for Zhang Qian, Shi Guangliang, and Wang Zhongning that Chu Zhongtian mentioned just now, they weren't any top geniuses. Nor were they disciples of the law enforcement peak. How could they be willing to pay such a huge amount of compensation? I'm not willing to do that. Chu Zhongtian raised his eyebrows and said in an unfriendly tone, the amount of compensation that I proposed just now is only half of what I calculated. I haven't told you the rest of the requirements yet. You! Seeing Chu Zhongtian's tough attitude, the peerless experts of law enforcement peak wanted to slap him into a meat patty. However, when they saw Zhao Enjuan standing beside Chu Zhongtian, they thought of the giant palm in the air just now. He suppressed the urge to attack. Chu Zhongtian, there's no need to mention the price of the compensation anymore. You should continue to talk about the remaining conditions. Su Xiaojie himself would not agree to Chu Zhongtian's second demand for compensation. But he needed to know Chu Zhongtian's true bottom line. Lastly, the law enforcement peak will make a statement to the southern domain and the sections. It meant that capturing Zhang Qian, Shi Guangliang, and Wang Zhongning was the mistake of law enforcement peak. They were innocent. Also, apologize to them in front of me and my master. Chu Zhongtian directly stated his last request. At the same time, he knew that the other party would not agree to this condition. Chu Zhongtian, the 3 requests you made just now besides the first one, we, the law enforcement peak, can agree to the other 2 conditions but don't even think about it. Upon hearing Chu Zhongtian's 3rd request, Su Xiaojie felt that it had been a long time since he felt angry in his heart. In an instant, a wave of fury was ignited in his heart. Facing the sects, facing the southern domain, and apologizing to the 3 disciples of the outer sect, this was a blatant insult to the law enforcement peak. If the law enforcement peak agreed to the last request, then not only would the authority of the law enforcement peak no longer exist, but it would also have no chance of establishing a foothold in the sect in the future. In that case, there's no need to talk about it anymore. Seeing Su Xiaojie's direct refusal, Chu Zhongtian waved his hands and said with a helpless expression, "That's right. Law enforcement peak will not agree to your request, so you should think about it. It's time to end today's matter like this." Refusing Chu Zhongtian's request also meant that there was no possibility of a peace negotiation. Next, it was time for them to see the truth. Chu Zhongtian, who was only an essence gathering stage 5th layer peak, was not worthy of Su Xiaojie's attention. What he feared the most was Zhao Enjuan. All right. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian turned his head and looked at Zhao Enjuan. After getting a positive answer from him, Chu Zhongtian raised the spirit blade in his hand and roared in the direction of the law enforcement pavilion. Since there is no way to negotiate, I, Chu Zhongtian, will charge into the law enforcement pavilion with my saber and save my friend with my own hands. Chu Zhongtian's action of holding the natal spirit blade and the law enforcement pavilion made people's blood boil. However, facing the law enforcement peak, which was the largest sect in the sect, he was just a puny essence gathering stage 5th layer peak disciple. What gave him the confidence to do such a thing? What gave him the confidence to say such bold words? Cough! Just as everyone was wondering what kind of confidence Chu Zhongtian had to say such bold words, Zhao Enjuan lightly coughed. When everyone's attention shifted to him, he said, "This brat has always been arrogant and conceited. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth when he acts. So I hope Law Enforcement Peak can teach this brat a good lesson for me." Law Enforcement Peak, halfway up the mountain, on the central square, The people of Law Enforcement Peak had to teach Chu Zhongtian a lesson. When they heard Zhao and Juan's words, all of their faces revealed a strange expression. One should know that Chu Zhongtian had just slaughtered over 200 disciples of Law Enforcement Peak, especially those 10 half-step divine soul period geniuses, and he had already formed an irreconcilable grudge with Law Enforcement Peak. The price of letting the people of Law Enforcement Peak teach Chu Zhongtian a lesson was very likely that Chu Zhongtian would be killed by the experts of Law Enforcement Peak. Could it be that Zhao and Juan was willing to give up on his only disciple in his life? Big brother, how can Mr. Chu's master be like this? Isn't this the same as sending Mr. Chu to his death? When Dongfang Yuner heard Zhao and Juan's arrangement for Chu Zhongtian, she immediately became anxious. She complained to Dongfang Yongping while looking at Long Xingyun pitifully. She hoped that he could help Chu Zhongtian. Being stared at by a peerless beauty who could move one's heart with a silk cloth, Long Xingyun did not say anything. Helpless, he only explained, "Sister Dongfang, don't worry. With junior brother Chu's relationship with Uncle Zhao, he would definitely not allow the people of Law Enforcement Peak to harm junior brother Chu." Sure enough, just as everyone was puzzled, Zhao and Juan continued, "But everyone knows that I, Zhao and Juan, only have one disciple, that brat. Although he is arrogant and conceited, it makes me very dissatisfied, and I want to teach him a lesson. There is a limit to how much I want to teach him a lesson." After saying this, Zhao and Juan looked straight at Su Xiaojia and continued, "Su Xiaojia, I have an agreement with you. With the central square as the starting point, Chu Zhongtian will slaughter his way into the Law Enforcement Pavilion. You can send all the disciples of Law Enforcement Peak and Law Enforcement Pavilion to stop and kill him, but the prerequisite is that the cultivation base of the disciples who try to stop him must not exceed the Divine Soul stage. If that brat dies in the hands of disciples below the Divine Soul stage in the Law Enforcement Peak, I, Zhao and Juan, will never frown. After this, I will never seek revenge from the Law Enforcement Peak. However, if there is someone who has reached the Divine Soul stage, or has surpassed the Divine Soul stage, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Besides, I will make you recall the methods of the Bloody Butcher." Sister Dongfang, did you hear that? The promise and request that Zhao and Juan made Long Xingyun very proud and showed off to Dongfang Yuner. At the same time, he thought that Dongfang Yuner would definitely praise him very much. But when he saw that Dongfang Yuner was still frowning and did not have a relaxed expression on her face, he immediately knew that she was still worried. "Sister Dongfang, don't worry. Although Uncle Zhao said he was tough, if junior brother Chu encountered any danger, he would definitely believe it." Long Xingyun tried to comfort her. "Senior brother Zhao, this is true." Su Xiaojia was very tempted by Zhao and Juan's promise, but he was also worried that Zhao and Juan would change his mind at the last minute. So he wanted a promise from Zhao and Juan. "Do you want me to swear on the rules of the Heavenly Tao?" Seeing Su Xiaojia doubting his integrity, Zhao and Juan's face darkened, and he asked in an unhappy tone, "Junior brother doesn't dare." Seeing Zhao and Juan's gloomy expression, how could Su Xiaojia dare to force him to swear an oath? However, Su Xiaojia, who was familiar with Zhao and Juan's personality, spoke to him through the conversation just now. It was basically confirmed that as long as Law Enforcement Peak didn't send any Divine Soul stage or above experts, even if Chu Zhongtian was killed in the end, he would still save him. Thinking of this, Su Xiaojia instructed a peak of the Divine Soul period elder beside him. "Go and gather all the Essence Gathering stage and advanced disciples of the Law Enforcement Peak and Law Enforcement Pavilion." There were dozens of corpses placed beside him, which made Su Xiaojia very clear. To Chu Zhongtian, an early Essence Gathering stage intermediate disciple posed no threat at all. If he wanted to kill Chu Zhongtian, he would have to send someone with a higher cultivation base. A stronger genius. Understood. Gather all disciples above the Essence Gathering stage advanced, which meant that the Law Enforcement Peak had purposely trained them. The young disciples who had reached the level of peerless geniuses also wanted to attack, and this caused them to suppress their anger. However, they couldn't vent their anger by killing Chu Zhongtian, so they responded with excitement. 30 seconds. He pointed at the natal spirit blade of the Law Enforcement Pavilion and suddenly swung it down. The tip of the blade rushed to the ground. Chu Zhongtian gave him a time to wait. Sure. Nodding his head, Su Xiaojie rushed towards the central square halfway up the mountain. And the remaining disciples ordered, all of you, temporarily stop Chu Zhongtian from climbing the mountain, and wait for the true experts of law enforcement peak to come and kill him. Understood. They were only responsible for stopping Chu Zhongtian, and there was no need for them to kill him. This made some of the disciples who had just witnessed Chu Zhongtian's ruthless means secretly heave a sigh of relief. As for the disciples who had just arrived and had yet to witness Chu Zhongtian's ruthless means, they were somewhat dissatisfied with Su Xiaojie's arrangement. Could it be that, with their essence gathering stage advanced cultivation base, they still couldn't kill this essence gathering stage 5th layer peak disciple in front of them? Although they were dissatisfied, the rules of the regulations forest made them forcefully suppress their dissatisfaction, and they could only obediently listen to Su Xiaojie's arrangements. 3. He silently counted down in his heart. When there were only 3 seconds left, Chu Zhongtian's right hand, which was holding the natal spirit blade, twisted upwards. The tip of the spirit blade's blade was pointed in the direction of the law enforcement peak. 2. Chu Zhongtian's body slightly clashed with each other, as if he was about to attack. 1. Chu Zhongtian lightly shrugged his shoulders. An aura that caused the heavens and earth to change color and the surrounding environment to freeze rose from his body. With the end of the last second, with the aid of the aura, Chu Zhongtian stepped onto the path to law enforcement peak. Kill! 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 Seeing Chu Zhongtian stepping onto the road leading to the law enforcement pavilion, the prepared law enforcement peak and hundreds of disciples of the law enforcement pavilion roared and rushed towards Chu Zhongtian. Facing the incoming enemies from all directions, Chu Zhongtian didn't turn around to face them. Instead, he transformed into a huge green dragon, a white tiger, and a red vermilion bird, using these 3 spirit objects to deal with the enemies behind him. As for himself, he welcomed the incoming enemies from the direction of the law enforcement pavilion. The momentum of a peak of the 6th layer could not only freeze a peak essence gathering stage warrior, but also a peak essence gathering stage warrior. Even half-step divine soul period warriors had a huge limitation. Therefore, the law enforcement peak and the disciples of the law enforcement pavilion who had begun to roar in excitement, their facial expression changed dramatically when they were within the range of the attack. Some of the experienced disciples instinctively wanted to retreat when faced with this kind of force that restricted their speed. Some of the impulsive disciples were trying their best to squeeze in front of Chu Zhongtian. They wanted to use the spirit weapon in their hands to cut down this madman who dared to provoke the law enforcement peak. There were many opponents that had rushed into the range of the attack, so Chu Zhongtian didn't need to use the movement technique. He also didn't need to use the powerful yellow-level intermediate sword method martial technique. He just needed to use the basic saber technique and primary rank blade method martial skill. Can easily slaughter opponents frozen by force and slow down. In the face of an advanced disciple whose chi-si was completely frozen by the force, the 7th form of the basic saber technique combined with the power of a top-grade spirit blade could easily take away their lives. Facing a half-step divine soul period warrior who could barely move and could even use the spirit weapon to defend himself, the combination of the yellow-level beginner level and peak saber technique and the power of the top-grade spirit blade could also easily take away their lives. 3 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian had already left the central square halfway up the mountain. He was now standing on the mountain road that led to the law enforcement pavilion. Behind him were nearly 300 young corpses. At the same time, the blood flowing from the 300 young corpses had completely dyed the central square red. Looking at the ruthless Chu Zhongtian, whose expression had not changed at all, everyone on the scene was shocked. Even those who were standing in the air and had broken through to the divine soul stage were shocked. Or perhaps, what? Although most of the experts who died just now were essence gathering stage disciples. However, the number of people who died just now was more than 300. If they were to face such a large number of enemies, they didn't know if they could kill all of them without batting an eye. Under the sunlight, the blood-dyed central square revealed a strange red color, making the entire square seem like a blood lake. Chu Zhongtian, who had his back to the center square, was dressed in light blue clothes. Under the strange red light, he looked like a devil that had walked out of the blood lake, giving people a sense of fear. A bloody devil, an expert who had gone through internal strife in the sect 100 years ago. Thinking of Zhao and Juan's title of Bloody Butcher, and seeing Chu Zhongtian who seemed to have walked out of the blood lake, they immediately felt that the Bloody Devil title suited Chu Zhongtian very well. From then on, Chu Zhongtian was like his master, obtaining the Bloody Devil title. At the same time, he had also completed his first goal of killing his way to the law enforcement peak. Junior brother Chu's talent and potential is definitely a rare monster-level genius that only appears once every 10,000 years in the sect. However, his killing intent is too strong. After today's matter is settled, I must have a chat with junior brother Chu. Let him cultivate his body and nourish his body for a period of time, and properly eliminate the demonic nature in his heart. He looked at the huge green dragon hovering above his head and the red vermilion bird standing on his right shoulder. Chu Zhongtian, who was standing beside the white tiger, continued walking towards the law enforcement pavilion without turning his head. Long Xingyun said worriedly. Regarding Long Xingyun's point of view just now, whether it was Dongfang Yongping Tianjun, or even the peerless experts of Heavenly Dragon Empire, they all nodded their heads in agreement. However, Dong Yongyun gently shook her head, because she knew that Chu Zhongtian's current massacre was only the beginning of his advancement to the peak. As his cultivation base grew higher and higher, his strength would become stronger and stronger. In the future, he would slaughter even more geniuses and experts. Fortunately, everyone was attracted by Chu Zhongtian's bloody means just now. No one noticed Dongfang Yun'er's strange expression and actions. Otherwise, with Long Xingyun's gossipy personality and Dongfang Yongping's concern for her, we'll get to the bottom of this. Let's go. Standing on the road leading to the law enforcement pavilion, Chu Zhongtian instructed the three-spirit object beside him. Arg. A woo. Squeak. The huge green dragon, the white tiger, and the red vermilion bird seemed to exist in reality. They cooperated with Chu Zhongtian's orders and let out deafening roars towards the law enforcement pavilion. The true performance of the three-spirit object had completely shocked everyone present. Even Zhao Enjuan, who had reached the supreme level peak, was also looking at the three-spirit object that Chu Zhongtian had created with surprise. With his eyesight, he could tell that the three-spirit object were formed from the energy of the vital spirit with just a glance. However, he couldn't understand the instinct of having his own consciousness. At the same time, he had a vague feeling in his heart. He felt that if the three-spirit object continued to maintain their current shape, perhaps one day, they would really be able to walk out of an illusion and become real divine beasts. Following the path that led to the law enforcement pavilion, Chu Zhongtian had climbed nearly 200 meters. At this distance, the experts of Law Enforcement Peak and Law Enforcement Pavilion did not stop him. However, when he reached 200 meters, he saw a man in brown clothes. He was holding a top-grade spiritual sword, but his cultivation was only at the essence-gathering stage peak of the 9th layer. What? Although the opponent was only an essence-gathering stage peak of the 9th layer warrior, the chi exuded from his body wasn't any weaker than a half-step divine soul period warrior. This point alone was enough to show that the opponent in front of him was the same as him. He was a genius who could surpass his own strength and challenge those who were at a higher level than him. I never thought that Su Xiaojie would send out a genius disciple from the Law Enforcement Pavilion so soon, Tianjun said in surprise when he saw the sudden appearance of the young man. Senior brother Tian, you know this man? The surprise in Tianjun's tone made Dongfang Yun'er realize that he might know this person. She, who was worried about Chu Zhongtian's safety, immediately asked, "And this person's surname is Wu, and his name is Wu Tian. He entered the sect 1 year earlier than me, and he was the #1 expert among the disciples of the outer sect." Nodding his head, Tianjun, who was also unable to resist Dongfang Yun'er's beauty, carefully explained, "Senior brother Tian, how is this person's strength now?" Seeing that Tianjun's introduction was too simple, Dongfang Yun'er continued to ask, "Wu Tian's talent is very outstanding, and he has rich combat experience. His attacks are ruthless and ruthless. Furthermore, when he broke through to the Qi transforming period, his talent has reached the level of a top genius. At the same time, Wu Tian's personality is the same as his name. He is a lawless man. Tianjun told Dongfang Yuner everything he knew. After listening to Tianjun's introduction of Wu Tian, the worry on Dongfang Yuner's face became stronger and stronger. With the cultivation of essence gathering stage 5th layer peak, he could barely fight ordinary half-step divine soul period warriors. Only with the help of force could he have the strength to fight half-step divine soul period warriors and kill them in the end. Therefore, facing the geniuses who came to block or kill him, Chu Zhongtian didn't hold back his force. Instead, he planned to use force to assist his enemies. Kill! After seeing Chu Zhongtian pause for a moment and continue to walk forward, Wu Tian roared. With a speed like a gale, he charged at Chu Zhongtian. However, when he rushed into the range of the wind, he couldn't help but frown. When Chu Zhongtian was slaughtering those ordinary disciples, Wu Tian, who was hiding in the law enforcement pavilion, saw everything clearly. This was the first time Wu Tian had seen Chu Zhongtian's force solidifying and limiting the opponent's speed. He thought that Chu Zhongtian's attack was only effective against ordinary disciples. It shouldn't be very effective against a genius who could fight a super genius. That was why he dared to take the initiative to stand out and stop _____. He also dared to charge into the range of force. When Wu Tian truly charged into the range of the force, he immediately discovered that his forward speed was instantly restricted by nearly 8 layers. As he continued to get closer to Chu Zhongtian, the force's restriction on him also became more and more powerful. After advancing for nearly 10 meters, the restriction on force had already reached 8 layers. Chu Zhongtian was also a genius who could challenge those at the super level. If his speed was restricted by the 8th level, Wu Tian knew very well that he was absolutely no match for Chu Zhongtian, so he instinctively wanted to retreat. He wanted to leave the range of the force. Unfortunately, the opponent he faced was a freak who had precise control over the situation of the battle. Just as he was about to retreat, his opponent, Chu Zhongtian, suddenly accelerated. The high-ranked yellow-grade movement technique allowed him to approach Wu Tian at lightning speed. Wu Tian, whose speed was restricted by the momentum, couldn't even be compared with Chu Zhongtian's speed. In less than 1/5 of a second, Chu Zhongtian was less than 1 meter away from him. The closer he got, the stronger the solidifying force became. Originally, he could only limit the speed of the 8th level. However, when Chu Zhongtian was only 3 meters away from him, he had already been restricted by the 9th level. The difference in strength between them was not big. One was that with the enhancement of momentum, he could unleash 200% of his strength. The other was that, under the weakening of momentum, they could only unleash 10% of their strength. The result of the battle between the two could be imagined. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his head, which was filled with regret, shot straight into the sky. When Wu Tian's head was chopped off by Chu Zhongtian, Tianjun was talking about how terrifying Wu Tian's strength was and how difficult it was for Chu Zhongtian to defeat him. Looking at Wu Tian, who was praised by ____, he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Chu Zhongtian. This made him feel like he was being slapped in the face, and it was in front of a peerless beauty. Being slapped in the face caused Tianjun to curse furiously. This damned Wu Tian! I have praised you for being a rare young genius in the world. You are too disappointing. You can't even withstand a single strike from junior brother Chu. You have truly disappointed me. Dongfang Yuner secretly heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Chu Zhongtian easily kill her opponent. Seeing the unusually angry Tianjun, she could not help but laugh. Junior brother Tian, it's not that Wu Tian is too weak, but that he has the potential to control everything is too terrifying. With the help of his potential, junior brother Chu can basically kill opponents of the same realm in an instant. When she saw the furious Tianjun and the dumbstruck Wang Fuqi, she couldn't help but laugh. If you want to defeat the junior brother Chu who controls the potential, you have to be stronger than him. A great stage. Long Xingyun explained in a complicated tone. Your power can't restrict your speed. Or, you also have the power to fight against the power. It completely offends the might of force. Speaking up to this point, Long Xingyun exhorted with a heavy tone. That's why, if you encounter an opponent who can control force in the future, you can either kill him before he has the chance to use force, or you can just turn around and leave, and never take the risk to break into the range of the power. Got it, eldest senior brother. Tianjun and Wang Fuqi responded respectfully to Long Xingyun's words. Putting away the storage bag on Wu Tian's waist and the top-grade spirit sword in his hand, Chu Zhongtian kicked the headless corpse out of the range of his momentum and continued walking towards the law enforcement pavilion. What Chu Zhongtian didn't know was, just as he was about to cut off Wu Tian's head, among the dozens of peerless divine soul experts standing behind Su Xiaojia, there was a young man who looked 70% similar to Wu Tian. When he saw Wu Tian's head being cut off with a single strike, his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. But when he noticed Zhao Enjuan looking over, he immediately lowered his head. His tightly clenched hands showed that he was extremely furious in his heart. What the young expert didn't know was that the moment he lowered his head, a dark divine sense fell on his body. After advancing for less than 30 meters, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to stop, because in front of him, there was a pair of brothers who looked close to the 9th floor, staring at him coldly. As for this pair of brothers with similar looks, all of them had reached the peak essence gathering stage, and the chi they emitted was also at the half-step divine soul period. Senior brother Tian, do you know these two men? Dongfang Yuner quickly asked when she saw another person standing in front of Chu Zhongtian. This time it was the two men with similar appearances. Yes, I know them. They are a pair of twins. The one on the right is called Lien Xian, brother. The one on the left is called Lien Xian, and it is younger brother. Nodding his head, Tianjun briefly explained the situation of the two of them. Senior brother Tian, how strong are they? Dongfang Yuner had no interest in knowing the background of these two men. What she wanted to know was the strength of these two men and whether they posed a great threat to Chu Zhongtian. This, as a Lien brother who specialized in combos, his strength was amongst the essence gathering stage disciples in the sect. They could definitely be ranked in the top 100, but when they thought about how Chu Zhongtian had beheaded Wu Tiandu, who was not weaker than them, he did not dare praise the Lien brothers in front of Dongfang Yuner so that he would be smacked in the face by Chu Zhongtian again. Kid, you are making law enforcement pique your enemy. You have never had a good ending. I advise you to quickly kneel down and plead, in case we brothers are in a good mood. I can spare your life. The Lien brothers in front did not attack recklessly like Wu Tian. Instead, they used words to provoke Chu Zhongtian, hoping to discover his flaws. Based on the looks of the two of you close to the 9th floor, you must be twins. Seeing that the other party had chosen to use his most powerful technique to confront him, Chu Zhongtian, who wanted to take the opportunity to rest, was naturally happy. That's right. We are twins who were born at the same time. I am brother United Heart. He is my brother United Heart. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian took the initiative to speak, United Thoughts, who was good at exchanging words, introduced him and his brother with slight excitement. What a good name! First, he praised the other party's exquisite name. Then he continued. Before I became a disciple of a sect in my hometown, they looked very similar. They were able to communicate with each other mentally. Although they were born from the same mother, their biological father was not the same person. Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but sneer when he saw the excited expression on Lien Yan's face. Then, he began to make an example of the news he had seen before he transmigrated. Impossible. The twins must be of the same father and mother. It's impossible for them to be of the same father and mother. After hearing what Chu Zhongtian had said and heard, he immediately retorted. Yeah, I thought the same thing at that time. So I immediately sent someone to invite the mothers of the twins and the two fathers to come over and interrogate them in detail. Did you guys guess what happened? Chu Zhongtian's fishing tone not only made the Lien brothers focus their attention on him, even the experts in the air, the experts from Law Enforcement Peak, Zhao Enjuan and Long Xingyun listened attentively. What's going on? Seeing that Chu Zhongtian wanted to say something but had no good intentions, Xianxia immediately asked. You really want to know? Chu Zhongtian asked back with a serious expression. Of course I want to know. Xianxia nodded his head vigorously and said loudly. AI. Chu Zhongtian let out a sigh and said, according to the description of those three men, in some stormy weather, on a night filled with lightning and thunder, in a patch of grass in the wilderness, two drunk men and a woman who had fallen in love. We had sex together. Speaking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian could not help but use the corner of his eye to glance at Dongfang Yuner. He noticed that she was blushing and lowering her head. In the end, he still gritted his teeth and insisted. According to an alchemist who was proficient in this field, the essence of two men entering a woman's body at the same time has a chance to make this woman pregnant with two people's children. At this point, Chu Zhongtian said with a mocking expression, according to the alchemist, twins with different parents either have different appearances or personalities. Your personality is good and changeable, and your brother's personality is silent. This is enough to prove that the two of you are brothers who have different mothers and fathers. In layman terms, the two of you are bastards who crossbreed. You are courting death. When they heard Chu Zhongtian mock them for being bastards, not to mention the fiery passion in their hearts, even the taciturn Lenovo wanted to immediately cut Chu Zhongtian down with his sword. Therefore, the two of them, who originally did not intend to take the risk of getting close to Chu Zhongtian, finally rushed towards Chu Zhongtian while screaming under the stimulation of their anger. Seeing that they had been completely enraged and were trying their best to rush into the range of Chu Zhongtian's attack, Su Xiaojie frowned slightly. The Lian brothers were arranged to fight behind Wu Tian because their joint attack was very powerful. However, their speed was restricted and they were unable to use the joint attack. They were weaker than Wu Tian, so Su Xiaojie had already guessed their fates. However, he felt that Chu Zhongtian had used words to insult him. He had forced the Lian brothers to lose their minds, and he felt a trace of fear in his heart. At the same time, he felt fortunate that Chu Zhongtian had no intention of using words to defeat him. If not, he would have dared to say anything. He was afraid that he would be driven mad by undersurface words. Junior brother Chu, you are truly a genius. Chu Zhongtian's words just now were both novel and disgusting. However, his words were directed at his enemies. Long Xingyun did not know what to say. In the end, he could only use the word talent as his evaluation. As for Dongfang Yuner, she had already lowered her head in shame, not daring to look at anyone else. Although she was disgusted by Chu Zhongtian's words that were clearly insulting, she did not blame Chu Zhongtian like she did in the past. After what happened a while ago and Dongfang Xiongba's guidance to her, she knew that when facing enemies, she could use any means. When Zhao Enjuan heard Chu Zhongtian's words, he was so angry that his face turned pale. Then he was so angry that he could only shake his head and smile bitterly. At the same time, he scolded with a smile. How could I accept such a little bastard as my disciple? In fact, in Chu Zhongtian's opinion, verbal confrontation was divided into two types of situations. The first was that scolding people did not carry any dirty words, but it could make people die of anger. The representative figure was Zhuge Liang from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms that he had read before he transmigrated. The second type was that cursing people all had dirty words. It could directly scold the dead, and the representative character was also a TV series he had watched before. It was the movie Level 9 Ganoderma official, which included Bao Longxing. Chu Zhongtian's verbal exchange was a combination of the advantages of scolding people. There were cultured curses that did not have vulgarities, and there were also crude curses that were filled with vulgarities. My theory just now was verified by science, and there were also actual cases. I definitely didn't mean to lie to you. Seeing the Lian brothers who had completely lost their minds from his anger, Chu Zhongtian sighed. After saying a heart-digging sentence, he waved the natal spirit blade in his hand. He took the initiative to greet them. If they were combined to use the joint attack, the Lian brothers would be very powerful. Even if Chu Zhongtian wanted to kill them, it would take a long time to kill them. But after being restricted by the force, the power of their joint attacks dropped by 9 levels. Facing Chu Zhongtian, who was far stronger than them, they didn't last long. Their heads were cut off and they wanted to be cut in half. Putting away the Lien brothers' storage bag and mid-level spirit weapon, Chu Zhongtian continued to approach the law enforcement pavilion. This time, he walked for nearly 50 meters before he was forced to stop by the opponent that suddenly appeared. The opponent that appeared this time was also at the peak essence gathering stage. His body was also emitting the aura of a half-step divine soul period. At the same time, the opponent who appeared this time wasn't as reckless as Wu Tian. He also did not use verbal sparring like the Lien brothers to find Chu Zhongtian's weakness. Instead, he used the observation from before, as well as the warning from the longevity period warriors in the law enforcement peak, to attack Chu Zhongtian from a distance of more than 60 meters using sword force and hidden weapons. Unfortunately, although the opponent's idea was not bad, the actual effect was much weaker. First of all, the energy formed by the sword force was weakened bit by bit when it entered the range of the force. When the sword force was 30 meters away from Chu Zhongtian, it completely lost its energy and turned into nothingness. The hidden weapon with the huge poison was not as effective as the sword force. After entering the range of the force, it was completely frozen. After using more than 30 sword force techniques, he secretly shot out more than 100 hidden weapons. In the end, Chu Zhongtian ignored him and continued to approach the law enforcement pavilion. The sword force was useless, and the hidden weapons were useless. The disciples of law enforcement peak immediately became anxious. They couldn't help but raise their heads to look at Su Xiaojia, hoping that he could give them a good idea. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who was constantly approaching the law enforcement pavilion, and then turning his head to look at the ordinary disciples of law enforcement peak who were rushing over, Su Xiaojia finally gritted his teeth and stamped his foot, planning to take the risk. All of you, attack together. Su Xiaojia ordered the 170 ordinary disciples who had rushed over behind him.